Awaken, a dark fantasy role-playing game. Chapter 1. Introduction. In the beginning, when seas were kissing the skies, and when light and darkness existed as one, two weary beings from far away visited our world. They had been searching for a resting place. After some time they found it in a new world which was to their liking. Together with their race of servants called the First Ones, they split the seas from the skies and divided light from darkness. In the middle of those elements, they first created the soil and then put the seeds of life in it. Through the eons, the seeds of life thrived in our world, giving birth to birds in the skies, fish in the waters, and finally, to mankind on the earth. The two travelers, Azimuth and Zimitra, watched with great interest the life force streaming through the world. But alas, the First Ones began to slowly fade and wither. Life on the new world was growing and their lifespan was nearly as long as their masters. As the last of the first were laid peacefully into the ground, a terrible sadness and emptiness filled Azimuth's heart. Caring as he is, he wished for the new children to remember him and his blessings. Choosing the best and the wisest in the whole world, he blessed them. He gave them some of his own blood to run through their veins. That's how the second ones were created. Zimitra also wanted new servants. Unlike Azimuth, he insisted that they should be mindless workers with no free will. This clash of ideals caused a great strife between them. Soon it escalated into open war, called the War of Dawn. That terrible war shook the world to its very core, for it was as horrendous as it was short. The mountains and seas boiled. Darkness ruled over the earth as giant shadows fought in the darkened skies. Eventually, Azimuth prevailed. He banished Zimitra, cowed and wounded, into the world's core to spend his days caged there, unable to return. The time that followed was the time of recuperation. Decimated by the war, humanity tried to survive the chaotic aftermath. Led by the Second Ones, mankind grasped the nature of those shadows fighting over them, understood Azimuth for what he was, and finally began to celebrate him as their god. New generations rose and fell. The Second Ones mixed with common people such that, eventually, all their powers disappeared. With the fading of the Second Ones, Azimuth once again felt lonely, empty, and, above all, tired. For the last time, he addressed mankind and declared his intentions to sleep. He promised he would return in the time of their direst need and then retreated to his resting place in the Great Pyramid in Gerillo. The world held its breath after the god went to sleep. For the first time, we understood Azimuth's loneliness as we felt the same way without him. This time, the darkness the world was plunged into was of a different nature. Enyeldrena of creation and division. A long time ago, the gods came from the stars. Azimuth and Zimitra had fought in a terrible war on their homeworld. They fought long and hard, but in the end they chose exile to survive. Along with their servants, the proud race of titans known as the First Ones, the pair fled to our young world. They longed for peace, for safety, and for rest in this empty world. They decided to build themselves an oasis where they could enjoy the peaceful times far away from a home world that was destroyed by forces of darkness. Azimuth and Zimitra saw the potential of our world. These servants worked with the two great powers to form the world according to their tastes. They brought the seed of life to this hard and barren land. This seed grew relentlessly over the millennia, with developing in countless forms. All the forms we know of evolved under their care, with the travelers watching in approval over the world they tended. The life in this paradise was varied and beautiful, filled with creatures of the sea, air, water, and soil. Nothing lasted forever, though. After the passing of eons, the First Ones began to wither away. Unlike their immortal masters, the servant race was blessed only with long life. One by one, they lay down never to get up again. Their bodies wove into the soil, creating massive mountains we now call the Great Divide. In long years which followed, Azimuth and Zimitra were left alone. The world teemed with life, but it was all simple and ignorant. The life they created, all the animals and plants lived ignorant of their creator's presence. Even if these new beings recognized the travelers, they only lived for the blink of the eye for the two old souls. That was when the idea of creating a new kind of life was born. Azimuth wanted to create something new to acknowledge their existence. Zimitra longed that they become a new servant race, bound to their will. A race was created indeed, but Azimuth defied Zimitra and imbued them with free will. Azimuth saw the new race as independent, creative, and persistent. Zimitra was furious, seeing these new creatures as disobedient, messy, and stubborn failures. Azimuth withdrew to the mountains to be surrounded by the stones which were once his loyal servants. Some of the more loyal members of the new race followed him there and made the mountains their home. This new race, known as humans, were a proud and passionate people. They learned and evolved from day to day, seeking new experiences, creating with joy, and roaming the beautiful world. Azimuth was happy to see them so spirited and full of life. Where Azimuth was joyful, Zimitra was filled with a rage that boiled until he finally exploded. He stormed out and sought to convince Azimuth to remove the poisonous free will from humanity. A great battle of divine violence ensued between Azimuth and Zimitra over the human question. This time of strife was a long and terrible time known as the War of Dawn, of which many stories have been told. Some say the battle was over in mere minutes. In the blink of an eye, the sky turned from a calm blue to a dark horizon lit only by fire. Some say that people were consumed with a sudden urge to fight for vengeance, with righteous wrath, with the need to fight and spill blood. They say that it ended in swift bloodshed. Others say that the war lasted for ages, that people were born, lived and died in the shadow of war and under the signs of two combating deities. They say that the very same people fought over principles and ideas they couldn't truly comprehend. Regardless of who is correct, everyone knows that the land was ravaged during the Battle of the Gods. The people were decimated, the mountains crumbled and islands sank into the sea. The legends speak of the world turning upside down, lightning that crushed the stones and vaporized the seas, of two entities fighting on the sky, ripping each other apart, while falling flesh formed the new islands in the sea. These islands were volcanic places, restless, eruptive, and violent, just like the gods they were once parts of. Eventually, Azimuth wounded Zimitra and stole all his strength, banishing him and his followers deep into the hot furnace in the bowels of the world. It is said that he still waits and schemes there, waiting for the right moment for his return and a final fight with his nemesis. After the war, the world was slowly rebuilt and healed. Azimuth ruled over the prosperous victor's people, guiding them through the mysteries of the faith. Humanity formed his cult and eventually the religion which glorified him as their god. Azimuth benevolently watched over his children, seeing them thrive, build cities, and forge the civilizations. Rarely would he halt and steer his people, leaving them instead to learn from their mistakes without divine explanation. In those mythic days, the connection to Azimuth was real in the form of abilities people had, which differentiated them from the rest of the divine creation surrounding them. Those abilities, known as gifts, were commonly wielded by the people walking the soil in the old days. It is said that people took the gifts for granted, using them more and more, one against each other. The free-willed people, brothers once, became greedy and hungered for power. As the centuries and millennia went on, Azimuth spoke with them less and less. No matter how much faith in him was still a large part of the people's lives, but he talked with them less and less often. Perhaps our greed was why Azimuth turned his back on us. Perhaps we were to blame for the catastrophe which ensued? The stories tell us of the volcanoes erupting from the soil, of the rising tides, of the burned sky and blackened sun. The ashes of the old world poisoned the wells, filled our food and mouth, and made the air pungent. The nations fell on their knees, but Azimuth was silent. Some believe it was his vengeance, a chastisement by an angry god. Others thought it was his sadness which manifested in nature. Whatever it was, it marked the end of an era, blissful at the beginning, soaked by blood in the end. We survived and slowly recovered from the cataclysm. The Great Purge was over, but people didn't forget it. One by one, they dropped the teachings of Azimuth. They turned to appease the natural world which had punished them. They left their great cities and turned to nomadic life. Generation after generation, fewer and fewer people were born with gifts. This was kind of a confirmation that Azimuth wasn't on our side anymore, or that he didn't care. People accepted this divine rejection as a fact and abandoned the trappings of their faith. They say that time is circular, or that history repeats itself. After a long period of nomadic life, warring tribes and wandering through the world, people once again began to settle. They built new cities of stone and clay without leaving a place for Azimuth, the forgotten god. Only the old shamans carried the forgotten knowledge through the generations, telling the stories to the young spiritualists. Time blurred the line between the faith and mythology, between past and legends. The gifts of the ancient god were seen only as the stuff of legend and mythology. No one could ever be sure that there once was a time when some god spoke to us, or that humanity could wield supernatural power. No one really knows where Zois the Silent came from. It is said that he just wandered through the world until one day he stood in front of the settlement which would later be known as the great city of Gerillo. 13 days and 13 nights he waited patiently, sitting on a stone in front of the gates, not moving. He didn't eat, he didn't sleep, and he never said a word. People of the city all reacted differently. Some were curious, some were concerned, and some were just furious at the old man, sitting and refusing to speak with anybody. On the 13th day, they tried to chase him away with arrows. As soon as some arrow would come close to him, it would somehow fall short, stopped in its flight like it was snatched by an invisible hand. Many gasps and screams could be heard from the people witnessing the scene from the walls. No one seemed to know what to do and what to think of an old and silent man no arrow could come close to. Yuri Volk, the leader of the city, went out to meet the mysterious stranger, and as soon as he came close to him, Zois stood up. Everyone watched in silence as Zois slowly raised his elderly hand and caressed Yuri's cheek. After that simple gesture, he leaned and whispered in his ear. Yuri was seen hugging the stranger and turning toward the city while holding the hand on his shoulder with tears in his eyes. They both walked back into the city together, where they started spreading the faith of the forgotten god once again. Zois never said a word to anyone else except Yuri, but still they worked on spreading the Azimuth's religion in the city, where they've started building a monument to Azimuth in a form of a great pyramid of Gerillo, where Zois allegedly buried the copy of the book he dragged around with him, which would later be discovered and proclaimed the holy scripture of Azimuth. Many years have passed, and it is said that Yuri died of old age with Zois by his deathbed, looking same as ever. He uttered his final words to a servant who brought him a meal. In those final words, he revealed what Zois told him many years ago. He said, "I was chosen." And that very moment, all of the world's history flew in front of my eyes, and all of the moments which are yet to come. With those words, Yuri let out his final breath. On the other side of the city, the Great Pyramid was being put in the place. In the same moment, the old leader closed his eyes for the last time. With that great event, the loss of the leader and gain of the monument, Zois the Silent was nowhere to be found, and we entered the new era. From then on, the time was counted in regard to that day. Today, after all the adversity, we stand in front of the symbol of the better times. We stand in front of the gates of Gerillo with the hordes of the new adversary in front of us, preparing to storm our walls. Yesin murmured to himself and turned toward the mighty gates of the great city of Gerillo. The raindrops were clattering on the hard oak wood, darkened by time. He slowly turned and stared into the distance. The rain blurred his vision, but he could clearly hear the racket of the hordes running toward them. The skies were gray, but they had an orange gleam, a reflection of the great fires they started to smoke the bastards out of the woods. Yesin smiled sourly as he thought of how this Vardon war was akin to the ancient stories about the War of Dawn. Once again, he turned toward the city, trying to catch a glimpse of the pyramid's top over the city walls. Although it was raining, he could have sworn he could discern the contours of the shining building that was a monumental symbol of Gerillo. He turned toward the battlefield, sour smile not leaving his face. As the horde which devoured once proud city of Surin rushed toward them, Yesin waved to his wind chasers, gripped his spear tightly, and clenched his teeth. After the great battle of Gerillo, we know of the Yesin's contemplations only because he confided to his surviving fellow combatants. He rose to become an exemplary leader and comrade who refused the mantle of political power despite his virtue. That battle almost 300 years ago was the biggest clash between our race and Varans. We pray to Azimuth it was a last one. Life in the Alliance. Alliance territories. The Alliance territories are on a great peninsula named Salvora, surrounded by seas to the west and south. The land north of the peninsula is shackled in ice, while the massive eastern mountains separate them from the rest of the continent. Some denizens of the peninsula believe that the world stops there, while some claim there are territories beyond imagination there. The territories of the peninsula are still vast, with great cities of the Alliance rule over the territories they hold. These city-states have appointed borders of their domains, patrolled by frontiersmen placed in border outposts, controlling the border traffic and maintaining safety. Those regions that have had the chance to expand into the outside territories are slowly doing so by proposing trade benefits and protection of the villages and towns beyond the former borders. Outside territories. Territories outside the borders and not yet assimilated into domains are commonly called the outside territories. They are usually devoid of common resources, but sometimes a new source of minerals or metals is discovered there, which naturally attracts the attention of the closest great city, which then offers the assimilation into its domain. By entering the region, the newly assimilated territory is usually given every benefit of the territory in a great city domain in exchange for the rights to participate in exploiting the resources. Uncharted territories. The area beyond Alliance borders, separated by natural obstacles and not yet of interest to the Alliance, is called the Uncharted Territories. The most famous part of the Uncharted Territories are the frozen wastes to the north of the peninsula and lands on the east beyond the massive mountain range called the Great Divide. Frozen wastes, an icy, harsh land of continuous winter is home to barbaric tribes while and peculiar kingdoms are rumored to be beyond the Great Divide. There too are tales of even more distant territories beyond the ocean south of the Bay of Isles, lands of dust and sand where no man lives, and of other continents and hidden isles, but these are considered figments of the imagination. Many sailors spin tales that these territories are uninhabitable and that the sun scorches people alive. Nature of Salvora. The natural world is quite diverse and the Alliance holds many natural resources, forests, rivers, mines with varied minerals and metals. The mild climate of the peninsula's center and southern parts allows for natural life to grow and sustain itself, covering these regions in a rich multitude of vegetal specimens of all shades of green. Such abundant vegetation also supports countless beasts, great and small, who roam throughout woods and the plains. Never forget that Alliance territory is vast and that some parts struggle with a chilly climate even during the summer months. Despite this, these areas aren't as desolate as one would think. These are lands full of mountains and hills, ripe for mining, so people stay, living rewarding, albeit hard-working, lives. Although the peninsula can sustain life, it can also be harsh and unforgiving for unprepared wanderers from its terrible northern winds which can shred the flesh off a bone during the windy seasons, to its swamps that devour anything ignorant enough to cross them. Without an escort of hunters and rangers, caravans traveling some of the lesser-used roads risk being attacked by a plethora of predators roaming in packs, looking for an easy meal, or solitary beasts protective of their territory. The wilderness also hides a host of creatures only mentioned around campfires and fireplaces, beings out of nightmares, just waiting for the unwary traveler. Formation of the Alliance. In the beginning, the nomadic, indigenous tribes of the Salvora founded various habitats which slowly expanded into cities and their according territories. Many lords, kings, and princes ruled over their domains, championing expensive policies that caused frequent conflicts. Throughout many rebellions, wars, and secession, the 5 greatest sovereign domains emerged: City-State of Jarillo, Kala Principality, Sovereign Region of Surin, Duchy of Bitwa, and Free State Liboria. These 5 were the largest and strongest territories, centers of power, trade, and military might. In the long era preceding the Alliance, these regions warred constantly for borders, resources, and trade routes. During the rise of the Kutch of Azimuth, the bishops of the church understood that conflicts only delayed their growth. Through pleading and persuasion, they convinced the domain leaders to sign treaties that allowed for the peaceful distribution of the territories and undisturbed passage through the cities. The political leaders realized that if they were to gain the favor of the growing church, they would have to allow it to expand, so they decided to form a loose alliance that would benefit both the church and state. While some domains were reluctant, in the end most territories joined the alliance, seeing its benefits. Along the way, many autonomous domains and regions pulled into the alliance, gaining the status and common name of the Great Cities of the Alliance. Alliance of the Great Cities. Vasalli. There's the name that triggers mixed emotions among the common folk. Sometime between the era of city-states and the formation of the alliance, there came the phenomena of the Vasalli. It began with rumors of strange phenomena, reality twisting, minds revealed, or strange strength discovered. The stories went on about ordinary people performing heroic feats under dire circumstances, about people bedridden for weeks with mysterious delusions and illnesses only to get up one day changed somehow. There were stories about people altering their appearance, from eye color to the traceries of scars on their skin. Over the course of years, it became evident that something was happening throughout Salvora. More and more people began to undergo these changes, with suspicion swiftly followed by chastisement or exile. Sometimes they would be revered and accepted by their whole community, but there were always those who would hold grudges against them no matter their demeanor. After a great deal of theosophic debate, the Church of Azimuth recognized these people as something out of their holy scriptures, an echo of times long past, and began surrounding itself with them. By studying the Vasalli and the Holy Scriptures, the Church concluded that the Vasalli were reincarnations of the legendary Second Ones, and they decided that this was a sign of the promised return of Azimuth. Following this, the Church drafted the Vasalli, who started their own organizations and finally found their place among the building blocks of the New World. Orders. The importance of the Vasalli was recognized throughout all the Alliance, and various positions and powerful offices were offered to these new and powerful people. Their special abilities like unnatural strength, speed, mastery of mind, matter, and illusions singled them out as someone to look up to, possible leaders which could inspire people. But just like everyone else, the Vasalli sharing a heritage didn't mean that they all shared the same ideas and visions. After the first signs of the awakening of the Vasalli, many organizations sprouted up throughout the world to draft these powerful people. From clerical to political groups, everyone wanted to have the Vasalli on their side. But not every organization endured the tides of change that engulfed the New World and the Alliance. Some crumbled by themselves, some were disbanded, and some stayed under the radar. But the strongest organizations slowly became recognized as official orders, forming the fabric of the Alliance and its great tribunal. There are 5 official orders recognized by the Alliance: Circle, Zoria, Order of Cybog, Morena, and Sons of Sirin. The orders had a clear vision of what they wanted, from a focus on their philosophies to political influence in the Alliance. As the orders grew, many more Vasalli decided to join them for potential fame and power over a sense of belonging, or to keep consistency with their personal beliefs which would share similarities with the order's philosophy. Citizens of the Alliance. Life in the territories of the Alliance is diverse, ever-changing, and full of strange happenings. People still talk about the legends from the primordial era, often taking them as fact despite the growth of science and industry. After the wars of city-states, people welcomed the peace brought by Alliance Pact, although many strange events kept happening. Awakening of Vasalli, discovery of Colossi, rise of the religious and political groups, and wars against invading barbarian tribes, it all left a mark on the people, creating a rift between the poor and isolated and the rich and protected. The great cities flourished from trade when they weren't waging a war among themselves or uniting against a greater opponent like barbarians or Vargans, a terrible adversary lurking underground. Amidst all of this, the ordinary people try to survive, coping with their problems, struggling with the changes. These people, the simple peasants and non-Vasalli citizens uninvolved in politics, are often known simply as folk. Rural communities. The folk make up most of the population in rural areas where the orders and Vasalli are rarely involved. Rural life is hard and taxing, full of perilous struggle. Peasants live off the land they work for themselves, for local merchants, or in the name of the aristocracy. They hunt in the forests, fish in the rivers, or on the open sea. They herd the cattle and dabble in trading to better their lives. In spite of the tough life they live, they usually don't have to worry about the politics, decrees, and power plays that take their course in larger cities. They work throughout the day so that their evenings are free for with their lovers, their children, and their siblings. They spend the dark nights telling tales of mythic deeds and ancient wars. When they feel the need to socialize, they visit the taverns, enjoying games of cards over a drink with their friends away from their daily worries. But the downside of this free life is isolation, which shows its ugly face when dangers arise, when the dark night comes and there are no city guards or high walls between them and the restless shapes in the night. There are many tales heard over tavern tables and fireplaces, tales of horrors lurking in the dark woods, of various creatures and shady characters. In addition to supernatural horrors, people living in rural areas sometimes fall prey to cults or mercenary organizations promising protection in exchange for resources, money, or sometimes even darker tributes. The great cities. The inhabitants of the towns and cities are generally marked as citizens of the great city that rules the area. Those who search for the security and protection of the Alliance can find many opportunities and careers in urban areas. The jobs there are as diverse as the people: artisans and crafters, traders and merchants, soldiers and city guards. These people contribute to their society and their society protects them. The common folk in cities usually search for jobs they can do for most of their life and stick to it. Manual labor as dockworkers, weavers, carpenters, tailors, blacksmiths, stonemasons, butchers, millers, and bakers are often sought after by people with less education who struggle to get by. Then there are jobs for people who find themselves better at social aspects: the brewers, bartenders, tavern owners, the merchants, and traders. Careers in education, politics, and various organizations and guilds are almost exclusively reserved for citizens with higher social status. Those with the right connections are able to rise to the professions of a tutor, bailiff, scribe, intercessor, guild master, or inhabit one of the many political posts. At the top of the social order are those in the upper echelons: the nobles, the clergy, and the Vasalli. City inhabitants often find amusement in taverns and bars, which remain social hubs even in urban areas. There, citizens can relax with games of cards, dice, and wits. Those who enjoy quiet forms of amusement are welcomed into the many libraries and museums which open their doors to everyone hungry for knowledge. There are various theaters where actors reenact the old stories, new dramas, or compelling musicals. When walking through the town square, it isn't uncommon to find poetry recitals, teams of acrobats, or lone musicians to entertain you. During the various summer and winter festivals, especially those marking the solstice or ones held in Azimuth's glory, the whole town or city revels in fun and leisure, celebrating life away from worry. Besides the taverns, the marketplaces are the next most important social hubs in urban areas. Offering good trade, interesting wares, and social connections, they attract a fair share of citizens from all levels of society. Folk and their views. The ordinary people living all over the peninsula have diverse attitudes toward their urban or rural counterparts. It isn't uncommon to hear villagers and peasants openly speaking against the cities and their inhabitants. They believe urban dwellers have lost their connection to nature and their sense of humanity and have forgotten about the old traditions of hospitality and devotedness to faith, family, and community. Rural folk view city folk as self-centered and egotistical, always in a rush to fulfill selfish needs and always in search of leisure, safe in their cities and always hunting for money. They have forgotten their true selves. On the other side, urban dwellers often look down on the rural folk as dirty and uncivilized rabble. The rural folk are thought as unsophisticated, unable to appreciate the fine arts and refined pleasures of city life. Those outside of the glorious great cities are clearly superstitious simpletons who see imaginary horrors in every shadowy corner of the forest. The city folk would be right to trust in the wisdom of the rural peasantry. There are more and more barbarian incursions from the uncharted territories. Opponents of the alliance politics are becoming more common while relationships between great cities of alliance are getting more strained every day. Whatever their background, all people feel insecure and threatened, coping with it in any way they can. Some put their hopes in religion, turning to the clergy and praying intensely for the safety of their families. While the church is strong, there has never been a greater gap as now among the folk in faith and religion. Many folk are discouraged, claiming that Azimuth will never return since the dark times already came and he did not deliver their salvation as promised. Then there are some who turn their hopes to the orders and the Vasalli, seeing them as manifestations of Azimuth's power. According to these folk, the Vasalli, high and mighty as they are, will lead the folk out of the darkness. The Vasalli, they say, are the folk's connection to Azimuth, especially those folk born into ordinary and lowly families, a true sign of equality in the eyes of their god. But not everybody supports the Vasalli. Some see them as the sign of the end times. They fear that the ongoing conflicts between the orders and Vasalli will destroy civilization and throw them further into chaos and into the hands of their fears. Their deepest fear about the Vasalli is that one day they, being lost in power playing, greed, and corruption, will start an open war between orders. Such a war would destroy the alliance and devastate the lives of ordinary folk. If that wasn't enough, there's the threat of the ancient Vardon menace. These monstrous beings had disappeared for centuries only to re-emerge in nightmarish fashion in recent years. These creatures have transformed from simple stories, gossip, and whispers into an undeniably real threat to humanity. No one is really sure why Vargans attack human settlements, though some assert that humanity's insatiable exploitation of resin somehow brought it all down upon themselves. The folk generally believe that the Varans are servants of the fallen god Zimitra, who coordinates their attacks and gives them orders from his prison deep beneath the earth, preparing for the ultimate confrontation with Azimuth when the final days come. Citizenship. The folk in cities naturally have more career possibilities than those outside the city walls. It's not that everything is perfect when you live in urban centers, of course, but there is a better chance for a good life. To have this chance, you need to be marked as a citizen. The mark is a brand usually received when one is very young. It is circular, with symbols showing the time of branding, the region of the great city in which the mark was given, and the city where the citizen lives. When someone has this mark, they gain full rights as citizens of the Alliance, including the permission to reside permanently in a great city, the right to conduct business, and even to enter certain places. The branding is often done in the city hall, in the presence of the scribe and Alliance authority such as members of a ruling council known as tribunal and sometimes clergy. The representative of the authority is present as a witness, and to give consent for the marking, the scribe registers the new citizen in the city books and the clergy formally blesses them. The person then receives the brand, officially marking them as an Alliance citizen. After the branding, the new citizen receives citizenship papers showing where the mark is inscribed, confirming his identity. Citizenship can be acquired in various ways, though it is most often by birth into a family of citizens. If a person is lucky enough to be born into such a family, he is unofficially accepted as a citizen until the age of 8 to 10, when they must participate in the citizenship ceremony held annually in the great city of his region, accompanied by one parent with legal citizenship to confirm his birthright. Another way to acquire citizenship is marriage, with the unmarked acquiring citizenship if the spouse is marked. For the unmarked without any ties to citizens, the easiest way to gain a mark is through military service. Joining the army to protect the great cities of the Alliance is a noble deed, allowing the unmarked allowed to receive citizenship after a period of 2 years in service. There are, of course, other means of gaining the mark, but they are usually beyond reach for the common folk. Only those who have done a great service to the Alliance are normally given this honor. Newly awakened Vasalli, as well as Vasalli who never before had any need for citizenship, have the right to apply for the mark at any point in life by virtue of their strange, and perhaps divine, gifts. The unmarked. There are many people who remain unmarked. Some of these folk can lead long and normal lives outside of the great cities forbidden to them. Others try for military service but are found unsuitable in the eyes of the military recruiters. Still, others lost their mark as an act of legal punishment or personal rebellion. For those unmarked folk who need though access the cities, there is a solution in the form of daily passes for traders or intercessors. Intercessors are traders who specialize in cargo transport, arbitration, negotiating, trading, and conducting business in the name of the unmarked with towns, traders, authorities, and law enforcement. Usually they have backgrounds as scribes, clerks, or traders, and most are wealthy since they demand a cut of the trade as payment and because there are many unmarked traders who wish to sell their goods in cities. Lately, there are more and more folk whom, dissatisfied with Alliance, peel off their marks, leave the cities, and join the isolated communities formed outside of Alliance territory. These communities, beyond Alliance political power, will accept any disgruntled individual or angry family choosing to retreat from the urban centers. Religion. Until the Vasalli phenomenon, many of the ancient faiths had been fading into obscurity. The religious traditions of like animism, ancestor worship, and the various pantheons were abandoned by the broader society, relegated to a matter of perspective and personal choice. Most domains upheld one or two prevailing religions as formalities, but the religious leaders weren't part of greater politics. When rumors of people with divine gifts began to spread, the Church of Azimuth, then a small religious faction, was surprisingly fast to react. The clerics of the church discovered connections between the rumors and the very core of their faith, their god, Azimuth, and the myth of creation. Reading over the holy scriptures, they noticed that the Vasalli resembled the mythological second ones, a race created to serve their god. Hastily they organized and went searching for the people who seemed to be the incarnation of the mythological servants of Azimuth. The church, in their grandiosity, gave them the name Vasalli, a word used to describe servants of Azimuth in their mythology. The name signified their duty to serve Azimuth and to act as mediators between him and the ordinary people. The church drafted the Vasalli into its ranks. Many accepted, confused by their newfound powers and hoping to understand their meaning. The doctrine claims that Vasalli are old and powerful souls reborn in new bodies. Most of the Vasalli, more commonly known as the Awakened, found that to be reason enough to join the flock. Soon enough, the church swelled its ranks, empowered by its newest members wielding the gifts, as their powers were called by the church. The church insisted that the Vasalli were direct proof of Azimuth's existence, inspiring the common folk to turn toward religion. The church also attracted prominent leaders, but mostly did so to cultivate a potential alliance with this powerful new servants of Azimuth. With the rise of the orders and the spread of secular ideas, the church was losing their political power and influence. The power of the clergy subsided, while new generations turned to more mundane beliefs, abandoning the religion of their ancestors. That is why the church leaders now try to adapt the religion to fit modern times, offering spiritual support in the face of the peninsula's troubles. The citizens of today hold varying levels of piety, from absolute devotion, token gestures, to active scorn. Most people still visit church on special occasions such as weddings and funerals, but deep faith is weak. Apart from the traditionalists who still uphold the honest faith, there are new movements in the church along with separatist doomsday cults who prophesied the upcoming return of Azimuth. Though no one today can prove the existence of Azimuth, these people truly believe that the end is nigh and that Azimuth will rise soon. They corroborate this opinion by pointing to the Vargon threat and the decreasing number of awakening Vasalli, among various other theories. On the other side, there are theories that Azimuth never existed, that it was all a scam from the start. Proponents of similar theories believe that the clergy began as a ruse as a way to control the population. They explain the existence of the Vasalli as a new kind of race that unleashed their own potential or that they are connected to something else entirely beyond any god. There are even some groups that consider the Awaken to be tools of Zimitra instead. Structure of the Church. The Church of Azimuth has expanded beyond the borders of the great cities. It unites every temple and all of its clergy under the holy office stationed in great city of Gerillo, one reason why Gerillo is a political hub of the alliance. The Church of Azimuth has its divisions known as eparchies for the domains of the great cities, but they all answer to the holy office. The head of the holy office and the Church of Azimuth is the Hierophant, the high priest of Gerillo. Each other division of the church has its own high priest or high priestess, whose mission is to lead the church in their appointed region while still answering to the Hierophant. The eparchies of the church are named according to their region, the Eparchy of Kala, the Eparchy of Sarach, and the Eparchy of Bitwa, while every eparchy can have several churches stationed in smaller cities or villages, where a common priest holds mass for the believers. Although the church is officially separated from alliance politics and its city councils, church representatives still have the right to be a part of the city councils called tribunals in the name of the interests of the church. The Circle and the Church. The history of the Circle is intertwined with the history of the clergy and the Church of Azimuth. When the Vasalli started appearing, it was the Church of Azimuth that claimed they are the descendants of Azimuth's servants. The Church of Azimuth then began finding and drafting Vasalli, counting on the power it would gain from having Vasalli in its ranks. Clergy organized a special division inside the Church of Azimuth to deal with the newly awakened Vasalli, helping them to understand and train their powers. Slowly, though, the Vasalli decided to separate from the clergy, not wishing to spend their time in monasteries, but rather to use their gifts actively in the name of Azimuth. The division which was created to help Vasalli separated themselves from the clergy and named themselves the Circle. Soon Vasalli took over the leadership of the Circle, and so the First Order was born. Today, the Circle is still closely connected to the Church but strive to maintain independence from the clergy. Azimuth's pilgrimage. The most devout believers often undertake a special pilgrimage in honor of Azimuth. Pilgrims must start their pilgrimage in the city of their residence and end it in Gerillo, traveling only on foot throughout the entire journey with nothing but clothes on their back, consuming only bread and water. It's not uncommon to see groups or caravans of pilgrims on the roads throughout the alliance, often accompanied by some soldiers or mercenaries for protection from dangers such as bandits or creatures of the wild. To somewhat lessen the dangers of such a perilous task, inns and roadhouses are kindly invited by the Kutch to offer them free shelter. Very few innkeepers dare to displease the Church of Azimuth, though even fewer are pleased about the burden placed on their shoulders. The resin. The world has changed since the resin was discovered. This substance led to a scientific revolution and may change the world as countless tinkerers and chemists have turned to explore its wondrous capabilities. Resin has many unimaginable applications in life and science. It was first only used as illumination, which is how it was discovered. In the deep woods of the north, hunters finding themselves in the dark forests discovered this green resinous substance on trees and stones. Illuminating the darkness, it helped them to find their way home, showing them the light. Alchemists found out that resin collected the light during the day and became luminescent at night. Very soon, people started using the resin to illuminate dark streets, since it offered more light than lanterns burning oil. It shone with green light, though sometimes in other colors depending on its original properties or the chemical processes alchemists would use. The most common color-changing process produced an orange color, as in this way the light would be most familiar and natural to the folk, reminding them of candles and torches. Nevertheless, aristocrats sometimes wished to single themselves out and asked for resin with some new color and glow to show their unquestionably distinct taste. Further research revealed that resin had even more properties and capabilities than first thought. People began using it in medicine for its healing and anesthetic properties, and in craft because coating steel with resin makes it easier to work during hammering. After a while, some blacksmiths discovered how to work with the new material through experimentation, creating weapons, armor, and shields made out of resin and steel alloy. These new weapons were lighter than steel but more durable and flexible enough not to break under tremendous pressure, making them a weapon of choice of the most elite military forces. However, the visibility of resin is a drawback, especially if one wishes to remain unseen. As such, resin weapons are the least favored type for shady characters with ulterior motives. The rise of the technology divided the more informed folk and the Vasalli into proponents who advocated for its use in everyday life and its detractors who openly shunned the usage of resin. The detractors say that resin technology is not in accordance with Asimov's ways, demanding that it be abandoned, and are suspicious that it is tightly connected to Vargan attacks. The idea that resin and Vargans are connected has spawned many cults and criminal bands. These people try to sabotage the use of resin wherever they can, severely slowing the progress of technology and making resin rarer and more expensive. They claim that the first Vargan attacks coincide with the discovery and exploitation of the new material, and the connection between the two is undeniable. In further defense of this theory, the opponents of resin claim that the first of the larger cities to fall were those most illuminated, not skimping on resin. The fact stands that the first cities attacked were those who first used resin, but since these places were usually near to resin collecting places, the proponents of resin dismissed the connection between resin and the Vargan attacks, explaining that these places were simply the most visible in the night, the usual time of the attacks. Nevertheless, the general opinion is that resin means something to the Vargans since it was found in their tunnels by those who first entered the underground network. Organizations. In the Alliance, there are organizations who hold influence over matters political and religious. Some of these organizations are legislative in nature, some are committed to a specific task, while others are simple institutions that gather people with common interests. Each of these has power, though, and their own needs. Tribunals. The tribunals are the legislative, executive, and judicial organizations that govern the great cities and their regions. Every great city has a tribunal which functions separately from the Alliance. A tribunal is responsible for the common good of its great city and surrounding region, deciding on local laws and decrees, more or less according to Alliance decrees. The members of the tribunal vote for the passes any other member can suggest, and a law or decree effectively passes by majority. The members of the tribunal are elected inside the organization they represent, and accordingly every organization sends two of its representatives to tribunal meetings called the first and second. The structure of the members in tribunal consists of 2 representatives of the major orders, 10 of them altogether, 2 representatives of the Chamber of Merchants, 2 representatives of the Church of Azimuth, 2 citizen representatives, and the city father, who is the executive leader of the great city. The city father is usually chosen among the firsts through the elections held every 5 years among the other members. Most often, the city father is a representative of an order, effectively allocating most of the power in hands of his own order. In those rare occasions when a representative from the chamber, the church, or the citizens is chosen, it is only for a short time, usually for a year, since the pressure involved in leading the city while not being part of an order is great, leading this responsibility often to be delegated to the next candidate. After the first is chosen for the city father, the second representative is promoted to first and another second is chosen to take his place. Thus, it's understandable why these votes often favor the father's order. The Great Tribunal. The Great Tribunal deals with matters relating to the alliance as a whole. The members of the Great Tribunal are the firsts and the city fathers from every great city in the alliance, protecting the interests of their regions as well as the leading representatives of the Chamber of Merchants, Church, and citizens. The location of the Great Tribunal changes every 10 years as to give the opportunity to every great city to host this powerful government body. Masks in the Great Tribunal. After a couple of assassination attempts in the Great Tribunal, it was decided that every representative of the order should wear a mask while in session to protect the identities of the members. Only the highest-ranking officers of the orders know which member is their representative or whose face is under their mask. The orders. The orders are the moving forces in the world, formed in the period after Azimuth went to sleep and during the unrest that struck the world afterward. They have various motives and plans as well as different methods for gaining what they want. They started as a method to differentiate from the common folk by collecting the Vasalli and their supporters in an organization which would defend the interests of the gifted people. The Vasalli didn't want to be manipulated and used by clergy or politicians, so the orders were created. Eventually, they wound up as political or economical organizations because of the potential betterment of their goals and standing of Vasalli in the world. Every order is represented in the Great Tribunal, the main judiciary and legislative body of the alliance. The representatives are chosen from the orders and they attend the tribunal meetings in their cities, where they represent the goals of their order. There are also the other tribunal members who represent the interests of the common folk. Although one doesn't need to be a vassal to participate in politics, the Vasalli have become the de facto main political force because of their numbers in orders. When the Vasalli first appeared, normal folk were both intrigued by and scared of them. These mysterious people held supernatural powers and were shunned by the superstitious. Most folk soon they realized that the Vasalli aren't much different than ordinary people. They were normal people with all of the human flaws and virtues set apart only by their gifts. Depending on their upbringing and character, they could be noble or greedy, though their short tempers and extreme moods were legendary. Circle is the oldest known order, formed after the Vasalli appeared. The core of this mighty order was a clerical organization created to search for Vasalli, bring them to Gerillo, and train them and help them to get accustomed to their powers. Very soon, the organization evolved into an order, gaining the name Circle. Part of the order was tasked with keeping the peace throughout the lands, while the less militant part of the order devoted itself to searching for religious truth and to studying the Holy Scriptures. Although people are sometimes afraid of them and their martial appearance, their preaching inspires people since they represent the champions of Azimuth. Zoria is the order formed during the unrest that spread throughout the world after people realized that the clergy was gaining power through the numerous Vasalli joining the circle. Not everybody was happy with the rise of the First Order, especially if it meant that the clergy could not be opposed even if they were wrong. Soon, people began to ask themselves what's the real goal of the circle and are they really just peacekeepers? An underground collective of skeptics formed a cult which turned to mysticism and constant questioning of the clerical motives. Soon they evolved into a full-fledged order when the Vasalli started joining, fresh ones and those that left the circle who didn't want to trust them unquestionably. They called themselves Zoria, meaning dawn, thus appointing themselves as the new dawn of human views. These mystics constantly question everyone's motives, searching for the truth behind the Great Pyramid, Azimuth, and divine words. They don't want to accept the current belief system, and they are usually the second option for those who do not trust the circle. Zoria is constantly challenging the circle and its clergy, but their peaceful ways and numerous followers mean that they are tolerated. The circle does not dare to openly attack them, but try to debase and discredit Zoria at every opportunity. The Order of Cybog was formed during the feud between Zoria and the circle. Sick of the strife, a vassal named Cybog decided to leave Zoria, not accepting their mostly ascetic life. He didn't want to join the circle either, fed up with their clerical views and constant prayers. He just wanted to enjoy life and his status as a vassal. His philosophy gained followers among Vasalli who felt that it was their right as Vasalli to hold a better position than the commoners without following any religion or joining some ascetic cult. This order is almost exclusively made up of Vasalli, although they do have common people among them who believe that the Vasalli should lead humanity without referring to religion. Then there are many followers who simply want to be in a favorable position with secular Vasalli. Usually, people see the members of this order as hedonists, enjoying their gifts as much as possible. They tend to be loud, flamboyant, and egotistical. But people like them for their candor and their morale. They don't remind people of the harsh rules of the circle or Zoria, but instead they champion relaxation and giving in to one's needs and nature. On the other side of the coin, the members of this order believe that they are above the common folk, both socially and spiritually. They proclaim themselves as a higher level of being, and they look down on the rest of the people, sometimes treating them like sheep or material to be manipulated. Morana evolved from a mysterious organization created by Morana Vea, an outcast of the circle. Morana left her order, unable to accept their prohibition of using gifts for personal gain. After the initial fallout, Morana rounded up a couple of Vasalli, building the idea of a mercenary team that would work for the highest bidder. Their mercenary organization attracted other Vasalli who wanted to live off their gifts, and so formed the root of the order which will later be named after her, the Morana. Gossip of the mercenary Vasalli spread among the cities, and soon similar organizations appeared. The circle started worrying and tried to trace them, but Morana reacted quickly, contacting the other organizations and persuading them to merge and conceal their existence. The organizations merged and appointed Morana as their leader, who wrote her Morana's Code, a set of rules for the organization which defines its hierarchy and etiquette. After a while, they emerged as an organization of traders and merchants and lobbied to be accepted as an order of trade-focused Vasalli. Although they took over the duties of the normal merchants and organizing trade routes, the Morana used these duties only as a front, since their mercenary philosophy prevailed. Under the mask of traders, they have become a powerful organization dealing in shady business. Sons of Surin are the youngest order, starting after the terrible consequences of the destruction of Surin in the Vargon War. Assured that other orders and cities were responsible for Surin's betrayal, Vasalli from Surin cut ties with them and roamed the wilderness hunting for leftover Vargans. After New Surin was built, these Vasalli joined the survivors of the destruction, helping them to rebuild Surin, defending them and standing by their decision to refuse every help and offer from others. When the work was mostly done, these Vasalli formed their own rebellious order, naming it the Sons of Surin, pledging to defend the interests of the survivors of the war. The only order they maintain balanced relation with is the Morana because of their mercenary and merchant nature. The Sons are a proud order, refusing to submit to clerical jurisdiction, deciding to keep the peace in their city themselves. Almost every Vasalli born in this area joins the Sons out of a sense of duty, pride, and honor. Although these are the main orders, there are numerous smaller cults and unofficial orders. Not every Vassal decides to join the order, and some Vasalli have been kicked out of their order or have chosen to leave it. The outcasts are usually looked down upon by common folk and Vasalli alike. Rarely would anyone trust a vassal who was thrown out of his order. On very rare occasions, the outcast would join some other order, but almost exclusively if the fallout was of a philosophical nature. But usually, other Vasalli would shun the outcast and people would fear him, and eventually the outcast would be forced to leave his city and try his luck in another city or live in wilderness by himself. Vasalli who would leave the order would usually find themselves in another order, or they would try to live like common folk, adjusting to their ways. They would often help people around them and become a valued member of the community which disregarded their desertion of the order. Surin. Destruction of Surin. During the time of city-states, Surin was almost as prosperous, rich and powerful as Jarilo, dominating over the western part of the peninsula. When the alliance was formed, Surin was one of the 5 founding cities which created the Alliance Pact, and as such its influence only grew. But after the humankind encountered Vargans and the Vargon War began, one of the biggest casualties was Surin. In the last days of the war, Surin was overrun and devastated. Other cities tried to help, but they were too far and cut off from the Surin to reach it in time, so the proud city fell to Vargon forces. Some of the theories are that the fall of Surin happened because the alliance officials and politicians of Jarilo wanted to buy some time to prepare their defenses, allowing Surin to be destroyed. After the war, people from all over the alliance helped in building of the new city on the other side of the Yadrin River. This new city is also called Surin, while the ruins of the original city bear the name Old Surin. Nomads. Vasalli who don't want to join any order usually live from day to day, from place to place. They are often loners and don't trust anyone. Their history often included shunning and avoidance, possibly because they never adjusted in normal society when their gifts began to show. These Vasalli are known in folk as nomads. In the last era, the old part of the city of Surin decided to extend their welcome to all nomads who found themselves without an order, giving them the possibility to live normally without anyone looking down on them. Travel and trade. Transportation. People of all classes and backgrounds travel through Alliance territory. The aristocracy and upper classes traverse the cities and countryside in service of diplomacy, war, and leisure. Priests travel between temples and monasteries, forming emissaries to Jarilo. People of all classes choose to undergo Azamotha's pilgrimage or travel to find work, trade, or opportunity. The most convenient way to travel on land is by horse. Good-natured and adaptable, it's the favorite choice for those who need to travel quickly from one place to another. A horse, or a pair of them, can be used to pull carriages, easing travel further and making it more comfortable than riding or simply walking. For maritime transport, there are various boats, ships, and galleys. Travel by water is preferred by traders since there are a number of smaller cities along the coastline that thrive on fishing and trade. It's also the easiest method for transporting large and heavy cargo. Ships are also the only way to reach the many islands and towns in the Bay of Isles as well as the Big Island and its city, both named Laboria. Enabled by the discovery of resin, hang rafts, a fairly new invention, are modified barges that slide along or are pulled by cables strengthened with industrial resin. Of course, since the mechanical work needed for hang rafts to function is complex and expensive, there aren't many hang rafts, even in the richest cities. Generally, people use hang rafts as a sign of power, prestige, and status. The most prominent examples of hang rafts are in the cities of Jarilo and Kala. Jarilo's circular, ring-like structure is easily traversed in this way because of the connections the hang raft networks form between and through the rings. In contrast, Kala's position in the mountains and its architecture hinder fast movement between its points of interest, and the hang rafts make travel easier for those who aren't afraid of heights. The wire. Today's method of fast communication over a distance is called the wire. Heavily used for strategic reasons, it is primarily positioned on the city walls, allowing the guards and soldiers to quickly inform the next outpost on the walls of the city about the situation. The wire evolved from the bell rung in case of emergency. One particularly creative guard captain suggested that a similar method of communication could be used by putting up steel rods spanning the guard posts, and these rods could be hammered upon to warn of danger. After a while, this scheme was put in place, creating the forerunner to the wire. The crude invention worked, but there was much room for improvement, so the guard masons soon started developing a mechanism to allow for communication over longer distances, while scribes developed a series of signals with various meanings. It all progressed from there. Slowly the alphabet evolved to perfection, and soon every guard post had officers trained in deciphering the messages. The project then took another turn when guard officers decided to install a whole new network throughout the cities. Slowly but steadily, the invention became available to the public if they could afford it. With the coming of resin, the masons and engineers soon substituted the rods with resin-coated wires, which allowed for a better flow of vibrations and clearer sound. Now, the guards in all large cities use the wire to communicate with each other quickly, though they use messengers to reach individual recipients. Commerce. Before the birth of the alliance, trade between cities was a dangerous and unenviable business, only marginally profitable since every great city had established its own interior trade. But those devout merchants, tenacious enough to persist in the dangerous job of importing goods, were greeted with open hands, considering that they brought desired goods of great quality. Every region had merchant wares they were proud of, from Liboria's whale oil and Bitwa's steel to Kala's stonework and Sarachan jewelry. These were the goods sought after throughout the alliance. When the alliance formed, traveling and trading became easier, and many ambitious traders emerged, seeing the business as a good opportunity to earn a name for themselves. With the rise of trade, mercantile institutions emerged, the Amber Bank and the Chamber of Merchants. The Amber Bank started as a private trading company, only to realize that the alliance needed to regulate the various coins and currencies from individual cities. Every great city has its own coinage as a mark of independence, which makes trade more difficult. After the rise of the alliance, the great cities adopted similar or identical names for their currencies, but the size, weight, and the images stamped on the pieces still vary. The common names for coins are the gold ducat, silver taler, and copper sita. The exception is the great city of Bitwa, which has great military tradition and history. They use the steel, iron, and bronze coins respectively named sword, shield, and dagger. The Amber Bank offered their help, including a commission fee for the great cities and the alliance, and established a lucrative business throughout alliance territories. Their services include deposits in various currencies, currency exchange, and issuance of promissory notes to traders to use in place of cumbersome coins. The Amber Bank has offices in every great city and even in some smaller cities with enough trade. Its main office is in Surin, one of the great cities of Alliance. The Chamber of Merchants covers all aspects of larger-scale trade between the cities, helping the trading guilds get the trading permits, decrees, and certificates they need to do business. It cooperates with the tribunals, major trading companies, the Amber Bank, and even some smaller free traders, offering their services for a nominal fee or annual membership. Their importance has grown to the point where now in some cities, they are important members of the tribunal. Today, traders who are the members of the chamber are openly preferred over those who work on their own. The main office of the chamber is in Liboria, where they founded it. The chamber started as a trading guild in Liboria, conducting naval trade along the coast, but they soon started drafting other guilds, and with the help of city officials they expanded their services into the financial and legal aspects of trade. The Morena and the chamber. As the order that fronts as a merchant and trade order, it is natural that the Morena have strong ties with the Chamber of Merchants. Some Morena officials even contributed to the rise of Chamber of Commerce, lobbying for their interests in the tribunals. Although the chamber isn't officially involved in order business, they still have connections through Morena who are members of the chamber. Lobbying for chamber interests is not without benefit for the Morena either. If they don't conduct their shady deals openly, the chamber won't stand in their way. Also, many traders feel safer if accompanied by Vasalli during their travels along dangerous routes, so the Morena often offer their services through the chamber or recruit security from other orders. Considering the strained relations between the cities in the alliance, the brigands on the traveling routes, and the outside threat of barbarians and Vardans, the roads are still dangerous, although trade has become a little bit easier because of the alliance, and it remains more lucrative than interior trade. Because of this, traders often resort to buying the services of mercenary companies or Vasalli hired through the orders. The main trade routes where the territories of the great cities meet are guarded by the military, but sometimes the region's interior roads are watched by bandits and criminals who escape the notice of the army. Essential services. Education. Education on the peninsula varies from region to region since early education isn't mandatory. Generally, rural villages or town schools offer some limited early education under the guidances of local priests or village elders. These small town schools usually offer only the basics of counting and spelling, and opportunities to learn usually depend solely on the goodwill of the local clergy or, in some cases, local teachers, if the town or village can afford to pay some of their expenses. For those who but for higher learning and greater knowledge, one must go to one of the great cities. The great cities offer better-equipped private schools, affordable to richer merchant families and lesser aristocracy. For those who can't afford the tuition, though, the only learning opportunity is to enroll into the seminaries under the tutelage of the church, devoting the rest of one's learning and life to the clergy. The nobility, wealthy politicians, and powerful merchants usually hire private tutors for their offspring to ensure instruction of the highest quality. For those who can't afford anything of this, sometimes the only way of preparing one's child for a more or less bearable life is to offer the child as an apprentice to an artisan or trader. For those who want more opportunities and have the means to cover tuition, the institutions of higher learning in the great cities offer wondrous possibilities. The various academies, such as the Kala University of Arts, Jarillo's Institute of Nature, Bitwa's Military Academy, and Laboria's Naval Academy, produce the finest young minds of the Alliance. Tuition is usually paid annually, although there are often far more hidden costs associated with a quality education. Many schools depend largely on rich patrons and city subsidies to keep the doors open. Although tuition is often too costly for common folk, exceptional students can try to find a benefactor or apply for the scholarships paid by the great city. Medicine. The medicine of the Alliance has advanced rapidly in recent history. After the discovery of resin and its anesthetic and healing properties, medicine evolved from the old alchemical and apothecary practices. Understanding the workings of the human body gained from military first aid, along with alchemical discoveries, boosted medicine to what people know it as today. Studied in academies and institutes, medical science took roots in society, resulting in public practices in the cities. Subsidized partly by city income and partly by rich benefactors and patients, clinics are available for the citizens in the great cities, at least for those with enough money to pay the doctors. Today, there is a rift between medical practitioners and the apothecaries who stay faithful to traditional medicine forsake the usage of the resin. While cities offer a range of medical help, rural areas and isolated villages often depend on the help of herbalists and traditional alchemists, usually accompanied by continual prayers to Azimuth in hopes of good health and long life. Simple pleasures. Besides socializing in inns and clubhouses, the inhabitants of the Alliance enjoy musical and sports events and partake in varied art displays. Ball Crush is the most popular sport in the Alliance. It's played by two teams in an arena with a standard field about 330 feet, 100 meters, long and wide. A team is made of 10 people with 3 lead players who must score points by passing a round ball through the other team's gates. Only these 3 attackers and the goalkeeper may hold the ball in their hands, while the rest may only kick the ball. The victorious team is the one who scores the most points in 1 hour. Fighting is allowed, but it must be barehanded, and gifts cannot be used, enforced by judges on the field. Every domain of a great city has a regional league, and there are many teams often sponsored by one of the great orders or another organization. The grand finals are played in the arena of Douai, where the 11 best teams in the Alliance compete in a 2-week-long tournament, with its finals visited by more than 100,000 people. Besides Ball Crush, the arenas usually host the collision games, which pits teams against each other in mock combats, using dulled blades coated in a special paint to mark skin and clothes. The collision games have various incarnations, such as free-for-alls, team matches, squad matches, and capture-the-flag games. Gifts are allowed as long as they aren't effective, while fighting is often allowed until someone is knocked unconscious, but the aggressive nature of the sport sometimes results in death, albeit rarely. There are illegal variants of arena fights, mostly in Old Sirin, where the rewards are big and luxurious. Although the Alliance is familiar with these illegal fights, they've never succeeded in breaking up the crime rings responsible. Art is very much appreciated everywhere. Displays in galleries and academies are frequent, and famous artists are paid well through the Alliance's culture funds and by private parties and individuals. Music is a big part of cultural life in the Alliance. Symphonic orchestras are common, and their performances are popular and anticipated events. There also are many traveling troubadours and bards popular throughout Alliance territory, sometimes giving performances for up to 1,000 visitors. Use of force. The common law. Although the great cities are all part of the Alliance, each has its own laws and regulators that enforce them. The capital offenses are mostly the same, from treason to murder, but the punishments differ slightly. Most folk stick to the law without any trouble, since they count on offenders being found and punished by the appointed regulators. However, criminals and crime exist no matter the level of security, and some areas are scarcely regulated and more lawless than others. Naturally, the law is applied more consistently in the great cities than in smaller communities, so the people in isolated areas must cope with weaker security. Nonetheless, the major crimes receive considerable attention everywhere, although petty crimes are usually punished only if the offender is caught in the act. The Alliance has an official legal code with 2 chapters. The first chapter concerns the regular laws, penalties, and proposals, and it is considered as a set of guidelines on which a great city should base its proposed laws. The second chapter is reserved for crimes against the Alliance, such as high treason and assassinations of high-ranking Alliance officials. For such a crime, the penalties and regulations outstrip the usual penalties given in the legal code of a great city. Law and the Vasalli. Although the skills and gifts of the Vasalli vastly outmatch the abilities of the folk, it doesn't mean they are untouchable by law. Every gift used against someone else for personal gain or in bad faith is considered a criminal offense punishable by law. As is the case with weapons and use of force, representatives of law and army have a certain authority to use the gifts, but they also stand accountable if needed. Using mind control and mind-reading gifts for personal gain is highly illegal, and alleged perpetrators are put under investigation. Culprits of this kind usually answer in front of the tribunal court and are investigated by the eye. If such a gift is often used, it's likely to be discovered. The victim will understand that she's done something against her will or nature, and witnesses are likely. The orders can obtain permission for their members to use gifts, though the degree of permission does vary, from limited use for the benefit of the orders to unlimited license for the greater cause of the Alliance. Such permission is issued by a collaboration of the Great Tribunal and the Collective. Using gifts in a way that does not affect others is permitted as long as it doesn't cause any harm, such as is the case with enhanced senses, enhanced body functions, etc. City guards. Every city and great city has selected its own regulators, usually named city guards, city watch, or a name traditional for that territory. Guards come from various backgrounds, both poor and aristocratic. To join the city guard, one must be marked as a citizen and usually must pass through rigorous training, physical and mental alike, over a time that varies from city to city. For those with a military background, the training process is considerably shorter. The guards are responsible for keeping up order in cities and towns, and they are the first line of defense in case of incursions, at least until the military mobilizes. Although there are the differences among the cities, the hierarchy of the guards is usually the same: proficient, skilled guards who show potential progress through the ranks until they are appointed as officers. Officers undergo further training held in military centers, which includes the study of strategy, logistics, tactics, and command structure, making them effective leaders and commanders. The high officers are elected by an answer to the city's tribunal and mayor, or sometimes even to military officers, depending on the guard structure and their assigned city. Officers can also choose to specialize in the investigation, undergoing special training that effectively makes them detectives in service of their city or the Alliance. These officers tackle major crimes, undertaking extensive investigations. Punishment. Methods of law enforcement vary from city to city. Petty crimes like theft can be punished on the spot by fines, incarceration, or even by cutting off the hand, depending on the offender's social status. Punishments are divided into various categories according to the severity of the crime, from draconic methods of physical punishment to jailing, reimbursements, and fines. Offenders are considered guilty until proven otherwise, making people think twice before breaking the law. Capital offenses such as murder, treason, smuggling, and burglary demand a convocation of the city's tribunal where the charged person answers to their judgment. Serious punishments often include death, peeling off the mark and exile, lifetime incarceration, and unmarking of progeny, a severe punishment which revokes the offender's citizenship and exiles their whole family, rendering whole future generations incapable of receiving the mark. Military, offering shelter, food, modest wage, and citizenship after an initial period of service, the military is often a choice for poor citizens without any perspective. The initial time of service is 3 years, but most soldiers decide to stay in service longer and become professional soldiers since it offers security and likely a career. City guards and local law enforcers are often under the purview of the tribunal of the great city they are stationed in. The army is in the same situation. Every city has its own army and appointed leaders, but during invasions or in a time of great need, the army falls under the authority of the alliance and the great tribunal, and the officers chosen from the collective take over the leadership. Tightly coordinated by their generals and army officers, they are stationed in every great city as an entity separate from the city guards responsible for defense if the city is attacked. There is possibility of advancement, but rarely does some enlisted grunt rise above the lower ranks, although there are cases of advancement because of excellence, especially in wartime. The higher ranks are almost exclusively reserved for the nobility and for Vasalli cadets who pass through a military academy in Jarillo, Sarin, or Bitwa. In academies, they learn and study the art of war, strategy, tactics, and leadership. After graduation, they return to their city of origin where they are appointed in the army as low-ranking officers. The highest-ranking officers are the generals or admirals if the city has the navy. During the time of city-states, before the alliance, the art of war evolved through the constant wars and battles on the borders. After the alliance formed, the times of peace lasted without real threats from the outside. But when the barbarians from the north and the east began invading the territories, the alliance strengthened under the pressure of these outside threats, and they joined the military of the great cities, showed their importance by defeating the threats. From then on, the alliance and its military leaders understood the importance of quick action and readiness in mobilizing their armies. Even during times without outside threats, the relations among the great cities sometimes frayed and escalated into bloody conflict. Differences in mentalities among the citizens of different cities, disputes about borders or resources, and general animosity because of strained relations throughout history weren't uncommon, but all-out war was often avoided, as other great cities would rush to prevent the alliance from destabilizing. To this day, there remain unresolved conflicts and strained relations between Kala and Sarin and between Bitwa and Sarach. There are also disputes between Jarillo and most other great cities. They resent Jarillo's attempts to centralize governance. That said, Jarillo is the political heart of the alliance. The majority of the influential politicians and functionaries live in this great city and look upon the Great Pyramid as they debate the laws that bind. Colossi. These enormous creatures are transformed Vasalli who was submitted to painful and terrible transformations through the month-long rites of Colossi. The end result is tremendous humanoids of various appearances. The rites were first discovered by the Church of Azimuth and the order closest to it, the Circle. After months and months of failures, they succeeded in creating a colossus by merging the bodies of live Vasalli in a horrific ritual of mass hypnosis. The colossi were wild and unpredictable, and the only method they could use is to sedate them until the Vasalli excelling in mind control would succeed in twisting their minds enough to control them. Other orders soon began conducting the rites of colossi with various degrees of success. Slowly, they were more and more successful until the number of colossi was almost impossible to maintain. At some time during this race for power, a large number of colossi broke the chains of mind control and ran amok, ripping the flesh from their bones and attacking each other. Interestingly, they didn't attack their creators or destroyed anything intentionally, giving the impression that they weren't completely stripped of their humanity in the process of creation. After the most of the colossi ran away from the cities or destroyed themselves, the orders decided to stop producing mass numbers of colossi, limiting their numbers instead. Now, colossi aren't as common but are still used as warriors and laborers who construct magnificent buildings throughout the alliance. Vargans. The one word that chills the blood of even the most seasoned war veteran is Vargan. These creatures of the dark underground are feared for good reason. Their brutal attacks on the villages and cities of the Alliance have taken their toll in human lives. They were virtually unheard of until humanity discovered resin, which has led some to theorize that resin is connected to the true origin of the Vargans. It's widely believed that they are sensitive to sunlight, which is why they aren't seen during the day. The folk believes them to be the race created by the ancient god Zimitra, who was thrown deep under the earth by Azimuth. It's believed that he created the Vargans to be his servants and army in the final attack against the surface and in the war against Azimuth. These creatures stand at over 2 meters high with gray or white skin, long ears, and black eyes. Their unusual mouth looks like it has straps of skin pulled over them, but they can open them and bite or suck through. Their bodies, although slender, are incredibly strong and athletic, with long extremities finishing in razor-sharp nails, making them formidable opponents. Their skin is extremely durable and hard to pierce even with very sharp blades. Although they possess eyes, it seems that they rely on their other senses for direction and sense of location, and it's almost impossible to sneak upon them. They are rarely in groups except when attacking settlements or in open combat against the army. No sane human or Vasalli would choose to fight alone against a Vargan, since they are known to kill whole groups of capable warriors and leave unscathed. The home of these adversaries, the underground network of tunnels, holds many secrets to humanity. Those who have explored some of those tunnels, the members of the Hand and the Eye, have brought back stories about big abandoned hives, huge beasts who serve the Vargans, and even more twisted, bizarre, and unfathomable thing. The rumors found their way to the folk, where they gained a life of their own, carried from person to person. The stories became bigger, scarier, and more unbelievable, to the point where some people claim that there is a main hive deep under the foundations of Gerillo. For a long time, doctors and academics have tried to classify the Vargans' origins in nature, but they couldn't agree. Some say that they are descendants of the humans who retreated underground long time ago, perhaps during the War of Dawn, while others say that they are an entirely new species originating from fungi. Whatever the true origins of the Vargans are, one of the most creditable authors is Dr. Karpov with his legendary Vargan Codex. Chapter 2: The Great Cities. Wanderlust. Wanderlust is that intangible part of being that everyone is born with. Yes, it can be stronger in some individuals and almost imperceptible in others, but we all feel it at some point in our life. Wanderlust is the force that drives a man away from the security of his home and into the unknown. It drives him toward understanding himself by understanding the world. I've seen my share of places under Azimuth's light, and I've seen what people and nature can do. For this reason, I feel I can understand basic human nature. I dare to say the words, I truly got to know myself. Angra Mahadi, the way of the trail. Gerillo. Population, 250,000. City father, Vino. Leading order, the Circle. Gerillo is the largest city of Alliance and takes pride in being the richest city in the known world. The legend says that people who built it did so according to Azimuth's instructions, and that's the reason for the rapid growth and prosperity it was blessed with. The city was founded by the ancient nomads unified under the strongest clan. The citizens of the city are proud of the city's importance, claiming it was built about 10 millennia ago. While no documents can confirm it, the legends and collected lore seem to support that claim. Gerillo lies in the fertile valley beyond the Traphes mountain range, which presented a natural barrier during the Vargan War, thus mitigating and delaying the attack of Vargan forces until the last moment. The same mountain range kept it secure during the rise of the city-states in the past, preventing any assault from their rivals. This city is the home to the Great Pyramid, one of the largest structures in the world, which is supposedly the resting place of Azimuth, where he dreams in a deep slumber waiting for the proper moment to return. In the modern times, Gerillo is best known as the most desirable city to start a business in, especially if one is interested in mercantile trading, finance, hospitality, or heavy industry. Appearance and locations. Even to the untrained eye, a second look reveals that Gerillo is primarily a city where commerce of the whole alliance takes place. Its big main squares, wide streets, various offices, and organization headquarters all partake in the creation of a busy vibe of an important city. The streets in the better parts of the town are under constant surveillance and upkeep, leaving visitors with the strong impression of clean and safe streets. The river Gerillo springs somewhere on the slopes of the nearby mountains, so its crystal clean water runs through the city, and most of the citizens are committed to keeping it untainted. Gerillo's unique concentric design has origins in the rich history of the city. With the rapid expansions and growth, the defensive walls were built around the settlement, so today Gerillo is comprised of 3 districts called the Inner Ring, the Outer Ring, and the Outskirts, which are separated by 2 massive walls surrounding the districts. The rings are connected with large gateways on the main street, leading from the central point of the inner ring, being the Great Pyramid, to the main doors of the outer ring. These gateways are wide enough for a colossus to pass through them, allowing the main defensive forces of the alliance to reach the inner ring quickly. The massive colossus gateways are under heavy guard as well as the most of the walls, but there are entry points strategically located on different parts of the circular walls, making other roads to the inner ring a more twisted and scattered as opposed to the main road. The inner ring. The inner ring is the old core of the city where it's possible to see old structures which survived the tides of time as well as the buildings renovated in a massive effort to keep the history and culture alive. Today, most of the inner ring is full of the most important institutions, respected schools, the leading centers of medicine, and the headquarters for many guilds. The inner ring, besides being the academic, legislative, and religious center of the alliance, is the home to the richest people in the city and beyond. The concentration of wealth has made this district an elite location full of taverns, theaters, and exclusive stores. Every luxury is available here, making it one of the most prized places to live in. The Great Hall in the Inner Ring is a current home to the Great Tribunal, a legislative body of the Alliance, as well as the home of the Jarillo Tribunal, a city government presiding over this great city. Directly across the Great Hall stands a palace of a city father, where Vino, a current city father, lives. City fathers of Jarillo throughout history were usually heavily involved with religion, so somewhere in the past, this palace became a main Azimuth's temple of Jarillo, staying that way until this day. No matter the importance of these structures, they are completely overshadowed by Great Pyramid of Jarillo, a great monument to the sleeping god. Today, there are no ceremonies in the pyramid, since entrance is almost exclusively allowed only to the highest clerics of the Azimuth's church. These chosen priests are the only who know which secrets the building holds and how to enter the pyramid, which has no visible doors. Inhabitants of this district have a special kind of mark, a specific brand upon brand which marks them as the residents of the inner ring, and they are only who are allowed to stay in the inner ring after sundown, while others are susceptible to the heavy fines and penance. The outer ring. The outer ring surrounds the inner ring completely and was built several centuries after the Great Pyramid was built to supply the newcomers with living quarters. As such, it's the most densely packed district of Jarillo, filled with buildings which show the architectonic influence from all over the Alliance. The most important part of the ring are its legendary 5 markets, which are one of the central hubs of Alliance trading. On these markets, you can find the people, traders, and products from all over the Alliance and sometimes from even farther locations. Most of the city accommodations is currently in the outer ring, so naturally, most of the business, trading, and everyday life in general is done here. Accordingly, this is the district with large numbers of offices, stores, libraries, factories, hang-raft stations, guard stations, as well as the places for informal gathering such as taverns, theaters, and parks. Since it's the largest trading hub in this part of the continent, almost every headquarters of the various organizations can be found here, from order centers to the Amber Bank and Chamber of Commerce. Inhabitants of the second ring are the majority of the Jarillo citizens, but the poorer citizens are mostly stationed near the walls between this district and outskirts. Every citizen of the Alliance is allowed here as long as they have papers and mark to present in the case of routine checks. Non-citizens and unmarked aren't allowed to enter the outer ring unless they have a special daily permit issued by the city guard. Daily permit. To obtain a daily permit, person without citizenship mark must have a reason valid enough for a captain of the city guard to decide in favor of issuing the permit. Together with that, they should be accompanied by an official intercessor to act on their behalf if they aren't able to do so. Outskirts. The outskirts are a peculiar area of Jarillo, not fully a district in an ordinary sense of the word. This territory begins where the outer ring ends and it spans in every direction for at least a couple of miles. First look at the outskirts would make someone think it's a kind of a ghetto with its colorful buildings, tents, carriages, and caravans. Although it looks unorganized, the outskirts are home to both rich and poor people alike. The reason behind it is that Jarillo, with its circular architecture, can't expand anywhere but outward, and with all the newcomers and potential Jarillo inhabitants, there simply isn't any room left in the central rings. Many ambitious souls are forced to spend at least a couple of years in the outskirts until they get a chance to move toward the outer ring after someone moves out, sells their possession, or passes away. The outskirts isn't formally considered to be part of the great city of Jarillo, and there is no wall to protect outskirts from the outside. Recently, the foundations have been laid on the south part of the district, beginning the long transition period as the area slowly joins Jarillo proper. While the outskirts are poor relative to the inner ring, they are still dramatically better off than places and settlements more distant from the Girillo. The streets are less maintained, rarely cleaned or repaired, and there is a multitude of various scents in the air. On the other side, there are a lot of well-situated people who are waiting for their chance to move in while starting their business in the outskirts in order to have it fully developed at the time of moving. Following that, there are various traders and artisans with their families here, as well as hunters and builders working on the building of a future infrastructure. With all the people and potential audience, it's also an attractive neighborhood for various entertainers, showmen, and acting troupes. Relations. Girillo is one of the 5 great cities signatories of the Alliance Treaty and its main instigator. Because of that, most of the Alliance officials are stationed in Girillo, only part of them following along with the periodical moving of the Great Tribunal. Its trading importance, security, stability, and prosperity has given tremendous importance to the city, incurring envy from other cities of the Alliance. Throughout history, Girillo was the leading city in number of years hosting the Great Tribunal, and most of the taxes were poured in the development of the city and in the pockets of the Alliance officials. Because of that, most of the inhabitants of Girillo feel superior to the other Alliance citizens, considering their city the capital of the Alliance and their leaders responsible for the progress of the society. This attitude made other great cities of the Alliance angry with Girillo, although they accept its power throughout the Alliance. The simple necessity for a stable trade and industry has given Girillo its sway over the rest of the cities. By far, Girillo's worst relations are with proud Surin. The leaders of Surin have claimed multiple times that during the Varan War, Girillo fronted a secret meeting of the Great Tribunal where Surin was excluded in order to sacrifice it to gain some time for defense. These claims have never been confirmed, but severing the ties with Surin, even between the same orders, has been enough to create and maintain the animosity between two cities. Currently, the only thing maintaining somewhat civil relations between Surin and Girillo are the massive efforts of the heads of the orders to keep the connections between the members. Whatever the situation, if the alliance ever comes tumbling down, the heart of the strife will surely be a confrontation between these two great cities. Sites of interest. As the biggest city in Alliance, Girillo has many particular locations and some of them are detailed here. Pyramid pools. The Great Pyramid, allegedly built by Urivolk under the Azimuth's divine inspiration, isn't the only religious attraction in Inner Ring. Surrounding the pyramid, there are so-called pyramid pools filled with crystal-clear water springing from somewhere under the pyramid. These pools were once used in creation of colossi. It was said that the waters of the pool are a necessity for the development of their flesh. After the practice was abandoned, the pools were used in religious trials, for it was believed that innocent people will find themselves healed and refreshed by waters while guilty would burn. With the development of the legal state, this practice was abandoned too, but the belief still prevails and people can be heard to swear their innocence by the waters of the pools. Red Pit. Although the prisons of the Alliance are located outside of the great cities, sometimes even on the borders of the domains and on the no man's land, Girillo retained its right to maintain its own prison called Red Pit. Located on the border of Outer Ring and outskirts, with the wall circling the prison all around, except on the part where it's adjacent to River Girillo. The name Red Pit comes from the old times when the prison was an actual deep pit in the ground whose bottom ended up in a deep and freezing waters of the river. The prisoners would spend their days in this pit, stationed on the narrow ledges positioned circularly around the inner walls of the pit. Without any guards in proximity, prisoners would often fight, which would result in walls of the pit red with blood. Today, Red Pit is more a complex of prison blocks and housing apartments for the guards and warden than a pit, but the central point is still a deep chasm where only the most hardened criminals are put into. Drazen's Eye. Similarly to the arena of Dawai, Drazen's Eye is a place where many games and fighting matches take place, all for the enjoyment of the good citizens of Girillo. This magnificent arena, which occupies a large portion of the western part of Outer Ring, was built as a dedication to all the heroes in the history of Girillo. Built by Drazen the Prosperous, it was initially called Arena of Heroes, but it was renamed in his honor after his death. The walls of this circular arena are almost exclusively lined with the white marble stone brought in from the mining city of Sarach when their mines were partially owned by Girillo. Circular corridors surrounding the arena plateau inside the walls are filled with the statues of legendary Jeriland heroes, and after the creation of Alliance, even the recent heroes and important historical figures of the Alliance are represented. Kalu. As opposed to other locations described here, Kalu is not part of Girillo, but it is located in Girillo's domain. However, what distinguishes Kalou from other cities under the Jarillo domain is that it was almost entirely built by Jarillo and it is considered the part of Jarillo with every benefit and obligation it brings. In the past, Kalou was a small fishing village inhabited by common folk trying to survive of the sea. When Jarillo began its rise to a powerful megalopolis, the city officials decided they need an access to the sea. With that in mind, they decided to offer a treaty to Kalou which would allow Jarillo to build on their territory in exchange for free access to sea down the river Jarillo which flows through Kalou and into the sea. Through the times, Kalou effectively became a part of Jarillo outside of the city itself and main Jarillo's port. Now, Kalou has expanded many times it once was, becoming an important trading point and a port for Jarillo. Liboria. Population, 120,000. City father, Gento. Leading order, Morena. Far to the southeast, where the Yarden River touches the sea, lay the 100 islands on which the proud city of Liboria stands. Its geographical position may be a somewhat more isolated, requiring a long way to reach it, but the Liborians can be found all across the world, especially in port cities. Liborians' affinity for the sea is woven into all aspects of their lives. As soon as a baby is born, they wash him in the seawater, and after someone passes away, they give his body to the sea. As an island city-state, Liboria was dependent on the fickle nature of the sea and life in it, which forced them to develop everything naval to the perfection. Legend says that Liboria was founded after the fall of legendary Antaria by the survivors of the cataclysm. Brave explorers and fishermen, seafarers and traders went off with their families, found this archipelago and settled there. This history has led them to value freedom above all other virtues. They've had a long and hard journey to become what they are. Through the centuries, Liboria became a naval and trading force, dominating the routes on the sea and becoming a connection of all the cities along the coast. After the alliance treaty was discussed, they decided to co-sign, not because they cared for another political body governing their territory, but rather to open up new trade routes and gain better access to the cities across the land. Appearance and locations. Liboria is spread out across the multitude of islands in the bay, with the high walls surrounding a couple of the biggest islands. These walls follow the coastline of the islands, stopping at sea, only to continue on the next island. The passages between these walls are called golden gates, for the last rays of the sun give a golden glow to the walls polished by waves. These high walls are connected by the hanging bridges high across the golden gates, but only the city guards can walk these bridges, while others use their sailboats to reach other coasts swiftly. Seawell. The heart and soul of the city, Seawell district is the oldest part of Liboria, dating from the founding of Liboria. Located on the main island of the archipelago, this territory is rich in freshwater springs which turn into the river Atria, which flows into the sea. Seawell is primarily a residential district, but the steady supply of fresh and moving water also makes it suitable for all the businesses relying on the running water, including tanneries, mills, metalworks, etc. And Aria Square, named for the fabled original hometown of Liborians, is the main plaza of the city, hosting a numerous taverns, parks, and promenades directly under the defensive walls of the Liboria. The most respected folk of Liboria live in the Seawell, from politicians, rich traders, master artisans, academics, and captains. Sinners Row. The somewhat misleading name Sinners Row is a nickname locals gave to the main port district because it is said it was born in the blood and sweat of the inmates serving their time and doing hard labor. Today it is a very busy district with all the boats coming in and sailing out of the port, dock workers loading the trade goods and sailors preparing their ships. It's a colorful district with a lot of people and not all of them are good-natured, so there are frequent patrols on the docks and among the numerous warehouses and cheap grog shops. Although there are a lot of City Watch members, the main say in this district have the captains, which will probably punish the offender more severely and swiftly than any City Watch would. Being a captain in Liboria is a very respected position, but it's most emphasized in Sinners Row, where captains are monarchs on their boats and almost dictate the law in the district. Makers Shore. This district is entirely dedicated to the shipbuilding. It borders with the Sinners Row, but there is a lot less activity during night, since most of the workers move to Sinners Row after hours. The docks here are filled with the rib-like structures of the future ships, various cranes and mechanisms for building, and wood used for the construction. Although Liboria is primarily trading city and shipbuilding comes after it, this district can be called the heart of the alliance shipmaking. A lot of coastal cities often hire the Makers Shore artisans to build their ships, and it is said that at least one new ship sails out of the docks weekly. The denizens of the Maker's Shore are mostly shipbuilders, dock workers, artisans, and sailors mostly involved in the work being done here. This district is famous for its special laws exempting the district from all trade taxes when it comes to wood. Following this, there are lots of woodworkers not connected to the shipbuilding here. Most of the wood used is imported from other Alliance location, although it is said that best materials come from the other side of the Great Divide, a mountain range bordering Alliance territories on the east. Sailing crews who venture east in search of the quality wood whisper stories about the wild and rich forests of the east where cutting of the trees is a dangerous job, although they rarely explain what happens behind the mountains. Trident. This heavily patrolled district is the main military district of the Laboria. It's a relatively narrow but elongated district spanning from the north over the west side toward the south of Laboria over 3 biggest islands connected by the Golden Gates. This is a home to the members of Liborian Navy and City Watch, full of barracks, military warehouses, and watch posts. Also, it's a home of the Liborian Naval Academy, probably the finest Navy school in the entire Alliance, where only the most skilled, persistent, and resourceful students succeed in finishing a 5-year school. Many students of Academy come from other coastal cities in search of knowledge, and some of the students are already military officers in Alliance service, sent there to hone their knowledge to perfection. Hollows. The Sinner's Row was founded on the soft and unstable soil. It started as a small wharf, but its wooden piers were often rebuilt after harsh nature of the sea broke them down. Through the rebuilding of the row, constant building of the underground sewers and the infrastructure, the original docks sunk, creating a vast infrastructure together with sewers. In the same time, the swampy grounds near the seawall often devoured the basements of the buildings, sometimes even complete buildings down into the sewers of that part of town. This network of abandoned basements, sunken piers, sewers connected to various vaults, underground passages, and even some of the old structures are called hollows. Although the known entrances to the hollows are guarded and people rarely venture there, it is said that hollows span over 2 or even 3 districts, with only maybe a third of the tunnels accurately mapped. The facts that there are definitely undiscovered entrances and that the hollows aren't patrolled were an incentive to various smugglers and criminals to use the tunnels under the Laboria for their own purpose, creating their havens, drop locations, and meeting points. The City Watch is making efforts to stop all the supposed illegal activity in the hollows, but since the sinking hasn't stopped, tunnels can change their directions over the course of 1 week, making it hard to track changes and be sure where will the smugglers appear next. Sites of interest. The exotic archipelagos of Laboria hide a lot of interesting places, and some of them are presented here. Water market. Just outside the main walls of Laboria, there is a peculiar market, probably only of that kind in the Alliance, where trading is done entirely on water. The traders sell their goods exhibited on their boats and rafts. From small vendors and their rowing boats to the true trade moguls on the large warships and trade ships. With the first rays of sun, the vendors come rushing out of the city, trying to take the best position on a part of the bay marked by small wooden piers. Visitors would then use piers to reach some of the faster traders while taking rafts towards slower traders farther away. The reason for this kind of market lies in a Laboria's legal standpoint. Since it's a center point of a naval trade, there are some goods which could be considered contraband in Alliance eyes. Although the protectorate of the city stretches many miles of water, Liborians adamantly claim that only the islands are officially under Alliance, while sea around it can't be considered so. This legal loophole allowed some goods of a more exotic nature to find its way onto the market, from poisons, slave rowers, and various beasts, to the contract deeds of a sinister nature. Liborian Colossus. This magnificent statue is probably the biggest architectural feat in Laboria. Standing over 200 feet, 60 meters tall, this giant structure is a part of the Golden Gate on the entry point to the main port of Laboria. Although Laboria currently has no living colossi of their own, it is said that orders cooperated together with the finest colossi handlers all over the Alliance to create this statue. Although it certainly doesn't look that way, Liborian Colossus is hollow and complex set of stairs and rooms exist inside of it. Just like with the hanging bridges over the Golden Gates, only the city guards have access to the inside of the Colossus, and it is widely believed that Colossus is a storage for defensive weapons in a case of an attack on Laboria. Behind the eyes of the Colossus, there is a twin set of rooms which are used as the vantage points of the watchtower where you can supposedly see for hundreds of miles around the Laboria. Gazebo Park. One of the most recognized symbols of the Laboria throughout the Alliance are the gazebos stationed on the promenade next to the city walls. Built in the honor of the ancient gods, today they are a part of the cultural heritage of Laboria. It is said that people who visit Laboria for the first time should take a walk through the gazebo park, invoking a good fortune upon themselves and their families. Although this good fortune can't exactly be proven, a traditional gift for dignitaries from all around the Alliance is a replica of a gazebo. The promenade starts on the Antaria Square and it stretches for 2 miles toward the Golden Gate adjacent to Trident, offering a place for peaceful and reflective walks whenever someone feels the need to relax. It's strictly forbidden for traders to conduct their business there under the premise that it's a place of peace. Throughout the gardens, there are a lot of plants not native to the Liborian archipelago, so the promenade is considered a botanical garden, and it is said that the dignitaries who receive a replica of a gazebo reciprocate with a fine plant specimen native to their land. Salt Temple. When Liborians are asked about their faith and religion, they will usually answer that they follow the teachings of Azimuth, just like most of the Alliance does. Many of them still follow the ancient faith of their people, worshipping the elemental pantheon, which is led by Vodun, an ancient god of the seas. During those times, this temple built from the stones from the sea depths was a first stop of many sailors who ventured to the open sea. After rise of the Azimuth's church, preachers of the faith slightly modified tale of Azimuth's sleep in a pyramid, proclaiming he actually went to sleep into the sea. That way, Liborians still retained the custom to light a candle or an incense in the Salt Temple, although claiming they do it to honor Azimuth, although some of them never adopted this belief. Relations. As one of the 5 original co-signers of the Alliance Treaty, Laboria is respected throughout the Alliance. As an important trade city and its placement on one of the routes toward the east, it's in nearly everyone's interest to have a good relation with Laboria. Somewhat isolated position of the city led to the Laboria's relaxed attitude toward the Alliance as the political body. While they do try to maintain good relations in the pact, Liborians value their freedom and they put their laws and customs in front of the Alliance regulations, as opposed to other cities in the Alliance where the official Alliance legislation trumps the local laws. The Alliance officials in the city are well aware of this, but they don't insist on enforcing their demands so long as Laboria cooperates in the most important tasks, allows the free passage in their waters, and doesn't constrict the trade with other cities. On the other side, Alliance officials in the Great Tribunal currently stationed in Gerillo see Laboria as a stubborn child which has to be put in order. Along with the strategic importance of the city, this is one of the reasons that the relocation of the Great Tribunal to Laboria has been put in motion. The idea behind this is that Laboria will be pressed to follow the Alliance orders more closely if the Great Tribunal presides in the city. Whatever the reasons, this political maneuver created 2 currents in the Laboria Tribunal and among the citizens. The supporters of the idea claim that it will bring more prosperity into the city, enlarge the trading business, and solve the problem of criminal elements getting stronger, while the opposition insists on the precious freedom, fearing they will become Gerillo's and Alliance's puppets. When it comes to the other great cities, Laboria is chiefly concerned with maintains good relations with Sirin. As their 2 domains are adjacent on the mainland west of Laboria and good relations were Sirin's only option to access the sea, they've kept peace and trading relations for centuries. This was reflected during the Vardon War when Laboria secretly supplied Sirin with defensive forces, materials, and resources contrary to the Alliance orders. One of the most important events during the war was Liborian aid to Sirin couple of days prior to the Sirin's fall. Under cover of night, fast Liborian vessels sailed the Yadran River under the command of their capable captains and extracted Sirin's civilians to prevent a complete slaughter during the last days of siege. Both Laboria and Sirin deny this event in front of Alliance, but it may be the reason why there are a lot of Sirinian descendants in Laboria and why their close relations continued even after a terrible war. Rinian. Population, 18,000. City Father, Jonathan. Leading Order, none. In the Gora Mountains, somewhat east of the Moon Peaks, secluded in a valley between 2 high sheer cliff walls, lies the secret of City Rinian. The city has formed very recently and has grown considerably in the last couple of decades, evolving from a small village to a formidable stronghold. Supposedly, the city evolved thanks to a group of Vasalli who decided to create a safe haven for other Vasalli, thus earning the city nickname The Experiment, although people don't want to talk about it. The story says that founders believed firmly that Vasalli are superior to regular people and deserve to be a ruling class. Nobody knows the names of people that actually founded the city, but the current group of leaders is referred to as the Founding Council and they govern the city. Orders in this city are effectively non-existent as the Vasalli of the city are committed to their role as mercenaries who try not to get involved in alliance politics. Although the city has a small population and a small amount of territory falling under its domain, it was still invited to join alliance as one of the great cities of alliance because of its mercenary services. It is said that the number of Vasalli vastly exceeds the usual ratio of Vasalli to folk and that their numbers grow almost on a daily basis. The city father, known only as Jonathan, is considered the highest-ranking member of the founding council, although he rarely makes an appearance except in meetings of the highest priority. Instead, he uses messengers and packages containing documents in order to present his will to the rest of the founding council. Next in command to Jonathan is an elder member of the founding council called Yaver. He commands the mercenary forces and is considered a father's right hand. There are 3 castes of folk who are members of the Rinian: the noble Vasalli aristocracy, the many mercenaries who sell their swords to the highest bidders, and the serfs who toil in service to their betters. Exchanging mercenary work for trade or money is how the city gets the majority of its trade goods and any supplies they can't grow or gather on their own. Outsiders must seek permission to enter Rinian as well as the services of the local guide once they enter the city. And even then, they can only access the outer parts of the city. Appearance and locations. Rinian's concentric walls create a complete circuit around the city, creating an imposing defense. No matter which side you enter from, the city looks like a large prison complex with high walls and many guard towers. The hard gray stones mined from nearby hills were used to build the walls, which look almost monolithic. Supposedly, during the building of the walls, Vasalli, which was involved in masonry, used their gifts to manipulate stone and fortify the cracks between the blocks. Rinian's architecture is utilitarian and solid, obviously subjected to defense and strategy, and one looks toward the heavily defended city walls, teeming with guards, are usually enough to discourage any possible attack on the city. Similar to Jarillo, Rinian is separated into 3 concentric sections separated by thick walls in order to maximize safety of the central districts. The walls between the district rise in height from the outer to the inner walls, reminding of steps. This was done so the guards can get a clear view and clear shot to the walls in front of them. Agricultural commons. The outer wall of the city is extremely thick, to the point of housing a whole room and barracks for the guards which are on the active duty. Once the first wall is passed, the next area is the agricultural commons. The commons of the city is filled with various fields where wheat, fruit, and vegetables are grown for additional food. The underground springs which supply the city with water surface here and are directed with irrigation channels around the fields. Besides the fields, there are livestock housing here where folk take care of the cattle, driving them out to the fields around the hills every day. Closer to the second wall, there is a market area with several stores that provide basic supplies, along with a small number of inns and pubs for housing any visitors. Outer court. After passing through the fields and beyond the second wall, the next area is the outer court. This is where the living quarters for the folk are kept. Each person or family only has a small area to themselves, and kitchens, bathrooms, and other facilities are shared. This labyrinthine structured part of the city especially resembles a prison, but the residents are not treated so poorly that they have tried to rebel, at least not yet. In fact, although the folk of the Rinian are considered just a little more than slaves to the Vasalli, they are allowed to have their businesses, products, finances, and ambition. That very ambition even causes folk to report anyone suspicious or marked as the traitor to Rinian for the promise of wealth and advancement. Those serfs who please the vassal can be rewarded with relocation to the better living quarters reserved for military or even to the inner court. Some of the military class Vasalli share the outer court with the folk, but their living quarters are in better condition. They enjoy the luxury of having their own houses separated from the hives of the folk. Besides the folk and military housing, outer court is also a place of heavy labor business, from stone cutting, masonry, woodworking, and similar. Inner court. After the outer court, there is another layer of walls and guard towers. Beyond this is the inner court of the city, which contains important facilities like supply storage, barracks to house the numerous Vasalli forces, and the council district at the very center of the city. The inner court is more densely packed with buildings than other parts of the Rinian. It's a core of the city, a place where a small village once stood before the expansion. In order to gain more space, the architects satisfied themselves with the solution of building upward. That's why it's not unusual to find tall buildings with several stories occupied by stores on the first floor, then couple of office floors, and then apartments on the top of the buildings. The streets of the inner court are rarely patrolled by Vasalli foot soldiers of the Rhenian military, but it doesn't mean they are unsupervised. Tight streets and roads are closely monitored by special shock troops of Rhenian made up of the best fighters city can offer. These special troops are members of the famed mercenary forces Rhenian offers to anyone with enough resources. The council district is where the founding council lives and has meetings. Visitors are not allowed into any of these restricted areas, and trespassers are dealt with harshly and sometimes are never seen again. Relations. As for relations with the other cities, Rhenian follows the rule of the alliance for the most part. The city doesn't openly defy any laws or work against the other cities, but they prefer to govern themselves and rely on their own council and city father to make decisions. Jarilo and Bitwa have tense relations with Rhenian because of the large number of Vasalli that live there, more joining the new city all the time. But Rhenian doesn't have a large formal military, instead focusing mostly on small Vasalli mercenary units, so Jarilo and Bitwa don't truly consider Rhenian a threat at this time. Rhenian provides protection services to every trade caravan and sometimes other cities when they need it, especially in the recent new appearance of Vargans, so most of the other cities have a good trade relationship with Rhenian. Sites of interest. Rhenian Citadel. The Rhenian Citadel stands at the center of the inner court and council district. It's an impressive stone structure with thick stone walls and no windows except on the upper floors, from where all of the Rhenian can be seen. This building was actually one of the last buildings erected in Rhenian, and today it is the place where the founding council meets to decide upon the Rhenian politics. The Citadel is also a home to City Father Jonathan, an official arbiter of the city when there is no need or time for the founding council to meet. It is said that he can be seen sometimes looking from the top window of the Citadel. Nav grounds. As main Rhenian's trade advantage are its mercenary forces, Rhenian focused on creating an exceptional fighting school and military training. Through the recruitment of the keen tacticians and combat instructors, founding council succeeded in creation of Nav Grounds, a military school oriented toward small teams of fighters. The regime of the school is allegedly very vigorous and tough, making the Vasalli trained in this establishment a dangerous force. Iron Vasalli. In the outer court of Rhenian, inhabited by non-Vasalli, there are 4 statues located on the 4 sides of the circular district. Each 15 feet high, these sculptures are only constructions in Rhenian, besides the citadel, which rise above the standard utilitarian landscape of the city. The statues represent Vasalli overlooking the city, keeping their eyes on people even in the district whose denizens aren't blessed with Vasalli heritage. The sculptures look like Vasalli with bland facial features, but with emphasized blood scars on the face and hands, shrouded in cloaks. 2 of the sculptures positioned north and south have weapons in their hands, a sword and a mace. In the hands of the eastern sculpture burns a fire, while from the hands of the western flows a steady stream of water. Bitwa. Population, 35,000. City Father, Dragon. Leading Order, the Circle. The northernmost great city of Alliance, Bitwa, is home to most competent and hardened soldiers in the entire Alliance. Mountains north of the city mark the northern border of the Alliance territories, and soldiers of the city take pride in their duty as patrolmen and border guards. Throughout the history, Bitwa was unique for its social system and dynamics, which completely focused on military training. Since most inhabitants of the city were fascinated with military excellence, a caste system emerged which put members of the military on the top, followed by nobility, traders, and peasants on the bottom. Today, the caste system doesn't exist anymore, and the Bitwa's military academy is renowned for producing the best officers the Alliance has ever seen. Bitwa is situated south of the Vidor Mountains on the Zimlad River, a position which grants them the control over the northeastern part of the peninsula but obligates them to keep their eyes toward the north in a case of possible barbarian tribes attack. As military service is mandatory even for people who don't plan to pursue a military career, most of the citizens have military experience or background. Together with the caste history and traditions, the city has trained entire generations of laconic, resolute citizens. Just like most of the cities situated near mountains and hills, trade in Bitwa relies on the resources dug out of the mines in the city domain, including various metals, minerals, and gems. The shipments of Bitwa iron and steel are welcome and anticipated throughout all of Alliance. Kayla. Population, 64,000. City Mother, Karen. Leading Order, Zoria. In the bald hills of Per-An lies the Kaya, the city academic, also known as the City of Bridges. As the nickname says, it's a city connected with hundreds of bridges, hanging, wooden, or stone. Its unique position on the hilltop and hill slopes, as well as some parts of town built on the adjacent hilltops, is one of the things which impress visitors. The city started as a series of adjacent settlements which united under the name Kala Principality. Denizens of Kala take pride in the claim that they are the scholars of Alliance and in their academic studies and education. They consider Kala a main hub of education, welcoming each person who is trying to broaden their horizons and school themselves in various fields of human knowledge. One of the other things which impress visitors are rival academic institutions: Kala University, Hotlen Institute of Progress, and Hillside Academy of Nature. These institutions cover various schools and specialistic courses, and it is said they encompass all of the knowledge in the Alliance. Together with the title of the academic hub of the Alliance, Kala also claims that they are the culture capital. Various museums, artist, and artisan workshops are to be found on every steep and cobbled street of Kala. There is even a saying that no man alive has seen and counted every workshop and bridge in Kala. Besides the academy, culture, and bridges, Kala is known for its impressive stonework. The Puran Hills have layers and layers of the highest quality stone, so their quarries work overtime to supply buyers wanting to build their structures out of the whitest and most durable building stones. Sirin. Population, 95,000. City Father, Gavril. Leading Order, Sons of Sirin. Sirin is a city with tragic past, a martyr city which suffered most of the blow of the Varan horde during the Vardan War. One of the 5 Alliance Pact initiators, Sirin was second only to Jarillo, a strong city whose riches and resources were based on trade and hard-working people. Their location on Yadrin River and proximity of rich gold mines made them one of the most influential cities in the Alliance. Alas, the Battle of Sirin nearly reduced the city to rubble. During the Varan War, one of the biggest Vardan hordes was seen advancing toward the city. Sirin sent out the pleas for aid to every city of the Alliance, begging for arms and soldiers to bear them. Only Jorgen and Laboria responded, offering ships crewed by the few troops they could spare to evacuate the citizens of Sirin from the carnage. To this day, many Alliance citizens blame the officials of Jarillo for the downfall of Sirin. Rumor has it that they influenced Great Tribunal to block every attempt of helping Sirin in order to gain more time to build their defenses. The Battle of Sirin lasted for 3 days, reducing the once great city to ruin. After the war, people from all over the Alliance tried to help in rebuilding Sirin. The new city on the other side of the Yadrin River was built, while the ruins were left as they were at the request of the survivors. Today, the new settlement has taken the old name and depends on Alliance support to rapidly expand and rebuilding its trade network. On the other side, the ruins, sometimes called Old Sirin, are a place where rarely anyone ventures in fear of the criminals and bandits which took over. Denizens of the new part of the city are trying to ignore the situation in ruins, but it is said that almost every order and tribunal benefits from the anarchy in the Old Sirin, since many usually forbidden resources can be found there. Sarach. Population, 82,000. City Father, Radomir. Leading Order, Zoria. Sarach was founded on the crossing of 4 rivers, Sarail, Skardin, Yadrin, and underground River Rani. Originally a small logging community, denizens of Sarach used their location to transport logs and wooden materials, since river routes gave them access to most of the eastern part of the continent. With time, trade grew and their location becomes more and more important. Upon the discovery of a number of rich ore deposits, the industrious people of Sarach expanded into mining and ironworks. Soon enough, the abundance of fresh-moving water and abundant natural materials attracted the best artisans and smiths from throughout the Alliance. With the discovery of fissure vents somewhat outside of Sarach, an underground extension of Sarach was founded and named Deep Sarach. The vents were ideal natural furnaces, which radically expanded the existing steel industry and smelting, and Sarach quickly became the most important exporter of metal products. Sarach is the first city welcomed into Alliance after the original founding cities established it. The importance of its traffic and trading potential was recognized, and Sarach was invited by founders to join Alliance. Newly formed Sarach Tribunal decided to invest into development of river routes for the delivery of their metalworks, building the outposts and wharves along the rivers where Sarach guards protect the territory from the bandits, making the river traffic safer than usual routes. Now every trader which wants to use river routes pays a small fee to Sarach for safe passage, effectively giving them control over the rivers. Dawai. Population, 76,000. City Mother, Sonia. Leading Order, Order of Saibag. The most southwest city in Alliance, Dawai, is a peculiar and diverse city, home to peoples from throughout the Alliance. Located in the southwestern part of Peninsula, its back is turned to mountain ranges which touch oceans on two sides. Dawai is a relatively new settlement accepted into the Alliance only a couple of decades ago. Dawai always felt independent from the rest of the continent thanks to its remote location. The port city had lucrative business on the sea were enough to sustain the city without any need to surrender their sovereignty. Before the creation and installation of a necessary city tribunal, Dawai was ruled by the Council of Captains and considered itself a free port, a place for any merchant or sanctuary seeker. Today, many people still come to Dawai to try out their luck. With their reputation as a free port, it maintains its role as a mercantile trading hub. Teardrop Bay makes a perfect protection from the high waves and violent storms of the open sea and welcomes every sea captain willing to trade. The city is also visited by people in search of entertainment since it's a home to the legendary Arena of Dawai where various games of skill and chance are hosted, among them Ball Crush, a popular team sport. With all the games and sea ventures, it is understandable that people of Dawai can be a little superstitious, and one of the examples is that people favor Dolia, an old goddess of fate, over the religion of Azimuth. Bastilla. Population, 27,000. City Father, Valsius. Leading Order, Morena. In the center of the western part of the continent lies the barren territory of Bastillan Domain adjacent to the western reach of the Velvet Mountain Range. Bastilla is a small city built on a dry land with few vegetation patches, and it started as an outpost for traders on a no-man's land between the lush territories of other cities. But with more and more traders stopping in Bastilla, the city slowly grew, managed by a consortium of traders. Soon, the citizens of Bastilla learned the shortest and safest routes over the barren lands and started guiding traders over the desert with the main stop in their city. Over the time, Bastilla became an important station on the trading routes, flourishing from the business with traders, from guiding, trading to currency exchange. But the trading business of Bastilla started to wane with the creation of Alliance and with the expansion of other routes, primarily with the route through the Kring Valley. Bastilla was turning back to the point where they were just a trading outpost. During the time of Bastilla fading, a sudden discovery of gemstone deposits under the dry soil earned back the status of merchant city to Bastilla. The vast diamond deposits adjacent to where the city was built became the main excavation point, and now Bastilla is a main diamond distributor in the Alliance. The citizens of Bastilla are mostly merchants, artisans, and miners who live off the mineral trade. It is said that their work creates the most beautifully cut diamonds, figurines, and jewelry. Jorgen. Population, 78,000. City Father, Pyotrs. Leading Order, Order of Cybog. The river port city of Jorgen can better be seen from the river than if approached on foot. Positioned in a natural shelter between two small hills, Jorgen's colorful roofs are a welcome sight for weary travelers. Renowned for its beauty, Jorgen is a city built of white stones and marble blocks, while the streets are protected from the sun by colored banners and sheets stretched between building roofs. Like Sarach, Jorgen was blessed with thermal vents beneath the city. They capitalized on the nearby of hot springs and its position to build a popular thermal spa. These luxuries attracted many affluent people who invested in the expansion of the city, most often buying property in the area. Soon enough, every prosperous trader, a powerful politician, or a minor noble had a state or vacation home in Jorgen. Besides leisure, Jorgen is known for their fertile farmland. The land on the banks of the Yadrin are used for fields of grain and wheat, while mills were built on the sides of the river. The rocky uplands, further from the waters, are used for pastures and ranching. As such, city became the main exporter of grain, livestock, meat, and leather on the eastern part of the continent. Jorgen is renowned for the harmony and concord between the orders in the city. At first, when the well-off people started buying the land and investing in Jorgen, among them were the members of the orders, and as such, it can be said that they helped expand the city and they lobbied for Jorgen to be accepted into the alliance. As the headquarters were established, members of the orders wanted to keep political confrontations of the orders away from the peaceful atmosphere in Jorgen, creating an apolitical place without the usual political discussions. Nadia. Population, 64,000. City Father, Loda. Leading Order, Cybog. The oldest large coastal city, Nadia is located on the south coast, between the mouths of rivers Hassa and Brua. Before the rise of Laboria, Nadia was the biggest port on the peninsula and most important coastal trade point. Known as the City of Hope, it was a place where many sailors and seafarers found their home. With Liboria's expansion and formation of alliance, Nadia suddenly wasn't the most important coastal city, and the only thing that kept their finances flowing was that they were closer to Jarilo. Although the full potential of this proximity wasn't emphasized until Nadia joined the alliance. The rivalry between Nadia and Liboria still exists, with Liborians claiming that they are better in sailing and trade, while Nadians believe they manipulated and cheated their way toward trade treaties and stole their trade routes. Citizens of Nadia are considered to be the best fishermen in alliance, their ships teeming with a fresh catch every time they return to port. Nadia's sailors don't favor the smaller fish though, specializing in the risky art of whaling instead. The Nadian whalers take pride in their dangerous and strenuous work, searching for magnificent gigantic beasts large enough to sink a smaller ship with a whip of the tail. As a natural consequence of the whaling industry, Nadia also has considerable expertise in shipbuilding. Despite Liboria slowly taking over the lead in ship construction, Nadia's deep waters close to the shore allow the building of large cruisers and ships, while Liboria is limited to medium-sized ships because of shallow waters in the archipelago. Famous locations. The alliance is full of wondrous places, both natural and man-made. Even beyond the great cities, interesting place that ignites the imagination can be found throughout the alliance territories and outside its borders. Given here are the most significant and famous locations on the peninsula. The Great Pyramid. The Great Pyramid is the most popular and wondrous place known to man. Towering over the great city of Jarilo, this massive structure is the highest point in Jarilo and second only to the Basalt Tower, the highest artificial structure in the known world. To make sure the Great Pyramid keeps its reputation, the Alliance has decreed that no structure shall be built higher than the Great Pyramid. The pyramid's history is somewhat unclear since no detailed records of its construction have ever been found. Historians have come to a consensus that it was miraculously created by Azimuth, and the masons of old times, instructed by Azimuth, later expanded and enlarged the building. As the Holy Scriptures instruct, when his time for rest came, Azimuth announced to the world that he would be retreating to the pyramid. A week-long celebration was held, and when midnight of the last day struck, a great light shone upon the pyramid, its tip glowing with the strength of the sun. The onlookers were blinded for a couple seconds, falling to the ground and praying. After their sight returned, the light was gone and only darkness remained. Positioned in the central ring of Jarilo, the Great Pyramid and its grounds are the architectural and social center of the city. A place of pilgrimage, the pyramid grounds are considered holy, attracting priests, monks, and believers from across the alliance. Entry to the pyramid is against the law, although this resolution is strictly symbolic since the structure has no visible entrances. The walls of the pyramid are decorated with multicolored resin lumps, illuminating it beautifully through the night, although those who aren't residents of the inner circle may not spend the night inside the walls of the inner ring. Around the pyramid, order is kept by the city's elite guards, along with officers chosen from the lines of the hand. Besides the Great Pyramid, there are other attractions, including the statue of the son of Jarilo, the colossus who sacrificed himself in defense of the holy grounds, stationed on the central square north of the building, and the sacred pools, once used for the creation of mighty colossi, is on the south side of the pyramid. The ruins of Wesps. In the midwestern part of the peninsula spans the Haberchost mountain range. With its gray mountains and soil, steep passageways, and glum appearance, it's easy to imagine that people would want to bypass the range completely. The truth is, though it's not even on a major trade route, Haberchost gets its share of visitors and travelers primarily because it holds the ruins of Wesps in its heart. Deep in the range, the ruins rise from the hard stone, barren and unsuitable for human life. The derelict city has architecture too alien and distant to be habitable, from its oversized buildings to the rooms and halls of unknown purposes. When first discovered, the structures were believed to be the old place where Azimuth rested, but now most believe that it was the habitat of his old race of servants. The odd rooms and their strange designs never served common functions like kitchens or bedrooms. But besides the architecture and the strange buildings that seem to have no purpose, the ruins are most famed for the Basalt Tower, the highest building in the known world and the only one higher than the Great Pyramid itself. The tower is almost as tall as some of the peaks around it, imposing and impressive. Antaria, the sunken city. If you travel along the southern coast of the peninsula, you may hear of the legendary Antaria, the city swallowed by the sea. Many travelers and thrill-seekers embark on journeys to explore the sunken city, so you will often hear the many rumors of its doom and the treasures it hides. Of course, many locals will roll their eyes and give you the silent treatment if you mention your wish to explore the legend, since they don't take kindly to nosy strangers streaming in. On the west coast of the Bay of Isles lies an inlet where the city sank into the sea. The cliffs overlook the sea, now home to wrecks of seagulls and curious campers who widen their eyes while telling the story of Antaria over and over again. The story of Antaria's demise tells us of the rich coastal city famed for its whale hunters and oil processing, as well as the main trade hub of the eastern part of the continent. Neatly located between the river Nocha, Lake Bog, and the sea, denizens of the area used the dams to divert the flow of the river away from the expanding town, irrigating the fields around it, enjoying the drinking water and the sea gifts alike. Before the discovery of resin, the main illumination at night were lamps filled with whale oil, so Antaria developed into a powerful trade city, small but influential and important. Antaria's power grew as the alliance was established, as the need for oil grew greater and greater. That is, until one stormy night when the great earthquake shook the coast and the soil under Antaria crumbled into the sea. The dam burst, overflowing the city while it slid into the sea. Some say the people of Antaria, with their lust for power and money, had invoked the rage of the great Azimuth. Others say that nature itself wished to get rid of them, for they had exploited the sea too much. Either way, Antaria sank into the sea, becoming a home for fish and shells. The passengers can still sometimes, during the ebb tide, see the roofs of the houses that collapsed into the sea, and while diving, they can explore the city parts that didn't turn to dust during its doom. Every now and then, some diver finds an unexplored house where he can collect the treasure left waiting in the company of skeletons, the former citizens of Antaria. But luckily, not all Antarians died in the great earthquake. Those away from home, or who were aware, skillful, or lucky enough to survive, were saved by trade ships coming home. There is sometimes another part to the story about a couple of trading company ships sinking too, so some divers decide to try their luck farther out from the coast. Surviving Antarians became the founders of Laboria, and their descendants will gladly tell the stories passed down by their progenitors about the doom of Antaria. The Arena of Dawai. This popular arena is smaller than the arena in Jarillo, but it's famed for its beautiful seashell structure and its position near the sea, where a beautiful sunset lights up the arena's mother-of-pearl walls. The main event in the Arena of Dawai is the National Sport Ball Crush, where teams from throughout the alliance compete for prestige. Besides this, the arena often hosts other competitions and concerts of symphonic orchestras. Colossi Garden. Often referred to as the Colossi Graveyard among the folk, this place is officially known as the Colossi Garden. Near the city of Kala, it is known for its multitude of petrified colossi, sitting or lying in the Great Cave. No one knows why the colossi feel the need to walk to this place when they feel their time of death is near. There are many temples and prayer houses near the place itself, and it's one of the more popular attractions in the Alliance. With its mystic background, it's no wonder various cults are attracted to visit it. Chapter 3, Vasalli and the Awakening. And then they passed by us, all high and mighty, just ignoring us. Like we don't exist, said Martin, anger coloring his voice. Others were nodding thoughtfully, holding their tankards filled with bitter ale like it was the last thing they had in this world. They are nothing but a scourge. He turned toward the rest of the pub, cutting the air with his hand. All the privileges, all the admiration. And for what? They just prance around like parade ponies, thirsting for adoration, like they are some damn gods. The heavy silence after his words was broken only with the grating of the chair on the floor. Everyone turned their heads toward the man who just stood up. Some of them clenched their fists, others just watched. The man stood up and turned toward Martin, who was breathing heavily, eyes wide. What do you know about our life? His voice was raspy as he almost whispered the words. What do you know about the awakening and the pain behind it? His voice was clearer and louder now. What do you know about the sacrifice, anger, resentment, and distrust? He spoke for the third time, almost yelling. Martin just stands there, not moving, pale as a sheet. Let me tell you something about those things. The stranger's voice became quieter again. Let me tell you what it means to be awakened. Uncovering the myth. The second ones. According to the holy scriptures of Church of Azimuth, gods Azimuth and Zimitra had a nameless race of servants following them when they came to this world. After centuries of servitude, the race slowly withered away and immortal gods became lonely. After a while, they decided to create a new race, mixing Azimuth's blood with the most advanced species in the world, humans. That's how the second ones were created. The legends and tales vividly describe the second ones as leaders of people, magnificent beings able to stand against other tribes during combat on their own. They could heal others with their touch, or they could call forth terrible powers, destroying their enemies. During the legendary War of Dawn, they led their people to safety and hid them from the wrath of the warring gods after Azimuth stood against Mad Zimitra. For centuries, the race of Second Ones were as kings, leaders, and mediators between humankind and Azimuth. They were long-lived, albeit not as enduring as the original servants of Azimuth. Alas, they were still partially human and mortal, and thus their numbers dwindled. As they died out one by one, their power also waned. Slowly the age of Second Ones came to an end. The Vasalli phenomenon is a recent one. A rare few began to awaken, transforming into beings of power, not unlike the Second Ones of legend. After the spread of the Church of Azimuth and emerging of the orders, Vasalli began to lead. Over time, they became recognized as myths turned to flesh and the heirs to the Second Ones. Vasalli heritage. No one knows what triggers the awakening or why certain people are chosen. Someone does not need Vasalli ancestors in order to receive gifts. 1 in 500 is born with the destiny to awaken. Through the course of history, Vasalli were born in different environments and families. They are diverse, passionate, and just as flawed as the ordinary folk. Their origins only guide how they view the powers they were blessed with. Nobody is raised from childhood as Vassal. Various people go through awakening, young and old, noble and mischievous, kind and bitter. Vasalli are born with divine gifts locked in their souls. Philosophers and scientists debate over whether the power lies dormant in everyone or if only some are chosen to receive the gifts. No matter what, they usually agree over the conclusion that it's of divine origins. Only in rare occasions will there be the smallest signs of their nature. Then something strange occurs. The future Vassal starts changing just as every child entering their teenage years. But with bodily and mental changes, the future Vassal experiences other changes as well. Sometimes changes came slowly, the discoloring of the skin, bodily marks, eyes changing color. Sometimes they came on suddenly, children filled with anger and strength in dire moments. The change is usually a traumatic experience. Sometimes the children were considered mad because they repeatedly talked about hearing voices in their head or having some sort of premonitions. Vasalli later described the awakening itself like transition from night into a day, like exiting the dark tunnel and seeing the world again after a long period of fog and darkness. When the Vassal finally unlocks the powers that lie within him, usually there is already someone around the corner to draft them into one of the orders. And thus starts the intense life of a Vassal. The folk and Vasalli. The folk are torn between thinking the Vasalli are shining beacons of hope and the fear that they are cold-blooded, manipulative monsters. It was only expected of people to develop differing views regarding the powerful beings appearing human. Although there are a lot of folk who distrust Vasalli, there are people who look toward them as saviors, higher beings. Some see them as potent and lustful, while others treat them as trophies to be bragged about. Although none of this is necessarily true, the veil of mystique, jealousy, anger, and longing is additionally differentiating the Vasalli from the common folk. Of course, the participation of Vasalli in higher echelons of society and politics rarely leaves any reason for them to be loved. The leaders of the alliance and orders are always the target of the evil tongues and heated debates, especially if they are Vasalli. Their very participation in politics often pulls ambitious people toward them who try to get in their good graces any way they can. Various sycophants, schemers, and followers often make a posse around more egotistical and hedonistic Vasalli, trying to find a way to use them for their nefarious plans. Considering all this, there aren't many people that see them for what they really are, humans. Yes, they are faster and stronger. Yes, they are passionate and temperamental. They are enshrouded in Azimuth's blessing and gifted with extraordinary abilities. But they are still human. They are driven by their passions, by their desires, and by their need to survive. Most of the Vasalli see their gifts for what they really are, divine tools and means to an end. They rarely succumb to overusing of their gifts in fear of reprisals. Some consider themselves blessed, others cursed, but all understand that are the part of human society just as much as the lowliest of the peasants. Only their gifts truly set them apart. The struggle. The powers of Vasalli are vast and brilliant, but there are intrinsic dangers in their lives. Vasalli must juggle and balance their powers, ego, and volatility of their power with their nature and humanity they have. Wielding the power while staying true to one's nature is no easy task. That's why the Vasalli are infamous for their suddenly changes of heart, religious conversions, or philosophical rebellion. There are many stories of Vasalli who discard a glamorous life for one of solitude in the wilderness. They must maintain a strict balance between their lust for power and might and their human nature. The relations between the Vasalli themselves are complex. In lesser inhabited areas there aren't many of them and they tend to be distrustful one toward another. On the other side, living in densely populated areas and joining some of the orders can give them sense of belonging, making them more open towards other Vasalli. In orders they learn to cooperate with other Vasalli, some even forge strong relationships and friendships with other Vasalli who share the same worldviews. Animosities toward Vasalli from other orders even inside the same order aren't a rare occurrence. Their volatile nature is a frequent trigger leading them on the road toward enmity. Their larger-than-life ego is generally what drives them to achieve the ambitions. A well-known politician, local landlord, trading magnate, high-ranking officer, those are all paths Vasalli embark on in search of social power to match their awakened powers. Of course, there are Vasalli trying to use their powers to help people and do good, or at least to help in their order's cause. It all depends on their environment and upbringing. Then there are Vasalli who are real loners. Sometimes they're only formally a part of the order but not actively participating in their order's politics or cause. Sometimes they cut all of the ties with their order and leave for good, becoming a so-called nomad. And there are some Vasalli which go through all lengths to conceal their awakened nature, trying to lead a normal life and avoid meddling in others' affairs. The orders and the Vasalli. You're overachiever, but one day it will cost you your life. Those were the words that his wife often used to repeat. And they were pretty true. Gamash was an ambitious, trying his very best to excel. He forced himself to give the best in everything he did, from archery to oratory. The latter was usually the source of all the troubles he had with authority, of course. Nothing he ever did was technically against the law, neither of city nor alliance, but he had the knack for provoking the wrong people. Nevertheless, he went on with his passions even when he encountered problems and closed doors. Without a doubt, you're good in many things. But the goals you reach for aren't reserved for low folk like us. They are for others, was another thing his wife used to say. And that made him angry. He was as good as anyone from higher echelons of society, even as good as some Vasalli. But he was never accepted as equal whatever he tried to do. He was frustrated with the system who was beating them into the ground. And he fought back, calling for changes, leading equally frustrated folk in peaceful riots, trying to change the rules, system, and class society. He had a fire in his heart and vision in his mind. But his world crashed and burned when his wife died, and he was left with cinders in his heart which were slowly fading out. His love and life was lost under the wheels of that chariot, which was probably carrying rich people to some expensive dinner. He had no willpower anymore. He left others to fight for his cause and decided to simply let go. He was walking that night alone in his thoughts, returning from another wasted night in a pub. Shadows appeared behind the corner, walking slowly toward him. He wasn't paying attention, but he automatically tried to cross on the other side of the road. But they decided to intercept him, obviously. His heart started beating faster, hair on his neck started to tingle. What did they want? Hey, you. Yeah, you, one of the shadows called. You're the troublemaker starting riots on the main square, aren't you? Gamash murmured something, looking into his moving legs, but inside he felt more alive than he felt in last couple of weeks. Yeah, it's him all right. One of them confirmed and then turned toward him. So troublemaker, you like a good trouble, don't you? And he burst into laughter while pulling the stick from the loose sleeve of his robe. Get him. Man closest to him jumped and tried to land the punch, but Gamash evaded him and kicked his knee, which gave in with a loud pop. Assailant fell down to the ground, screaming, while Gamash prepared himself for a good fisticuffs. But then something swept his legs from behind and he fell directly onto the stick of the one who called him a troublemaker. With the corner of the eye, he saw a fifth member of the small party who was obviously creeping up on him from behind. It was an ambush. They threw him on the ground, kicking him and hitting him with the sticks. Gamash already saw his death there, in the dirty alley, without honor or pride. He wryly thought to himself that at least he had tried harder than any of these slackers. Despite the rain of blows upon his ribs, he managed to chuckle between two gasps for air. Then he heard a scream above him and kicks stopped. Then another scream was heard. He looked upward and saw a shadow moving faster than his eye, throwing the assailants through the air. Rumbling voice was heard. So, your hobbies consist of beating lonely people in the night? Do you feel lonely now? Mysterious stranger then slowed down to simple stride and Gamash felt a sting in his heart. His savior had yellow eyes and blood scars on his face and arms. He paced toward the last assailant, the one with the beating stick who was holding it in front of himself but was obviously afraid. Come on, give it up and walk away, I'm offering you this one chance. Stranger extended his arm toward the bully. But the attacker raised the stick and charged toward the vassal with a scream which could wake the dead. Fool, Vasalli muttered through his teeth, and in one elegant parry he outmaneuvered the stick, disarmed the assailant, and bashed his skull with his own weapon. He threw the stick on the still body on the floor and turned toward Gamash. I warned him. He grinned and offered his hand. Gamash was perfectly still, his eyes full of hate for his savior. No? You don't need help getting up, Vasalli asked. You know, I can almost count all the broken bones just looking at you. Gamash spat blood on the dirty floor and tried to get up without any help. Well, you can obviously do it yourself, Vasalli looked amused. Famous rhetorician is a tough nut to crack, or so it seems. Gamash looked him with a mixture of surprise and hate. Oh yeah, I know of you. I mean, it's not easy to overlook you considering how loud you are, and then his facial expression changed, or how loud you used to be. Come on, if you don't need help, follow me and try to keep up. We'll fix you and then we have to talk. He turned toward the next alley and started to walk slowly, looking intensely into the darkness. Why did it have to be him? Someone of his stature and blood? Gamash thought and then uttered, Why you? And why do you say we? Vasalli stopped abruptly and turned slowly, very slowly, with a wide grin on his face. I heard you're good at talking. Well, we have a lot of talking to do this night. Come, you'll see. Orders offer many advantages to the Vasalli who decide to join them. These organizations offer promises of power, prestige, status, and renown to any Vasalli who joins them. Soon after a person's awakening, often less than a month, a representative of orders would begin drafting a new Vasalli into the ranks. They were organizations that offered prized education, worthy careers, and the support of their peers. They offered training, counseling, and mentoring in the gifts, thus unlocking the true potential that sleeps in every Vasalli. The orders truly took care of their own. They gave the chance to Vasalli to rise in the society. They provided the new start for unfortunate or boost in career to more ambitious Vasalli. Many stories were told about Vasalli who rose to the power with the help of their order, no matter which one they have chosen. Political, martial, and worldly power was the moving force in the promises order gave to Vasalli. Many Vasalli were born without citizenship on the outskirts of the city territories, and orders saw the chance to draft them with the promises of citizenship for their families and easier life in cities. It doesn't matter if the Vasalli joined because of ambitions or they joined simply because they were outcasts and didn't have anything left. The point is that vast majority of Vasalli join one order or another. The only difference was in the philosophy behind orders. In order to stay a part of an order or to rise in ranks, a Vasalli must abide by its rules and obey its hierarchy. Even Vasalli not wholly committed to their orders or its philosophy answer to its rules and must be in touch with their order, at least via the order representatives and agents in the cities. For those that truly share the points and views of their order, a rise in status in the order is possible. Every Vasalli can choose for themselves how active will they be in the order, since they usually do not force their will on an individual except in rare occasions where the order itself is endangered. The Vasalli and the Alliance. The formation of Alliance was greatly influenced by coming of the Vasalli. Since both Alliance and Vasalli occurred at roughly the same time, it was only natural that those powerful individuals were woven into the core of the political movement and packed among the cities. Vasalli were incorporated into the everyday life of the new political body, which only grew in power with their support. Apart from participation in political life of Alliance, incorporation of Vasalli into the everyday life was also important because of what they could offer to the progress of their settlements and improvements of everyday life. New jobs emerged which could only be done by Vasalli or with their aid. Besides serving as tactical scouts in the military, messengers of great mobility, and Vasalli crafters which could mend broken stuff in a matter of seconds, the Alliance created jobs of a great responsibility like handlers or upkeepers. The Awaken condition. Appearance. The Vasalli appearance is unique, so people can rarely mistake them for a normal human. The change that consumed them affected their bodies as well as their spirit and mind. During the adolescence and change, Vasalli metabolism speeds up rapidly, and that affects their bodies. They develop formidable muscles capable of delivering inhuman strength even without using the gifts. Vasalli are often very muscular, but that isn't the exclusive rule. There are fat and plump Vasalli in the ranks of the hedonistic cyborg or other gluttons, as well as very thin and skinny Vasalli who dedicate their life to book research or sedentary life, not practicing an athletic way of life. Their skin is covered in scars, expanding like spider webs, following the line of their veins. Those scars are created when the Vasalli uses their gift wildly and recklessly, and their blood boils and streams through the veins. Their skin burns and the temperature leaves burn marks on the surface. After realizing how they come to be, Vasalli gave them name bloodscars. Some Vasalli wear them proudly, showing them off during hot summer days, while some consider them a sign of weak control over the powers and try to hide them as much as they can. Scars can be covered, and even normal folk can be very muscular, but the main method of recognizing the Vasalli can't be imitated: their eyes. Vasalli eyes start to change in the final phase of their awakening. When the eyes begin to change, there is no point denying the transformation, and sometimes that's the moment when the person realizes what is he destined to become. Vasalli eyes are not an ordinary human color. Their irises are yellow, golden, or amber-colored. There are variations of the color, but they unmistakably show the true nature of the person. There are some Vasalli that can pass by for ordinary human with intense brown and yellow eyes, but there are also some who have eyes so intense that people refuse to look them straight into them. Vasalli are, without exception, very charismatic. Yes, people are usually intimidated by their martial appearance, their power and influence, but they consider them to be the beings connected to the Azimuth, partially divine as well as humans. The stories of men falling for the beauty of Vasalli priestesses or for the wild gleam and intensity of Vardon huntress are not uncommon, as well as the stories of women yearning for Vasalli generals, strong and muscular, their presence towering over the ordinary folk. Diseases and immunity. While young or middle-aged, Vasalli are immune to virtually every disease and infection known. Their fast metabolism shields them and usually overwhelms every sickness even before they start developing symptoms. Their body also breaks down most of the poisons before the reaction kicks in, although there are a couple kinds of poison which could kill common people almost instantly while seriously damaging the Vasalli and leaving them vulnerable. There have been reports of the strange sicknesses contained only in the ranks of Vasalli, where common people wouldn't show any signs of illness, while Vasalli would usually develop the array of symptoms including high fever, enormous pains, and usually quick death after a couple of agonizing days. Luckily, the reports are rare, and the illness would seemingly affect only Vasalli, spreading only among them, while quarantining them would stop it from becoming the epidemic. Lifespan. People who've undergone awakening have the same lifespan as common folk, although they don't hunch up or twist, keeping relatively young figure with an old face. They age gracefully, but they're still susceptible to the manifestations of old age, like joint pains, balding, teeth rot, albeit on a much smaller scale. After they cross over the age of 70 to 75, metabolism starts to slow down. They become more vulnerable to the common folk diseases which sometimes claim their life. Otherwise, their body shuts down and they simply die of old age. The unwanted. Nomads. Those Vasalli who don't belong to any order, those that were expelled or simply refuse to join an order, are looked down upon by other Vasalli and orders and viewed as rebels who don't accept their heritage. When they really need it, they could usually count on the shelter provided by the old Surin, the only city they were allowed in because of the sympathy sons of Surin held toward them. The ties between sons and nomads were so common that ultimately sons sometimes accepted nomads into their ranks if they swore to help their cause. Bastards. Between various Vasalli, stronger and weaker, sometimes a person surfaces who is not strong enough to be a vassal but has some Vasalli features. Maybe only their eyes show the heritage, or they can't access the gifts as easily as Vasalli. Whatever the case, they aren't true Vasalli in every sense. They don't have any specific name, but the people derogatorily call them bastards. These disgruntled individuals walk through life, sullen and angry, for they are neither Vasalli nor common folk. Corrupted. Usually, the fear of Vasalli comes from misunderstanding of who they are and their abilities. But sometimes, the fear is justified in those who saw what corruption can do to them. Corruption is the condition many Vasalli and folk are afraid of. It's the condition that appears after a Vasalli overuse their gifts, constantly and without break. What most Vasalli understand is that gifts are not a toy to be played with. They surely are a part of Vasalli existence and a great tool to use, but it's not something to build their life around or to use as many times someone likes. Even the easygoing hedonists in the order of Cybog understand the dire consequences of overexerting the power of gifts. The Vasalli gifts are great, but they must be restrained. When Vassal accesses and activates the sedentary power in them, they must harness the power in the right way. They must focus it, channel it, and manifest it as a gift. But sometimes the power in them is too strong to focus it, and then the blood uncontrollably boils and damages the Vasalli body, mind, or will. If Vassal fails to use the power continually, they enter the state of corruption. Most Vasalli try to refrain themselves from using the gifts if their corruption becomes too strong to bear. Corruption manifests itself physically and mentally, marking the Vasalli, deepening the marks on their bodies, discoloring the skin. Their eyes become bloody, their unnatural color intensified, but their stare is hollow as the irises are reduced to a thin ring around the dilated pupils. The Vasalli mind is vulnerable to corruption too. It makes them unstable, paranoid, fearful, or wild. Mental disorders, a focus on gaining more power and disregard for human life are common manifestations of a corrupted mind. Sometimes Vasalli continues to hurl themselves into the abyss of corruption, letting it overtake them and using their powers without restraint. When they give in completely, they becomes what is colloquially called a corrupted vassal or simply a corrupted. Corrupted Vasalli are probably the main reason people fear Vasalli in general. A fair number of stories tell of a once loyal and benevolent vassal turning into a power-corrupted beast terrorizing everyone and leaving chaos in his wake. The Vasalli who relentlessly use their gifts are always considered a danger and volcano just waiting to erupt. In addition, there's one more thing damaging to the Vasalli and overwhelming them with corruption, and that's Vargon blood. During the wars with Vardans and the Vargon hunts, some people, more willing to experiment, discovered that Vargon blood is powerful narcotic for Vasalli. Ordinary folk would die in pain and agony if they consumed it. Vasalli, on the other hand, would experience the great stimulation and kick during the time their body absorbed the specially treated Vargon blood called honey. During that period, Vasalli would be immensely strong, fast, and powerful. The capacity of Vasalli gifts would be multiplied and the user would feel an indescribable thrill while accessing the gifts. But soon, the vassal would discover the devastating downside of Vargon blood. This narcotic was unbelievably addictive, and after the rush ended, the vassal would be in pain, suffering withdrawal symptoms, including the high corruption that left them weak and sick. Most cases of a Vargon blood users were among the nomad ones, but that isn't the rule. But without exception, the addiction forced them to take more blood, feeding on their willpower, and that made them extremely dangerous and mad. Fiends. Corruption is a terrible thing, bringing madness and cruelty. That affliction can be concealed though, and the corrupted often present themselves as functioning members of society. Society often overlooks their concerns about the corrupted out of fear of the fiends. You can hear the stories of powerful Vasalli who gave in to Vargon blood addiction or to overusing of the gifts and ended as husks of the men they once were. Those husks are called fiends, and it's an irreversible state beyond the simply corrupted. Vasalli fiends are completely shunned and expelled out of the society, and they often wander through the world alone or keep to themselves in secluded shelters away from the inhabited places. Their appearance strikes fear into the hearts of the folk and Vasalli alike, dried out and scraggy without any hair on their scarred and hunchbacked bodies. Their eyes are completely white, without pupils, although they aren't blind. Their skin is leathery and they look mummified, while their teeth look long and vicious because their gums rotted out and pulled back. In the end, they are, without any exception, completely and utterly mad. Their mental derangements vary, and they often have a whole array of them, from simple claustrophobia to the psychotic and manic disorders. Since they are mad and in the mouths of addiction, fiends are extremely dangerous. Although they are usually weak and dried out, they often actively use Vargon blood to fulfill their needs and to counteract the weakness which together with their derangements drives them toward horrible behavior. Colossi. Our great city owns much to the noble individuals who decided to sacrifice their humanity and awake as colossi. That is a fact which cannot be contradicted. There is much willpower and integrity required for that decision. The colossi participated in building of Gerillo, its defense, and they partake in the upkeep of peace throughout the realm. It's safe to say that they are indeed Azimuth's gift to humankind. I remember when I was just a kid and I looked upon the world with childhood's naivety. When I first saw a colossus, it left a deep mark upon me. It was a rainy day, but my parents had an appointment with the clerics to arrange my future education in mysteries of our great Azimuth. The chariot waited for us in front of our house, and we hurried inside trying not to get wet all over. My father instructed the driver where to take us, and we embarked on our short trip. I remember like it was yesterday the heavy torrent which fell upon the world like giant tears from clouds. The chariot was moving through the empty streets while thunder roared high in the air. My mother held my hand with a proud look upon her face, probably thinking about the great future that was waiting for me, while father sat pensively looking through the window. We entered the inner ring and were near the Great Pyramid when suddenly, through the curtains of water, I saw something really big moving through the broad streets. I unconsciously squeezed my mother's hand and she looked through the window to see what troubled me. But father was the one that spoke to me. "Don't worry, my son, they won't do any harm. He waved his hand toward the big apparition, and then I saw that there were two of them raising the great stone slabs on the roof of the building that will later be known as the Jarillo Library. The mighty builders were working tirelessly for the betterment of our city. I was impressed with their magnitude, their strong limbs, and sheer power that was radiating from them. Their arms were lifting the slabs while strange tentacles flailed around them, trying to hold the balance of the stone being raised in the air. In one quick moment, I realized the value of the giant and strong humanoids that can help with the works and defense. Imagine the power lying dormant in those arms, striking the enemies, wiping the whole battalions with one simple sweep. While I imagined their martial service, Colossi stopped working and looked at our chariot. I saw the gleam in their eyes as they were following the movement of our chariot. Even as a child, I understood that they are not dumb, as some people would like to think. They have intelligence. They would naturally have to, since they are the Vasalli reborn. But I think it's another kind of intelligence, something unreachable for ordinary people. It's probably some kind of martyr's understanding, vast recognition of the world through the eyes of agonized. Excerpt from the autobiography of a father. Faranzugais, 76th city father of Jarillo. Mighty guardians called colossi are made during terrible rituals in order to protect and help humankind. Holy Scriptures, the holy book of the Church of Azimuth, was considered to have hidden meanings behind the incantations and rituals within. During the rise of the Circle Order, the priests started with the experimentation, confident they deciphered the instructions. The rituals indicated that Vasalli strength can be additionally fortified using the methods that included the rituals, pools of water around the pyramid and pyramid itself. After that discovery, the tests began. They searched for Vasalli zealous enough, willing to be included in experiments described. The Circle and Church of Azimuth kept the rituals secret, enshrouded in mystery, and with a good reason. The terrible screams which reverberated throughout the pyramid chilled the blood in the veins, worrying citizens, although priests tried to calm people. After numerous dead ends and failures, the strongest among the Vasalli suddenly started the strange metamorphosis. Their flesh started to expand, bones warped, and muscles grew. But along these changes, their mind also started to waver. The Vasalli suffered enormous pain during the transformation in spite of the help and care they received. Transformed Vasalli were quivering with waves of agony which surged through their bodies and darkened their minds. Most of the Vasalli that started the transformation died in the process, tortured bodies simply giving up under the abysmal anguish. Somewhere during the experiments, the priests saw that the strongest Vasalli isolated from the others during the growth phase would stop growing at one moment, showing signs of lucidity from time to time. Most of the time, however, they were trying to reach the other isolated Vasalli and banged aggressively on the cage bars. When priests allowed them to confront others, morphed Vasalli would start attacking other Vasalli, devouring their flesh and absorbing it in the process. After a while, priests would have a moving and writhing mound of flesh trying to absorb other Vasalli. The clerics helping the transformation didn't know what to do and how to help these poor souls that gave up their sanity and well-being for the religious cause. They were near the decision to mercifully release them from torment, and they almost did, but after the long period of suffering, the mounds of transformed Vasalli bodies would relax. Vasalli specialized in mental gifts, tried to reach the minds of devoured people, but were drawing blanks. They couldn't penetrate the darkness inside the growing mass of flesh. They would think their minds destroyed if they didn't somehow feel a faint and slow movement in that darkness. Days, weeks, and months passed by, and they grew and grew, but their minds were still unresponsive. Then the mound of flesh started to change. First, a simple giant mass relocated the morphed bodies all over, growing limbs and giant organs. The skin on the mass turned hard and the flesh started growing into the proportionate body with all the supposed anatomy, only many times larger. Then one day, in front of the baffled clerics, the body opened its eyes. And that was the first rite of colossi. Colossi were a valuable tool of humanity in many aspects of life, from the masonry to the military advantage. They were the builders and defenders of the city, responsible for the upkeep of peace and advancement of the alliance borders. But they were also a very dangerous weapon which could turn on the wielder. The colossi are volatile and aggressive creatures while on their own. The only way to control them was to employ the Vasalli, which were skilled in mind control. Very soon after the recognition of their value, orders started investing into the creation of their own colossi that would be exclusively under their control. Difficult task from the start, later turned more taxing, since no colossus ever matured as fast as the colossi from the initial experiment. The Circle was the only order which continued to work with Church of Azimuth during the creation and upkeep of the colossi. In addition, vast majority of Vasalli found themselves stuck in the form between forms, the painful and maddening middle of transformation, not human and not part of the Colossus, where they only try to join the forming Colossus which somehow doesn't want to absorb them. That form was soon named Mediator form. But years passed by and the number of Colossi under Order Dominion grew. The Alliance authorities tried to suppress the number of Colossi by issuing decrees and banning the transformation. These decrees slowed the creation of Colossi, but every once in a while, orders would create new Colossi, sometimes even in secrecy. Handlers. The upkeep of Colossi was a taxing obligation. Such large creatures are difficult to feed, although their needs aren't as high as expected. One Colossus eats for approximately 20 people during the day. But multiplied with the number of Colossi in the city, it was clear that whole teams of people would be necessary to work with them. The heart and core of those teams are the handlers. The handlers are particularly powerful Vasalli individuals rigorously trained in ways of mind control who use their gifts to connect with Colossi on a special level. Their training usually starts before their awakening phase is complete if they show great potential in mind gifts. Carefully chosen and prepared, handlers are given a task to train in subjugating the will and mind of a Colossus and manipulate them into series of complex jobs. The training consists of working every day in mind control, first on lesser creatures and then gradually raising the bar until potential handlers try to force their will into the mind of a Colossus. But it's not an easy task. Many are unable to penetrate the Colossi mind at all. The others who do succeed are afflicted with a temporary insanity that often leads to total madness. Since the Colossi mind is completely alien and so different from human mind, the entrance can be overwhelming and break the mind of the Vasalli who attempts to enter it. The small number of Vasalli who succeed and earn the title of handler are usually a brooding and sullen bunch unwilling to talk what lies in Colossi head. Those rare handlers who do talk describe the process of controlling the Colossi as painful and complex. They speak of it as an extremely balanced combination of force and subtlety needed to enter the thick defense but not to damage their fragile minds. They describe the inside of the Colossi mind like a ruin of a once functional city where occasional wanderer walks, lighting and extinguishing the lamps as he passes. But the feeling they describe most often is the feeling of being carefully watched and examined as they are inside, like many people at once scrutinizing them but choosing not to react. Once they penetrate the mind defenses, they are connected to the Colossi without the need of entering his head for some time, feeling what he feels and gently shaping his repressed emotions and thoughts toward the designed goals. Between handlers, this process is called twisting the Colossus. After some time, the connection starts to fade, Colossi start to show the signs of aggression and handler must enter the Colossi mind once again in order to establish the new connection. When the connection fades entirely, the Colossi is a potential threat which could mean the destruction and ravaging of the city. That's why there is always at least one other handler present, while third usually waits in standby. They are bound to walk together with Colossus, sleep next to him and work together with him. Usually when the main handler sleeps, one substitute watches over him and the Colossi. In a case of a trouble with Colossus, the handler is able to freeze him down, a tremendous feat of halting the Colossi motor functions for a while. Although this can be handy, if the Colossi is frozen for more than 8 or 10 hours, his body starts showing signs of dying. Considering this and the sheer magnitude of power needed for freezing, it's not recommended to use constantly. Because of their Colossi management, handlers are esteemed and valued members of the community despite their brooding demeanor. Death of Colossi. Colossi are extraordinarily long-lived. They can endure an entire century, some even more. But when they fall in battle or when their time simply comes, their heart stops beating and the process of calcification begins. During the days after their fall, they slowly turn to stone. Most of their flesh crumbles from the bones, but some of it remains. Their skin tighten over their skulls and faces, turning them into the ghoulish and bizarre versions of their former image. If killed in battle, people usually employ other colossi to carry the body of the fallen to the famous Colossi Garden, near the city of Kala. This famous graveyard is stationed in the mountains where the cave can be found, filled with withered colossi turned to stone. The story says that the first colossi ever made just got up one day, sensing his end is near, and went into the mountains, not listening to any orders he was given, just slowly walking toward mountains. People followed him, curious because of his behavior, and saw him banging the mountain with his fist until he opened the natural walls, which were hiding the largest cave ever seen. He slowly entered the cave and sat down, peacefully departing from life. From then on, every colossus, which sensed a natural end to his life, followed his example like it was predestined for them. People never understood what makes them behave like that, but they accepted it and built the large doors leading to cave and a network of bridges allowing the people to follow the colossi when they decided to leave. Lately, more and more petrified colossi are found in front of the mountain, but they are unknown to the colossi handlers. The theory is that even wild colossi feel the lure of the graveyard when their time comes and simply decide to die in front of the cave when they can't enter. Wild colossi. Not thinking about the possible consequences, orders produced large number of colossi until there were about 200 of them throughout the alliance under the authority of various orders. In every city, wherever the folk would look, they would see the towering colossi, walking between the houses and shaking the ground. They began to fear the immense power of orders and their overgrown pets, until the point they refused to leave their basements in fear they would be crushed by mighty feet. Then something happened and it seemed that their worst fears came true. It all started with one colossus that was helping with transport of goods between two cities. Suddenly the colossus stopped and refused to move from the position where it was standing. Handlers tried to twist him but found themselves unable to breach into his mind. The colossus let out a terrible wail and started to punch himself in torso and head. People were stunned in fear, and they could only watch in horror how their colossus began to rip its own flesh from the body, shoving it down his throat, screaming and wailing. Their defender ripped himself to shreds in front of their very own eyes. This terrible news spread like wildfire throughout the alliance, while the similar reports reached other cities. The colossi were turning wild all at the same time and started ending their lives, eating the parts of their own bodies before they died. During that time, some of colossi who retained some sort of control just ran away from the cities, crushing anything in their paths with their wild rage. Orders panicked, trying to separate colossi from the rest of the cities as much as possible. Nobody was able to find out the reason for this sudden change, but the fact was that very small number of colossi was unaffected. After the wild colossi ran away or finished their life in horrible death, that small number didn't show any signs of change, but no matter what. Orders secured the leftovers, making sure every colossus is accompanied by at least 2 handlers and kept them away from people and cities. After this terrible event, orders slowed down the creation of colossi, afraid that the plague of madness would continue, but every now and then reports were heard of the new wild one, as they were called now, appearing in the wilderness. Today, the population of colossi is limited to just a tenth it once was, or about 2 dozen. They are carefully supervised and located strategically throughout the alliance. Although people are still afraid of them, some even more than ever, they are still a valuable tool to keep the city standard going. Furthermore, since the Varan incursions, they are a necessity for a strong defense. They are constantly controlled and kept in line though, for the fear of the wild madness runs strong among the people. All the same, the colossi are universally recognized as invaluable resources, and the positive aspects of having them are overwhelmingly stronger than the potential danger. Some scholars are trying to rationalize the colossi madness with the theories about the influence of the pyramid on their mind. Maybe the changes and erosion on the pyramid influences their mind. Among those who believe colossi share a hive mind, there is a theory of a possible contagious disease or madness in the shared mind. Colossi and Vasalli. The rites of colossi can indeed be intimidating. There aren't many Vasalli willing to sacrifice their life, identity, and sane reason to become a part of a colossus. Every now and then a hardened zealot commits himself to the process willingly, but most of the Vasalli in the rites are actually condemned to it by court of law. Hardened criminals who committed atrocities are often chosen to be subjugated to the rites, although there are some felons on a death row who willingly commit in hope of saving at least some part of them alive. The rites include drinking a large amount of water from the pools around the pyramid in a short time, so there are some speculations about the quality of water or a myriad of substances in the water. Some tales even describe the using of forbidden Vargon blood, where Vasalli would become helpless after the initial rush of the drug subsides, unable to use most of their powers when supervisors of the rites would inject them with water directly, starting the metamorphosis into the mediator state. But the stories of the spontaneous transformation are the ones which strike the biggest fear into the hearts of Vasalli. Stories about the spontaneous hypnotic trance which precedes the metamorphosis. Stories about screams and cries of involuntary participants afflicted with spontaneous trance somewhere outside the cities. Those stories tell about the wild summits where the Vasalli would find each other in desolate areas, eventually becoming a part of the rites and giving themselves to the creation of the wild colossus. Together with fear from the corruption, the fear of a spontaneous transformation, it's probably the greatest fear a Vassal can have. They simply can't and won't comprehend that they could somehow, by some foul ritual or disease, become a part of something so awful. Most of the stories involving spontaneous trance tell that older Vasalli are the ones which involuntarily join the summit. It occurred to people that sometimes older Vasalli disappear without a trace, and it led them to believe that they are instinctively attracted to the summit place where the hypnotic trance takes over. This belief even gave birth to the common joke among the folk when an older Vassal is nowhere to be found, maybe he's off to summit. Some Vasalli who choose to believe this rumor are terrified of the possibility of spontaneous trance and transformation. They don't want to give up their Vasalli way of life for the pain and horrors of mediator stage or colossi obedience and work. So they always panic when they feel or see any change on their body that could indicate the beginning of transformation. When the change starts, it can drive the Vassal mad even before the trance kicks in. Irrational panic attacks, obsessive behavior, and reckless deeds sometimes bring the demise to Vassal before the involuntary participation in wild rites. Even now, wild ones are sometimes found in nature, away from the cities, while they freely roam the land, striking fear into everyone that crossed their path. Fiends and colossi. Besides the old Vasalli, it is widely believed that fiends are often participants of the summit, their troubled mind being susceptible to the trance calling them to join the others in wild rites. Additionally, it's not uncommon for aggressive and criminal fiends to be punished by forcing them to partake in the common rites of colossi to redeem themselves in service to society. I feel the pull, like a silent and invisible hand guiding me toward my destiny. I'm fairly sure I'm far away from the nearest civilized place. Wherever I look, there's only trees and stones. I'm relatively sure I'm close to the foothill of the Great Divide too. I've lost the count how many hours have passed since my departure. It's as if just moments ago I was in my study preparing the speech for the tribunal tomorrow. My hand over the paper, writing the final words, suddenly freezing. I looked in horror as my hand dropped the quill and my legs deciding autonomously that I should stand and walk out of the building. My horror was producing a scream rising through my body and stopping in the throat. I was unable to control anything I do, and I could only be a helpless watcher of my persona striding through the empty streets. I can't quite count the hours, but I know that lots of time has passed during my mute screams and search for an explanation through my alarmed mind. Is it the end? Has my time come? Is this a lure toward the wild summit? My body has reached the meadow, and a scene which turned my screams into a wild outpour of the helpless fear. The meadow was filled with old Vasalli, male and female alike. By their looks, I could tell that some of them traveled for days and days to reach this point. They were almost naked, strips of velvet hanging from their bodies. They moved tiredly, dragging their bare and wounded feet across the unforgiving soil beneath them. They've all been moving toward the center of the meadow where a horrible mound of flesh was moving and twisting, writhing and throbbing with live flesh being absorbed into it. I felt the screams of the naked people in front of me as their screams joined into a unison nightmarish lullaby which was pulsing through the flesh mound. And I felt a pull. Chapter 4: The Orders. The doors of the great hall opened and proud representatives of the great orders entered. Even with the masks on, you could feel the aura of the importance and nobility the wearers had. The first to enter were the representatives of the circle, high and mighty, their eyes full of confidence, movement swift and strong. They sat in their usual spot, right next to our city father, their white and golden robes shining under the light of fires and resin. The next to enter were their longtime antagonists, Zoria, wearing purple and silver robes. Slowly they crept to their spot opposite to the circle, whispering between them, chuckling and throwing glances in direction of the circle. Then enter the Cybog, their masks cut off under the nose, showing their glittering teeth, part of the wide and confident smile. Everybody was staring in their direction since their robes were multicolored, dazzling and shiny. With the usual ease in their step, they sat without looking at the other tribunal members. After a moment or two, the Morena entered and everybody ceased with their chatting. The all-black of their robes was sucking the light all around them. Even their masks were black, unlike others which were white. These so-called traders were dabbling in all kinds of gray economy and, as the rumors told us, various illegal businesses. But since nobody could prove it or was unwilling to, they were still considered the members of the Great Tribunal. For now. After the Morena took their seats in silence, looking all around with interest in their eyes, finally the last great order entered. The proud sons of Surin entered. Their masks looked as they were broken and put back together with an adhesive. Some cracks on their masks were even large enough to show the skin underneath. But my Azimuth, their eyes. Their eyes were full of fire, anger, and disdain for the other members of the tribunal. I never understood why these anarchs were part of the tribunal except to veto everything they suggested. Under the premise of the caring for the Syrian cause, they were always sowing disorder in the ranks of the tribunal. Their clothes looked ragged and dirty, poorest of all the order's tunics. Gray, brown, and soil-colored, they looked as they just came from the nearest pub. But their stride was long and proud. They neared the table, and before they sat, they took a long moment to look at all the tribunal members, making sure everybody saw the disdainful look in their eyes. Thus began another meeting of the Great Tribunal. Sarhain Rostice excerpt from the report from the annual meeting of the Great Tribunal, year 954. The soul of the Alliance. The Alliance was an unstable creation from the lords shifting their allegiances to the unscrupulous politicians plotting for their own benefit. Everyone wanted to get close to the Vasalli who was slowly establishing themselves in the world. Feeling they'd been oft-used for manipulative power plays, the Vasalli decided to form the first order, named the Circle. Its roots were in the Church of Azimuth and its division which supported them, but the Circle soon separated as an independent body concerned with Vasalli benefits alone. Quickly gaining power throughout the alliance, the Circle was partially responsible for the establishment of the Great Tribunal and the city tribunals, bodies comprised of prominent politicians, church members, nobility, and Vasalli, which would decide on the politics of the alliance and great cities. The Church of Azimuth and the Circle spread like wildfire throughout the peninsula. However, some of the more active members of Alliance society felt that too much power was being shifted into the hands of the Circle and the Church, so they decided to form a new order to oppose them, one that would gather freethinkers, philosophers, and everybody who questioned the Circle's and Church's beliefs. The young order, famed for their acceptance of the Vasalli and ordinary folk alike, but who differed in opinions with the prevalent religious zealots, was soon named Zoria, or Dawn, symbolizing the promise of a new dawn for all freethinkers. Giving a place to all who opposed the piousness of the Circle, Zoria soon grew in strength and became a threat. After the initial strife and antagonism, Zoria decided to leave the underground and begin their all-out opposition of the Circle. The following period of conflict gave birth to two new orders, Cybog and Morana. Those new orders, with their peculiar philosophies and politics, were safe havens for Vasalli defects fed up with the Circle-Zoria clash. The youngest order, called Sons of Surin, is maybe the most controversial order in the alliance. Initially made of outcasts after the terrible fallout of Surin's destruction, the order quickly gained followers who opposed to the policy of other orders. The orders today are among the most important organizations which hold the alliance together. It could be told that they are the soul of alliance, holding places in tribunals and deliberating on the economy and politics. But as it always happens with powerful organizations, they are often in the state of strife. The clashes often manifest as cloak and dagger shadow plays in the background of the tribunal arguments, but the past has shown that they sometimes escalate in the outright enmity and physical conflicts. But despite all that, most of the time the orders collaborate on important cases, putting their differences aside for a time. Cults. Various cults and smaller orders also exist, but their ideas and actions are suppressed by the alliance. These organizations would often rather see the great cities as autonomous regions, removing the order's strong network of support. Just like some of the orders started out as cults initially, some cults have the agenda of expanding across the alliance, making themselves present in every city, hopefully enough to be recognized as the essential resource to alliance. Some of the cults were persistent enough, sharing the common ideas and goals with orders, to be absorbed into the order and made a vital part. There are a lot of hopeful cults which, sometimes openly but mostly secretly, cooperate with orders toward the common cause. There are rumors circulating that sometimes orders actually create the cults themselves to circumvent the governance of the alliance and shift the attention toward them in some cases when scapegoats are needed. Order relations. When the wider picture is considered, all of the orders need to cooperate together to a certain degree so the fragile balance of the alliance is preserved. Of course, there are differences regarding the order politics among the members of various orders, and players can choose to create characters who can bicker and hold petty grudges against other orders. Despite their disagreements, the orders generally tolerate each other and would avoid open conflicts in modern times. Finally, since cities differ in size, history, and customs, the order relationships differ from city to city. Additionally, various members of the orders may have various relationships and attitudes toward other orders, creating a vast and dynamic equivalent of a modern-age politics. Factions. Orders are large organizations. Their numbers are usually made of Vasalli and folk alike, making them full of various people. It's only natural that there are factions inside the order, sometimes named, sometimes not, which slightly differ from the main order ideas but sharing the overall philosophy. The Circle. Through the ages, through the adversities, the Circle stands unshaken. The Circle is the oldest known order, formed after the Vasalli appeared throughout the world. Born under the mantle of the Church, the core of this order was formed by religious Vasalli who devoted their life to their god, Azimuth. Though the Circle is officially separate from the Church, some branches still have connections and consider themselves the champions of Azimuth, devoting their life to pious studying of Azimuth's holy scriptures or defending his cause with zeal and militancy. However, not every person in this order is a religious fanatic. There are many cases of Circle members who joined because of the possible benefits. No matter one's personal philosophy, the members of this order tend to be thoroughly devoted to their life goals, no matter what they are. Vasalli in the Circle. Vasalli members of the Circle usually come from the religious families or from one of the orphanages Church of Azimuth holds in various cities. These Vasalli are often connected to the Church even before they undergo awakening, which explains their natural inclination toward the Circle. Although the Circle is officially separate from the Church, their strong ties rooted in the history are irrefutable and as such their connections are expected. Sometimes the Vasalli joining the Circle come directly from the ranks of the Church, like priests or bishops. Other times they are just strong believers or religious zealots joining the order glorified by their Church, wanting to join its cause. On the other side, there are Vasalli who see the Circle as the great opportunity for their own advancement in power, considering their omnipresence and influence. Character concepts: knights, inquisitors, wealthy people, clergymen, zealots, fanatics, priests, soldiers. The hierarchy. Above all, the Circle respects the hierarchy and structure, claiming it gives the sense of belonging and security. The strict chain of command and responsibilities is very similar to the Church of Azimuth's, and it's probably where it came from. Grand Inquisitors, subsidiaries of the Circle in great cities, have one Grand Inquisitor on top of the structure. These charismatic and powerful leaders of the Circle are in charge of the Circle business and are responsible for every Circle move and action. They usually convene at least once every couple of months to discuss the further actions of the Circle. Receptors, well-versed in politics of the Alliance, receptors are named by and second in command to Grand Inquisitors. There is always at least two of them in every great city, and they sometimes perform similar duties to Grand Inquisitors in smaller cities of the Circle domains. They are the important link of the Circle, connecting it with Alliance politics, so it's not uncommon for a receptor to be in tribunals or Great Tribunal. Knights are the link between the Circle's upper echelons and their standard members. As officers of the Circle, they are primarily the executive arm of the Circle, making sure that the Order's politics and instructions are carried out. The social impact. Common folk often identify the Circle with the Church of Azimuth, so their attitude toward them depends on their religious beliefs and attitudes. Many less religious or non-religious people consider them rigid and stiff fanatics unable to think for themselves, perceiving their commitment to the Order as blind following. But since the Circle is creditable for starting and forming the era of orders in Alliance politics, people accept their importance. The Circle also takes credit for discovering the rights of the Colossi, and the Alliance is grateful for their part in creation of their mighty defenders. Of course, the Circle is sometimes looked down on by people who distrust Vasalli. Not everybody feels thankful for the shifting of power toward the Orders and Vasalli, nor creation of dangerous giants that could slide out of control at any moment. Under their watch, the most important bastion of the Circle might be Jarrillo. It's only natural for the great city of Jarrillo, with its great pyramid and seat of Church of Azimuth, to be the center of the Circle's power. Jarrillo is the prime example of the city where the Circle is the strongest order, with its people devoted to religion more than anything else. But deep in the core of the politics, the Circle is just like every other order today. They vie for the power, and they ultimately try everything to protect their interest. Every time there's the possibility of another order gaining the momentum, the Circle does not shy from backstabbing or intrigues to keep power in their hands. Factions. The Circle doesn't have many factions inside the Order, since one of their most important aspects is the unity of philosophy. Worldviews of the faction in the Circle mostly differ regarding the degree of religious stances or methods of philosophy implementation in the mundane life. Ring-bearers are the most religious-oriented faction of the Circle. They are completely focused on religion, devoting their lives to spreading of the faith. Members of this faction are convinced that holy scriptures hold the answers for everything and are to be taken word for word. Campaigners are a faction on the other end of the belief spectrum advocating the complete separation of order and church. They believe that matters of the circle should be left to the order without the meddling of the church. They claim that church influences the circle too much, using them and manipulating them to have stronger ties with politics. Agenda. The ultimate idea of the circle is to keep the political power closely tied to the Church of Azimuth, preserving the religious ideals and traditions through the times of change. Their main objective is to keep the power where it belongs according to their beliefs. Nomads and outsiders. The circle do not favor nomads. Although every nomad is one less vassal in another order, the circle still considers nomads as Vasalli who've lost their rights when they've chosen to abandon their order or refuse joining one. In the eyes of the circle, they are nothing more than troublemakers and cowards. Unmarked are not alliance citizens. Although there are various thoughts on them, the circle does not consider unmarked their problem unless they are living specifically in the domains where the circle has power. In those areas, they are drafting people without citizenship marks to join the circle or church and gain themselves citizenship rights. The Colossi. Currently, the circle holds most of the Colossi in the alliance in check. Although their numbers are not as great as they once were, the circle still refuses to ease on their creation, hoping to secure the martial power. This fact often has negative connotations since people fear that Colossi could get out of the control, but the circle insists they are able to keep them all secure. Relations with other orders. Sons of Surin. The circle considers Sons a simple revolutionary group, not even worthy of being called an order. The populistic ideas and their style of leadership is just a way to bring people to their cause, which is probably something else entirely. These two orders sometimes cooperate in Gerillo and Surin because of the history between those two cities and because of the atrocity which has befallen Surin. In other cities, their relations are strained at best. Cybog are considered a hedonistic and easygoing group by the circle, but they are in good relations overall. Although Cybog is too laid back for the formal and the traditionalistic circle, they sometimes collaborate supporting each other's causes. Morana. The circle refuses to openly collaborate with Morana since the idea of profit above everything else isn't favored by church conservatives. Additionally, Morana were created by the circle outcast, so that's another reason to justify disliking them, although the vast network of allies and eyes and ears often comes in handy, so the circle sometimes uses their services in secret, for which they properly finance. Zoria. The relations between the circle and Zoria are almost non-existent or are generally bad. Since Zoria started out as the circle's opposition and since they almost warred openly on streets in the past, it's understandable they still have their differences. The circle considers Zoria as the contrarians to everything they try to do and as mystics who are devoid of true faith and religion. Zoria. Examine, experience, and decide. The ability to think for ourselves is what sets us apart from animals. Zoria is the second oldest order, created in the time when these organizations still were not known as orders. Upset with the tight relationship between the circle and the Church of Azimuth hoarding of the power and wealth, few individuals stepped out of the circle, believing that the true cause and faith needed sacrifice and real piety. Many people joined this cause and they created the opposition to the circle, speaking loudly of injustice and nepotism in their relationship with church. The rebellion against the circle's single-mindedness has gained momentum and escalated into the open conflict between the old conservatives and newly founded community. During that period of unrest, they gave themselves the name Zoria, signifying the dawn of free thought. As the result of the opposition, the supporters of Zoria started to move further away from the circle with their worldviews. So after a while, Zoria completely turned away from the circle's theology and they started to accept and contemplate different ideas regarding the divine, gifts, Vasalli, and life in general. This additionally fortified the circle's dislike of Zoria, especially since some of the more powerful politicians and Vasalli turned toward Zoria's cause, disliking the idea of Vasalli serving the church. After that power shift toward Zoria, the nobility began supporting Zoria at the circle's expense, acknowledging them as the organization equal to the circle. Vasalli in the Zoria. Vasalli joining the Zoria are often considered profound thinkers, showing signs of leaning toward understanding philosophy from the early age. On the other side, there are a lot of disgruntled individuals fed up with the traditionalist world views of the circle or the alliance in general, hoping to make a change by joining the Zoria cause. Finally, many of the outcasts from various religious groups find their place among Zoria mystics, confirming the opinion of them as the order open to anyone who has the guts to be different or to oppose to the general world order. Character concepts: mystics, philosophers, librarians, writers, outcasts, heretics, researchers. The hierarchy. Zoria's hierarchy carries only two important positions in the order, trying to balance the sense of community with the need for structure. Advisors. The highest position in this order carries the simple name of advisors. To completely differentiate themselves from the circle and to reflect on the order's modest beginnings, Zoria decided to keep this office simple, contrary to the circle's majestic names. Advisors are the leaders of the Zoria order, their number being at least 2 or 3 per each great city of the Alliance. In order to keep the sense of brotherhood, they've chosen to have a committee of trustee officers rather than a single person in charge. Tutor. Leaders of the research branches of Zoria are called tutors. They convene various councils of the order, function as leaders of the Zoria members in smaller cities where there are no advisors, and receive the executive duties of the order. Nomads and outsiders. Although nomads are officially shunned by most of the orders, Zoria rarely makes any difference between members of other orders and nomads. The simple showing of the initiative and thinking for themselves puts nomads in Zoria's good graces. Some members of Zoria who follow the philosophies of the free life and non-attachment to civilized norms favor nomads despite their disregard for organizations and orders. One of the Zoria's biggest initiatives is to give opportunity to unmarked to receive their citizenship, since they believe everybody should have equal rights. The cities mainly under Zoria influence treat the unmarked no different than they do the citizens, although they can be a stumbling block with other orders. The Colossi. Zoria, besides Sons of Surin, is probably the order with the smallest number of active colossi at any given time. Their stance is that people should not meddle with things they don't understand until it is thoroughly researched. Although they have some colossi under their control, they claim that they have them primarily for research purposes, with labor and protection being second to that. The social impact. The thoughts of the general public on Zoria are pretty much divided. Their effort to be an alternative to the circle is widely recognized with the people who are inclined toward the free thought, science, research, and humanism in general. Folk and Vasalli who have access to good education but who do not come from a religious background naturally shift toward this philosophical order and their constant attempts to discover more about the world around them. The mystics are attracted toward the Zoria because of their various philosophies. There are several schools of thought in this order, from mystical empiricism to skepticism of scientific thought, but no matter the philosophy, Zoria encourages research and thinking over the dogmatic approach the circle offers. On the other hand, some of the folk sees Zoria as shady figures always mumbling something about rationale, rituals, or facts, which can naturally lead to suspicion on their real motives. Under their watch. Currently, the seat of Zoria influence is Kala. As such, it is the prime example of a city where this order has the most power. With their academies and schools, it's no surprise that knowledge-hungry individuals flock to the cities where Zoria invests in education. Factions. The factions within the Zoria order are numerous. Since the order looks benevolently on the different approaches in philosophy and reasoning, there are various stances between the members. Aretians pursue the virtue of excellence in many things, constantly training their bodies and minds for the sole purpose of quality, while Acutes preach that the mind is the single most important aspect of human, living the life of asceticism so they could focus on their mental supremacy. Invokers examine the mystic approach to life, trying to discover the unseen divinity in the natural order, and their counterparts cleristics restrict themselves to defining the measurable. Agenda. The ultimate vision of Zoria is a world of knowledge and a society of progress. They value academic thought and a philosophical approach above all, and as such they wish to keep their influence on a level which would allow them to focus their work toward a better understanding of the world around them, stopping the influences which could shake the development of thought. Relations. Sons of Surin. Zoria officially doesn't have any specific outward attitude towards Sons of Surin, although they secretly sympathize with them. Zoria believes that the circle was the main proponent of Surin's sacrifice in order to save Jarilo, and they believe that Sons of Surin rebel primarily against them and as such are worthy of respect. Cybog. Zoria considers Cybog too loose of an order to be truly worthy of having a say in alliance politics. With their almost lazy lifestyle and unorthodox approach to religion, they are a waste of potential. With Zoria's outlook on the philosophy and spiritual ascension, Cybog's hedonistic and down-to-earth views often conflict with Zoria followers, and that creates animosity between two orders. Morena Zoria considers Morena dangerous. At best, Zoria considers the Morena to be peers, but the Morena shady or illegal dealings keep this relationship cold and distant. The Circle, the strict rules and theocracy the Circle tries to instill in alliance politics is a barrier toward the progress of thought. Their tendency to hoard power is simply unforgivable. At least their stiffness and fanaticism led to the creation of the Zoria, which is the only decent thing they have done. Order of Cybog. The true gift is awakening. Our abilities are nothing more than a demonstration of our heritage. The Order of Cybog was formed during the Zoria Circle clash when a Vassal by the name of Cybog popularized the idea of Vasalli supremacy among his friends. The main idea behind his philosophy is that Vasalli are higher beings gifted by God, or they are simply evolved to be more than common humans. This idea spread very fast among the Vasalli, tired of folk suspicion and being exploited for their gifts. During the larger-scale conflict between Zoria and the Circle, a new order was born which attracted many Vasalli. Not committing themselves to various religious worldviews, Cybogs usually merge their hedonistic and relaxed outlook on life with whichever philosophy suits them best. The focus of their existence is to represent the interests of Vasalli in the alliance, including those outside their own order. Vasalli in the Order of Cybog. Since the Cybog rarely accept folk into their ranks, most of members are Vasalli. These people usually feel that the supremacy of Vasalli is the right granted by their gifts, and that the higher beings should lead the people as the second ones did historically. They advocate liberal use of gifts and open presentation of Vasalli heritage, so they naturally attract those who wish to do more with their gifts instead of suppressing them. However, this opens the order up to a concerningly large number of corrupted Vasalli, so the order has recently started to instruct their members to suppress gift use to avoid possibly falling to jaws of corruption. Character concepts: hedonists, adventurers, show-offs, orators, artists, bohemians, entertainers. The hierarchy. Cybogs have the strangest hierarchy among the orders. Being hedonists, their main problem is coordinating them to accomplish their goals. To make this easier, the hierarchy of the order is very tight at the top while being loose at the bottom. The mantle, this position is reserved only for the most powerful Cybogs in the alliance. There are only 3 of them at any given time. Only other mantles and the most trusted Cybogs actually know the identity of a mantle, and they usually know only the one with whom they directly communicate. Mantles convene with each other regularly, although there are rarely any witnesses to these meetings. Mantles are the ones coordinating the Cybog agenda from the top. Whips, these high officers are tasked with coordinating the Order of Cybog, actively traveling and carrying the mantle orders with them. Whips who do know the identity of the mantle are the ones coordinating other whips who then carry the orders to their destination. Whips effectively act as spies, counselors, and information gatherers for mantles who then decide what to do. Helms, these Cybogs are usually on the receiving end of a mantle's orders. They are the ones contacted by whips and are responsible for monitoring the Cybogs in a city domain or the ones passing through it. Nomads and outsiders. Free-minded Cybogs are partial to nomads. The idea of freedom of choice and following your beliefs no matter the opposition appeals to Order of Cybog. It's not uncommon to see a Cybog consorting with nomad or even trying to draft them into the order. The only thing standing between Cybogs fully accepting the nomads into the order are the differences people may have regarding the Vasalli supremacy. The order claims that Vasalli should take care of the future of their own kind, while nomads mostly don't care about anything besides themselves. Unmarked folk, on the other hand, are nothing but rabble to the Cybogs. Since they've done nothing to deserve citizenship, Cybogs simply refuse to meet their needs. The Colossi. Cybogs subject prisoners and criminals for the rights of the Colossi. The way they see it, there is no worse punishment for a Vasalli than denying them everything a vassal is. By doing this, the criminal population is kept down and the Colossi population is manageable. Rumors exist that the Cybogs also perform the rites on dissenters and order opposition, though no one openly suggests it. The social impact. The social impact of the Cybogs can be felt all around. From the artists and artisans in the great cities to the traveling entertainers all around the alliance, Cybogs definitely don't go unnoticed. The folk have different opinions toward them. They mostly love the Cybogs who aren't trying to force the supremacy beliefs on the people around them, since they can be fun with their wittiness, jokes, and loudness. But when social order and politics come into play, cyborgs often radiate an aura of arrogance toward the common people. The most extreme of the cyborgs often irritate people with their views, bigotry, and intolerance toward others, earning them reputation as fanatic maniacs and sometimes even enemies of the common folk. Under their watch, the real face of this order's prejudice comes to play when they have the majority of votes in the tribunal. Cities under cyborg control are usually completely indifferent toward the folk, giving all the benefits to the Vasalli, appointing them to every important office and closing the gates to the unmarked trying to participate in city life. Other orders mostly keep this level of intolerance in check, so there aren't a lot of places completely in cyborg's rule, but the political intrigues are not uncommon to the order of cyborg, so they still succeed in sugarcoating their demands. History has shown that when a city falls completely under the cyborg's rule, full-scale riots can happen where common folk support the other orders trying to topple the cyborg rule. It happened in the past with the Nadia city where Vasalli disdain for folk grew until it escalated to open riots on the streets. Factions. Order of Cyborg is the smallest order, consisting mainly of Vasalli. Within the order, there are only two factions. Purists advocate for the ultimate supremacy of the Vasalli. They are bent on tradition drawn from history where the leaders of the humankind were the powerful heroes gifted by God. Neutrals are trying to counter the radical ideas of the purists and incorporate the ideas of the leadership with reconciliation with the folk. Agenda. The ultimate vision of the cyborgs is to establish a society where the Vasalli would be incorporated in every aspect of society to the point where they are in charge of everything, or at least of the more important aspects of politics and society. Relations. Sons of Sirin, the cyborg considers the sons a tragic order with a tragic history. Even when cyborgs take Sun's difficult past into account, they still believe Suns take everything too seriously now. If they could only look toward the future and be ready to support their Vasalli brothers, maybe they could forget the differences between their cause. Zoria, to the cyborg, the Zoria could be doing so much more living if they did not spend so much time debating the nature of life. They live buried under the dusty tomes and are burdened by history and science, and in doing that, they're not enjoying life. Morana, the order of cyborg has no issue with how the Morana use their gift, though how the gifts are used may not be the nicest or safest. Unless Vasalli are the victims, cyborg has no problem. The circle, the cyborgs see the circle as being too high and mighty, too tightly wound, and too repressed, even if they defend Vasalli beliefs. Morana. Everything has its price, but are you ready to pay it? Morana are a secretive order evolved from the mercenary organization created by a circle outcast named Morana. Fed up with the rigorous ways of the circle, Morana renounced her ties with the order and created a mercenary pack of Vasalli offering her services to the highest bidder. There are rumors that Morana herself secretly aided Zoria even without their knowledge during their clash with the circle, only in spite to the circle which dragged her name through the mud every opportunity they had. It has led to the belief that Morana and her mercenaries were partially responsible for the establishing the order's structure. The mercenaries quickly rose to action, using the turmoil as the opportunity to establish trade routes so they could easily protect the caravans as mercenaries and to connect with other dissatisfied Vasalli in the alliance, creating the network of agents throughout the peninsula. Under the official guise of traders, they were given the option by alliance to become a full-fledged order because of securing the routes necessary for trade functions. Today, Morana still front as traders, although everyone smirks at the claim. Their services still go to the highest bidder, but at the same time, Morana carefully choose to whom they offer them. Only if they can increase their power to secure and tighten their control of the gray economy will they extend an offer. Vasalli in the Morana. Vasalli joining the Morana usually do it to secure their existence or further their opportunity of success, no matter the cost. Morana actively support the using of the gifts for the personal gain, which has opened doors to the various Vasalli who are tired of other orders trying to control their members. This order claims that every talent is useful in the business of trade and they are happy to put everyone who joins them to work. Whoever becomes part of the Morana is expected to completely devote themselves to the needs of the order, putting those needs ahead of their own plans when necessary. The Vasalli in this order are free to do whatever business they like and they will find the support from the order anytime. But when the order needs something from them, it must be given. Character concepts: traders, merchants, intercessors, thieves, assassins, spies, actors, hunters, artisans, manipulators. The hierarchy. Morana have almost business-like hierarchy developed from the strict mercenary and trading structure. Presenting themselves as a trade order, Morena have their merchant barons on the top which control the trade flow and other businesses of the order with their various executives lower in the structure. Barons, these are the heads of the Morena order. For every domain and great city there is at least one baron which controls the traffic in the order and decides about and approves the business permits and contracts. Master merchants, proven officers of the Morena, advance toward the master merchants with their age and deeds on the behalf of the order. They are the connection between the Morena of the domain and their baron, lobbying for the contracts and permits of the lesser members of the order. Journeymen, not quite high-ranking officers and not quite common members of the Morena. Journeymen are the hopefuls in the Morena ranks. Bound to keep the secrets of the order, this is the first step in acquiring the higher position in Morena. To be a journeyman of Morena means complete devotion to order's cause, and it usually implies the plethora of works and contracts reserved for the higher members, including most of the shady works Morena perform. In the end, being a journeyman means getting your hands dirty for the order and being scrutinized in order to test the devotion of the individual to the Morena. Most of the spies and assassins of the order come from these ranks. Nomads and outsiders. Morena are distrustful toward the nomads. Their own attitude toward the hierarchy of the orders clashes with the freedom of the nomads that don't devote themselves to anything. Although nomads can be useful for information gathering because of their non-attachment toward any organization, Morena rarely allow themselves to be seen working with them openly. Since the Morena are traders and intercessors, they pride themselves on being sensitive on the needs of the common folk. What they understand is that unmarked can be a valuable resource, since Alliance and other orders don't quite consider them a threat or even worthy enough to be subtle in front of them. That's why Morena try to be as open as they can toward unmarked and common folk, even putting them under their protection whenever they can. The Colossi. Morena don't quite like the idea of towering, cumbersome and slow creatures in their ranks. They just don't consider them versatile and elegant enough to be properly utilized for the betterment of the order. But still, the Colossi can be valuable, and since the other orders use them, Morena don't want to be the defenseless order without any protection of their own. The Colossi under the Morena command are used only for the heavy work and rarely as the watchers of the city, since Morena pride themselves on their vast network of scouts and rangers outside the city walls. The social impact. With their trading work, merchants and artisans, Morena are in every pore of the society. Either by working with other orders to supply the needs of the Alliance or with common folk as intercessors and traders, Morena have too vast a network to be ignored or to allow themselves to miss anything important in Alliance. Most of the other orders either openly dislike them or tolerate them at best. Meanwhile, most of the folk see them as the order deeply rooted in their modest past, protecting the needs of the common people, thus justifying their business. Finally, Morena are considered either as common gangsters or as the heroes of the streets. Under their watch, cities under the Morena order are often trading hubs where almost anything can be bought or sold. Open to traders and merchants, Morena use their influence to potentiate trading and economic flows. Big markets with lots of traders are the signature of the cities with Morena in power. Most of the people enjoy the opportunities these cities offer, but not everyone is happy with Morena taking their cut from almost any business in the city. The others justify it as the tax for the peace in the city. Morena don't like the criminals roaming their areas, and they actively participate in the suppression of the criminal element. Factions. Morena are a highly structured order that doesn't leave much room for the rise of the fractions, but they exist nevertheless. The difference between other orders and Morena is that Morena approach to fractions as the essential parts of the order, almost as if different fractions have been tasked with different assignments. Elegists are the Morena faction which advocates that nothing must stand between Morena and their goal, not even morals and ethics, which are flexible. Their unscrupulous stances make them perfect candidates for the darker deeds of Morena. The Union, on the other hand, is a faction which would like to see Morena as politicians rather than mercenaries, which makes them suitable to represent the order publicly. Commissaries are the most neutral faction of the Morena, which focus solely on the merchant business and trade, leaving the shadow place to other people. Agenda. Morena are on a never-ending quest for more influence and power, and their most important goal is the control over the trade routes throughout the Alliance and the dominion over the trade and merchant business. Acting in that capacity, Morena will almost always favor the possibility of growth of their reach above other needs of the order. Relations. Sons of Surin, although Morena consider them an unruly lot, fighting for a long-lost city, they look to them with a sense of sympathy. Their wild and unbending behavior is as charismatic as it is dangerous. Morena claims sons would be more successful and efficient if they cultivated a sense of hierarchy and subtlety. Zoria, once allies because of the situation, Zoria decided to cut all the cooperation with Morena because of the alleged illegal activities. Morena feel that Zoria missed the point by retreating to their chambers and libraries after they succeeded in becoming a full-fledged order instead of completely overpowering the circle. Nowadays they just read, study, and philosophize instead of acting. Cybog, similar to Sons, Cybog is an unruly order according to Morena. They have an interesting structure, but their ideas are unsustainable. Belief that Vasalli are superior to folk could be interesting, but they are forgetting that people on top are more susceptible if unexpected things happen. It's way better to sometimes act from the shadows instead of being exposed. The Circle, their rigid rules, holier-than-thou attitude and moral high ground frustrate members of Morena order. But they are a powerful order, at least because they have Church of Azimuth on their side. While people are still religious and believe in a widely spread sense of moral compass, this order should be approached with caution. Sons of Surin. Loyalty, integrity, brotherhood. The youngest of all orders, Sons of Surin are often looked down upon by other orders, at least officially. They were born from movement after the fall of Surin in the Vargon War, when all the Vasalli in Surin cut the ties with their main orders, convinced of their sacrifice and guilt in Surin's destruction. The movement was named Sons of Surin, and in the beginning they didn't plan to become an order. But after they banded to protect the leftovers and ruins of Surin from further Vargon attack, more and more people joined. Finally, they've become so strong that other orders had to give them a place in a newly built Surin's tribunal. Slowly, their influence grew and they became a full-fledged order, claiming tribunal seats all over the alliance. Vasalli in the Sons of Surin. Almost every vassal born in the Surin domain becomes a part of the Sons of Surin out of sense of duty, pride, and honor. The few Vasalli who don't are usually already heavily influenced by other orders before the Awakening. Vasalli from other domains and cities usually join the Sons of Surin because of their ideals that reflect in refusal to bow to Church of Azimuth, other orders, organizations, or nobility. They take pride in the protection of those who can't protect themselves, especially all the outcasts and common folk, so it's only natural that individuals from that ranks join Sons after they live through Awakening. Character concepts: defenders, warriors, scouts, soldiers, rebels, orators, outlaws. The hierarchy. Unlike standard order hierarchy, Sons of Surin are divided into the groups called divisions, which are almost completely independent from each other, and their influence overlaps with the domains of great cities. Of course, members of the tribunals try to preserve Sons' interests while great tribunals are in session, but they effectively act independently in their domains. While the Sons don't have a centralized structure, their divisions are constructed on a smaller scale. Elders are the leaders of the divisions. Democratically chosen, these members of the Sons preside over the local structures, deciding upon the future of the divisions together with lower officers worthy enough to sit in the division councils. The elder can pass or veto the motion even if there aren't enough supporters for the decision, but is careful while doing it and doesn't use this power that often, since the next voting for the elder can go awry for him. Adjutants. The elder is chosen among adjutants that are allowed to attend and vote on the future of the division. Although the elder has a final say in matters of the Sons, every adjutant can put a motion forward to voting and defend their reasons for doing it so. After the presentation of the case, the motion is put forward and the rest of the adjutants and elder vote on the motion. The decision has to be supported by the majority of the voters, including the elder. Nomads and outsiders. When it comes to nomads, Sons of Surin don't have any problem with them. They see them as the Vasalli which rebelled against the orders or alliance, just like them but without any official structure. With that in mind, they oppose to the anathema slapped to the nomads, even actively trying to engage them to join the Sons. The Sons often accept citizenship marks just out of necessity, gaining them only after an individual needs them to gain an access to other cities or for political activity. In light of these viewpoints, Sons don't believe in branding someone as unmarked, thus stripping them of their human rights. Because of that, they have no problem with unmarked people in their domains or accepting such Vasalli in their ranks. The Colossi. As black sheep of the orders, Sons of Surin don't have a colossus. They simply reject the idea of an artificially created giant walking among them with his will bent to the cause it doesn't share. Sons see the Colossi as tools foremostly created by Church of Azimuth to keep all the power in the hands of the elite, and as such, they refuse to be a part of the rights or exploiting of other Vasalli. The social impact. Just like Morana, sons are viewed as the heroes among the common folk, although they are believed to be fairer. While they are loved by folk, they rarely actively and loudly advocate the needs of the common people in the tribunals, mostly because they consider any official alliance organization a travesty. On the other hand, many folk who don't live in Surin domain or where the sons are strong enough are under the impression that sons are just a common gang causing ruckus and meddling in the affairs of the alliance. Under their watch, the only city where is this order in its full strength is Surin itself. Just like any other rebels, sons always find a barrier whenever they try to actively participate in politics of other cities, so they primarily focus themselves in a city they originate from. But in all the places where they have at least a minor power, they are trying to change the views of people toward the conventional alliance politics as subtly as they can. But with exception of Surin, wherever they reside, they are always considered strangers. Factions. Sons of Surin have only one fraction derived from the main order. Their disillusionment with other orders, politics, and alliance gave birth to the movement which calls themselves radicals, which would like to shift the political power from Jarilo to Surin. They are opposed to the centralism that Jarilo would like to achieve, but at the same time they have a vision of Surin in the very same position. Other members of Sons of Surin are more apologetic, but they accept the existence of radicals which make them look like a more stable option. Agenda. Sons of Surin come from the harsh background and the remains of the once proud city. Although they are often called nostalgic, their biggest goal is to restore Surin to its former glory or even making it the strongest city in all of the alliance. Relations. Morana sons consider Morana a sleazy order, spinning their web of lies and trying to manipulate the politics for their selfish reasons and gain. Their false championing of the common people is nothing more than a populistic falsehood in order to turn people to their side. Cybog, not only do they conform to the alliance like other orders, but cybogs actively advocate the supremacy of the Vasalli, and that's what bothers sons. They believe charismatic and merry cybogs to be elusive bunch with ulterior motives of building a world of Vasalli masters. Zoria, out of all the orders, they are most likely to cooperate with Sons of Surin, and they prove themselves as the worthy allies every once in a while when they raise their head from their books. The Circle, sons consider the Circle as the ultimate example of conservatives which conform to the rules of the Church and Alliance. According to sons, the Circle are the most accountable for the sacrificing Surin in order to protect Jarilo, their center of power. Because of that, sons will rarely stand even being in the same room as the members of the Circle, not to mention cooperation. Outside the orders. Nomads, I refuse to be any part of these games. Although nomads aren't officially an order, their numbers are bigger than anybody would expect. Nobody knows how the nickname nomads originated, but it stuck, even between nomads themselves. They wield their name and their status proudly while people would whisper behind their backs, distrusting them and avoiding them as much as they could. Nomads are considered volatile and peevish creatures, not to be trusted. It isn't unusual that even common folk refuse to help them when needed. They roam the world, shunned by everyone, and the longer they refused to join an order, the possibility of finally joining was smaller. No order would take a long-time nomad out of fear and distrust. Sometimes forced to live as outcasts, nomads travel from village to village, banned from cities, trying to survive. Although they are avoided and barely surviving as outcasts, most nomads are proud caste, taking pleasure in their refusal of common ways. Most of the nomads distrust orders except Sons of Surin, who are willing to help them whenever they can. So, as an extension, they are welcome to the Surin domain where their numbers are greatest. Most of the nomads have at least a little history with one of the orders and were probably a member of one or sometimes even few of them. But they decided to leave the order because they disagreed with their ideas or valued the freedom above the need to belong. The collective. We have a duty to the alliance. This powerful organization emerged during the struggle with barbarian tribes and Vargans when orders realized they have to work together for the survival of every part of the alliance. Evolved from the Windchaser elites, this organization gathers extraordinary individuals devoted to the fight against outside threats. The alliance formed these elite troops when the Varans began pushing into the alliance territory with their guerrilla-like attacks. Following their example, the Alliance and Orders decided to gather the best warriors and scouts among them and form elite shock troops that would investigate the unknown threat and fight them if needed. They were the first elite military organization under the authority of the Great Tribunal until they were disbanded in order to establish the collective. The selecting process for the collective is very rigorous. The candidates are taken into consideration without them knowing, and their past, status, and actions are carefully scrutinized, long before they are approached with the offer. Although there is a possibility of applications for the consideration process through the high-ranking officers of the orders, it's highly unlikely that any candidate who applies themselves will be chosen. The main reason is that candidate must be vouched for by one of the officers in the collective itself, and the consequences of the possible bad choice are grave, from demotions in ranks to the dishonoring and casting out of the officer and candidate. Furthermore, after the candidate is put through various tests designed to examine their mental, physical, and social abilities. Only after every test is passed, the candidate is affiliated with one of the collective branches, the hand, the eye, or the mind. After the selection, the candidate is relocated into one of the secret facilities situated throughout the alliance according to the branch she is selected for. In those facilities, the initial training begins, rigorous and unforgiving, without leaving of the facilities or contact with the rest of the world. Those who fail to meet the standards are mercilessly tossed out of the training program in the early stages of the training. When the selective initial training ends, the leftover candidates are the best, brightest, and most devoted. Those candidates are given the title of the collective apprentice, and only then are they given the valuable information regarding their future work. Every apprentice receives a mentor who would guide them through the rest of the training, which ends in a final ceremony where she becomes a part of the collective. Branches. Divisions in the collective are organized by their function. The hand is the visible part of the collective, elite troops trained in combat, proficient with any weapon and schooled in strategy, tactics, and warfare. They are the sharp edge of the alliance weapon, unforgiving and fearless. Their methods of combat vary depending on the situation. They are calculated and shrewd when given the opportunity, but can be wild and reckless when the need arises, holding regard for no man. Members of the hand are easily recognizable, with their strong and light armors partially made of hardened resin and weapons made in similar fashion. But ultimately, they all have the symbol of their branch on their armor, the handprint. The eye is the invisible part of the collective. These agents and informers, trained in stealth and covert operations, can also be invisible assassins if it's required, but their missions are mostly to gather as much information as they can. Their advantage lies in secrecy. They do not carry any recognizable symbol which would single them out as the agents of the alliance or members of the collective, except when it carries some advantage with it. The mind is the special branch of the collective, comprised of great thinkers, scientists, analysts, and inventors. Unlike the hand and the eye, they aren't the field branch except in very rare occasions. They work from offices and workshops of the collective, analyzing the information gathered by the eye or improving on the weapons and devices used by the collective. The soul, even among the members of the collective, the whispers about the secret branch called the soul are considered nothing more than rumors. Some members claim that they exist and are dealing in mysticism, conducting experiments on all of them, but they are looked down upon with mocking laughter. Despite all the looking down on those theories, the rumors circulate that the soul controls the politics of the entire alliance and every great city. Rosaria. From shadows we divide. Speculation exists of a secretive organization trying to topple the alliance. Some rumors say it is the single most dangerous threat to the alliance. Others say it is a common criminal organization, a terrorist party, or just a fabrication of paranoid minds. Although no one can confirm it exists and alliance officials simply dismiss the issue whenever it comes up, most of the people who've heard of Rosaria imagine them as the cult with widespread network of spies and instigators, with their interests in various aspects of the alliance, laws, economy, and trade. The common belief of the conspiracy theorists is that Rosaria is a network of powerful and wealthy people and Vasalli that offer alternative ways and methods to accomplish something outside of the standard alliance regulations. While working outside the law, Rosaria slowly undermines the alliance in order to position themselves as the rulers of the great cities when the time comes. The cults. Not quite common organizations and not quite among official orders, cults are usually somewhere in between. The simplest explanation of the cults is that they are organizations with an agenda that may or may not be similar to the already existing order philosophies. But the followers of the cult convene on a regular basis, actively trying to promote their views or follow through with the ideas. In the most instances, the main differences between cults and orders are in their numbers, popularity, and that cults are not represented in the tribunals, although not for their lack of trying. Usually formed around a particularly charismatic individual, cults often begin as simple cults of personality or an organization dedicated to the unorthodox beliefs or practices. Large number of cults perish, smothered or absorbed by an order, but a small number of cults succeed in differentiating themselves enough to become a steady entity recognized but not always approved by authorities. Today, the strongest and best-known cults are usually part of the underground market, participating in various illegal activities, so it's no wonder why the majority of the people are alarmed by mentioning of the cults. The Cult of the Rat. One of the more famous cults in the Alliance, the Cult of the Rat is a cult focused toward illegal activities such as smuggling, burglary, illegal trading, and assassinations. The majority of the cult's members are stationed in cities with prominent trade flow where there are many possibilities for the smuggling of illegal goods. Their name supposedly came from the Rat King, a mysterious entity looking like intertwined rats which the cultists worship, according to some, or which reflect the tight bond of the cult, according to others. Local cult in Laboria, Sarin, Dawai. Shattered Blade. Another cult involved in illegal activities is Shattered Blade. The members of the cult are known to idolize the almost forgotten god of combat Haddock. Their religious views aside, they are most famous for organizing the illegal fighting arenas for the supposed worship of their deity. Their arenas and underground fights are popular among the betting people that seek easy money. Local cult in Kala and Sarin. Dawn of Arrows. This populistic cult is based on the idea of equality of the folk and Vasalli. Derived from the section of Zoria, they became independent but with a lot of support from common folk. They actively try to represent the rights of the ordinary people, and they even have their representatives in the Bastilla tribunal, just not in the name of the cult. Their members are there as the representatives of the citizens. Local cult in Bastilla. The Tempest. This dangerous cult is often described as a cult with the Circle's zealousness, the Sun's fearlessness, and the Marana's ruthlessness. Their name was actually given to them by the locals when they were a small cult who seized the power on the dangerous streets of Sarin. From the common thugs and minor criminals, they evolved into the full-fledged criminal cult which can hold their own against more powerful cults and orders. They are involved in various criminal activities, drugs, prostitution, and theft, although they are most notorious for their racketeering. No one knows for sure how are they structured and organized, but it seems that they have a lot of eyes and ears on the streets and that people living in their territories favor them because they promise security to everyone who cooperates with them. Local cult in Bitwa, Jarillo, Old Sarin, and Laboria. Chapter 10, the Vargon Codex. Word to the wise, this is a part of the legendary Vargon Codex. If it is in your possession, you were given it by someone who has the right to give it out. Everything read from any collective documents is secret. If you haven't been given the right to share the information by reading this document, you were sworn to secrecy. If you break the secret, you are punishable by removal of your tongue and fingers so you could never share it again. Everything written here refers to the knowledge of Vladislav Karpov, one of the key scholars studying Vargans and their habitats. Today has been a triumph. Ever since I started my experiments on the resin, I have wanted to get my hands on a Vargon blood sample, and I have finally succeeded. Despite the mockery, I am convinced that the resin is connected somehow to the Vargon. It's no coincidence their attack started roughly at the same time we discovered its properties. It must be that they are at least somehow attracted to it. Everything fits. We found it near their hives. They are attacking the cities which are lit up by resin lanterns. Their tunnels are illuminated with resin, and as mentioned, they showed up when we started experimenting with it. I know it. I feel it. No. The blood sample was a fluke. I bought it from a Kala trader who claims he deals in such stuff, and although he never tests it himself, he says his customers swear it gives them a superb kick. Since I never actually had the experience with blood, I had to test it out myself after I brought it home. What a disappointment. I didn't feel anything. All the stories tell about an instant rush, clarity, and power, but after I ingested the sample, nothing happened. I must admit that my reaction was less than admirable. In a fit of rage and disappointment, I tore up my notebooks and threw them into the hearth. I've written a transcript of my last note, which I didn't scribe in the book itself, so I'm starting anew. P.S. I have reported the knavish merchant. Let's see, how does he explain the blood to the officials, fake or not? I've been lying sick from yesterday evening. I can't even hold the feather normally. Oh, I feel like crap right now. But let's start from the beginning. I was approached by a middle-aged man on the street 2 days ago. He looked suspicious and I was ready to scream for help in case he attacked me. In the end, he turned out to be helpful. He told me he heard about my dealings with a merchant selling fake blood. I denied everything, but he laughed, waving his hand dismissively. He insisted he knew about it because of his connections in the city guard, and it turned out he is a Vargon hunter from Morana order. Of course, after he introduced himself as one, the hunter tickled my fancy, my mind streaming through all the possibilities. He told me he could sell me some Vardon blood, but not right there, so he told me he'll meet me at home. I refused, since I don't usually invite shady characters to my home, so we agreed to meet in a tavern later that evening. After we've met, he showed me the sample, but I was skeptical about the trade since I had lousy experience before. Again, he laughed and waved. He put his hand on the table and pushed my wine glass toward me. I looked at him curiously and he smiled again. He waved again, but this time much slower. My untrained eye caught a glimpse of a little vial he kept hidden in his sleeve, and then it hit me. He dropped a small amount in my wine when he waved at me. "There's your honey," he said. I looked around, reached for the cup and took a sip. Oh great Azimuth, what a feeling! Everything slowed down for a while and I saw and heard with more clarity than before. The fire in the fireplace was brighter, the murmur of the patrons became clearer, and I could even identify some parts of dialogues. The hunter smiled and raised his eyebrows quizzically. I decided to buy the blood. It was a little expensive, but I guess it was worth it. To finally have a sample, such joy. I felt a little nauseous during the walk home, but I didn't correlate it to blood then. I assumed it was from the wine itself or heavy air in the tavern, and it passed soon. When I came home, I divided the blood into a couple of vials and started experimenting right away. The hunter explained to me that there's a whole process behind preparation of the Vargon blood for consummation. The blood has to be added to the crushed resin dust and heated at the right temperature. The process itself is not complicated, but it's long and you have to be present at all times. When the mixture begins to coagulate, the rest of the Vargon blood is added to create a honey-like substance, therefore the nickname honey for the blood prepared for consumption. I got my hands on the honey and undiluted blood as well. The undiluted blood gives a stronger kick, but only those who've been using honey for a long time have developed enough resistance for it. If a first-time user tries undiluted blood, it's a terrible experience filled with hallucinations and pain until the user's organs stop functioning and death ensues. Most of the evening I was watching the reaction of blood with various minerals we use in compounds with resin, but nothing happened. Only when I actually dropped a small amount of blood on the pure undiluted sample of resin the reaction began. The resin lump started twisting and moving like it was given a breath of life. A small dark patch was formed inside the lump, and after a while resin lost its glow. For the rest of the evening nothing happened with the lump, although I tried to drop a couple of more drops. It was getting pretty late and I was tired. I was considering going to bed, but my eye caught an untouched vial of honey. After a short contemplation, I decided to give it a try. What a rush! It was glorious. A bitter taste burned in my throat, but after I downed the last drop of the substance, everything seemed to stop. The tiny flame on the candle stopped flickering and it began dancing rhythmically and slowly. Although I expected my vision to blur, the very opposite happened. Everything became crystal clear as I could see every part of the picture in front of my eyes. I stood up and I stretched. Every muscle in my body felt relaxed and ready to contract in the same time. I felt amazing. I paced through the house, looking at everything like I see it for the first time. Only after I reached the living room I realized I didn't bring my candle with me. I could see in the dark. I didn't actually see like it was daytime, but such small amount of moonlight coming through the blinds shouldn't make it so easy for me to see. But I saw well enough to move around with ease. I returned to the lab and tried to use my gifts to see what would happen. A known feeling of energy rushed through me, but I was surprised by a sheer and raw power of it. It was like using the gifts for the very first time, but with absolute control. I decided to reach out with my power and move a beaker standing on my table. I did it so easy and fluidly it seemed like drinking a cup of water. While holding a beaker in the air, I decided to make it revolve around me, trying to make another beaker join it. I must say, if someone entered that moment, he'd have a curious and funny sight in front of him, an old man grinning like an idiot with two beakers revolving around him through the air. The surge of power was so strong, I blame it for the messing with my mind and making me do what I tried next. In a moment of temporary madness, I decided to reach out for everything on the floor around me and lift it. The wooden table and chairs creaked. The wicker basket detached itself from the floor. Slippers in the corner flew right up. Everything around me levitated and began a spinning around me. And then suddenly a constant stream of power was cut off and everything dropped to the floor, including me. When I woke up, I was surrounded by broken glass and there was a mess in my room. I didn't remember anything that happened and I was cold, weak, and lonely. I dragged myself across the room and put myself to bed. The next day I was almost too weak to move, let alone eat. My body was ridden with pulsating blood scars and I felt the corruption creeping upon my body. At this point, Karpov confirmed the susceptibility to corruption of blood users and discovered the connection of resin and Vasalli. The following excerpts were taken from Karpov's journal during his work for the collective when he had more resources on his hands. I finally feel my work has contributed to the better understanding of the Vargon scourge endangering our world. As I suspected since I started experimenting with resin lumps and Vargon blood, there is a connection between them. It is my understanding that resin is actually somehow a part of the Vargon biology, probably a substance giving them life during egg cycle. The eyes have been exploring the underground tunnels and I read all their reports very carefully. It appears that they've seen the adult Vargans around the eggs, which were coated in a thick layer of resin. They did it. Together with members of the Hand, the eye infiltrators have succeeded in capturing a real live Vargon and bring it back to my laboratory. Blessed Azimuth approves my work. The specimen is still unconscious under powerful sedatives strong enough to knock out a team of soldiers. We had a couple of casualties, but their names will live on when we finally understand what makes Vargans tick. With the help from the team which captured it, the specimen was put inside a strong cage in the basement of the laboratory. It was chained to the wall with fortified chains. We don't want any nasty surprises during the experiments. The specimen regained consciousness some time during last night. I found it this morning sitting in its cage and watching around intently. After I turned on the resin lantern in the room, it jumped on its legs, albeit somewhat awkwardly because of the chains, and started hissing and trying to break the chains. I don't quite know, was it because of the strong illumination in the room or because it was attracted to resin. I left the room and returned with the oil lantern. Although the specimen was somewhat discomfited by light, it stopped with the attempts to break free. It just paced in the cage as much as its chains allowed it to. I tried to establish the communication, but it didn't show any sign it was listening or understanding me. Only the occasional twitch of the ears betrayed the fact that it could even hear my speech. I tried to extract some of its blood with specially designed tools to keep it at a distance. It tried to sweat the stick away, but I succeeded in getting it near enough, although I didn't succeed in breaking its skin. It's too hard and tough, just like cured leather. I don't quite understand how it can be so nimble with such an armored hide. Later during the day, a member of the mine suggested I use tools made of the sharper materials, such as the alloys made with resin similar to the ones the Hand uses for its weapons. I asked a collective weaponsmith for help and she agreed to make something out of the designs I suggested. Break of 1 week between journal entries align with reports that Vladislav was ill and couldn't quite continue the experiments right away. My tool arrived and I find it quite exquisite. The long handle and mechanism installed on the handle suggest that weaponsmith improved the designs. I succeeded in drawing blood, although the specimen wasn't quite happy with it. It hissed when I came near, but it didn't try to sweat the handle away like last time. It just looked at me and hissed loudly. I never heard any other form of vocalization other than hissing. The specimen's mouth is barely visible, at least the openings. On this specimen, they look just like the mouth of the leech. We know nothing about the Vargon diet, and we tried bringing it various food from milled grain to red meat to raw vegetables. The specimen decided to go with the meat, and its feeding was one of the more horrendous things I witnessed in my life. The Vargon crouched over the meat and spat its saliva into the holes it drilled with its long fingers. It seems that secretions softened the tissue after a while, and Vargon started sucking on the meat with loud slurping sounds. Since some of the Vargon specimens were described as actually having the mouth opening while others having only small holes where its mouth should be, we can only assume they communicate with some kind of noise only they can hear. God forbid, I just thought of an alternative. I really hope they aren't using gifts for communication like some Vasalli are able to. I'll test out the extracted blood as soon as I can. I have to see if it has similar properties like blood of the dead Vargans we dealt with before. More of the misdates in the journal. We can only assume that Karpov was testing the Vargon blood on himself. Well, the collective delivered some of the new reports regarding the Vargon habitats. It seems that they found an entire tribe of the people living inside the Vargon caves. They didn't understand any of the eye operatives and they didn't try to communicate with them. It seems that they communicated by tapping each other on the arms and with various gestures. The tunnelborn, as they were called by the eye, didn't like the light and they didn't want to leave the tunnels. The eye members left one operative with the tribe while they continued to search the network of tunnels. They found the traces of Vargon presence, but they didn't face any live one or any threat inside the tunnels. When they returned to the tunnelborn habitat, entire tribe was gone. It appears that they took all of their crude tools and the operative as they fled. Is there a possibility of an entire race similar to us which live in coexistence with Vargans? The specimen stopped hissing near my presence and now only scrutinizes me whenever I'm around. It just stands there and stares at me intently. I preferred its wild behavior to this cold, calculating menace. In the meantime, the collective was kind enough to provide me with another specimen, albeit dead. It doesn't matter, I opened this one up and explored its anatomy. Eyes large and dark, probably sensitive to light. The live specimen's eyes rarely reacted to fast movement. No pupils. Ears elongated and sensitive ears. The dead specimen's ear channels are multiple and are more complicated than human, so I believe they have extremely good hearing. It has led me to believe that it's their primary sense. While eyes are fixed and unmoving, their ears twitch quickly, probably using the sound to locate objects and movement. Mouth, there are vocal cords, but I believe they barely function. The mouth openings are there probably just for feeding or maybe to communicate inaudibly. During the research with the live specimen, I noticed a series of clicking between his hisses. Could it be they are somehow communicating that way? Nose, there are holes on the front part of the Vardon face which dilate while breathing, so they probably have an olfactory function. I noticed the dilation when new smells were introduced, which led me to believe they have an acute sense of smell, although we can't be sure to which degree. Skin, the Vardon skin is thick not because of the tough outer layer only but because of the multiple layers underneath. It seems they developed multiple skin layers with fat stored between every layer to avoid the cold and to create a natural defense. Extremities long and robust. Their muscles are developed like athletes, probably capable of lifting very heavy stones. Together with the sharp claws on every finger, well-developed muscles create a terrible impact which could probably sever the bone and flesh in one hit. Organs, interestingly, the organs are similar to humans although they are heavier and bigger, and there are no reproduction organs as well. What puzzled me is that the structure of the Vardon flesh is somehow different from the common structure of an animal or human flesh. The traces of spores underneath the skin have led me to believe that Vardans are of fungal origins. Today, after the research on the dead specimen, I visited a live one. As soon as I entered the room, Vardon stiffened, his nose holes widening. Then it hissed furiously and tried to rip out the chains from the wall. If those weren't specially fortified chains, it would succeed in its intention. That answers the issues of acute sense of smell, since I believe it sensed the stench of a dead Vardon on me, although I had a change of clothes and I bathed. I explained that it's all in the name of progress, but it just looked at me with its big eyes. I just know that it knew what I had done and hated me for it. Until this point in journal, Karpov never mentioned talking to Vardon except when he tried to establish some form of communication. We don't know how much or how often did he try to talk to it, but with his nonchalant way of reporting about it, we assume it wasn't that uncommon. New reports from the eye came in. They were exploring the network of tunnels where they've met the tunnelborn in. Reportedly, they were attacked by a being similar to what folk calls strigoi, a being with human appearance but slightly deformed and which feeds on the flesh and blood. This particular strigoi was without a face. Not with faceless features, but without the skin on its actual face. It seemed peeled away. They fought against it, but it fought back ferociously, trying to bite the operatives, waving with an improvised stone dagger, screaming loudly. Allegedly, its screams made operatives confused and they stunned them. It almost meant the end for them, but one succeeded in hitting Strigoi from behind, piercing its throat and silencing its screams in the puddle of blood. It was dressed in rags similar to one seen on the tunnelborn. But curiously, Strigoi had a patch of rags from different materials sewn into the skin on his back. When the operatives took a closer look, they recognized a symbol of the eye on the patch. It has led us to believe that Demeter was dead, his clothes used for strange rituals among the tunnelborn. The live specimen in the cage stopped with hissing whenever I'm close. The stench of a dead Vardon washed off, I guess. But it still looks angry whenever I enter to study his behavior. He just stands there, stiffened, his eyes and ears following me whenever I move. It all points to them having a good memory and having a developed intelligence. Are we underestimating them? How intelligent are they really? Well, I believe they have an intelligence of a small human child at least, or even greater. It means they could exhibit enough sapience to develop well-functioning habitats, but we haven't seen any yet. I tried to communicate with it again, but it either doesn't understand the simple words or gestures, or it refuses to cooperate. I've finally seen the tunnels. What a vast network of underground passages lies hidden underneath the inconspicuous soil. Last night, the members of the collective woke me up and ordered me to pack most of my instruments, which I consider helpful on the terrain investigation. They refused to discuss the reason for the abrupt call, but I was assured it was something important. Having seen the wounded and dead members of the hand returning to the headquarters, I was not looking forward to learning the reasons. They put me in the carriage and closed the blinds so I was unable to see where we were heading. There was an officer of the hand together with me in the carriage, but he didn't say a word although I was trying to establish a dialogue. It felt like forever before we finally stopped. The officer finally decided to make a sound, but it was a command for me to stay in a carriage until he says so, and then he went outside. After a couple of minutes, the carriage doors opened and an officer peeked inside, telling me it's safe to exit. I exited and found myself in front of a cave entrance where a couple of the hand members waited in line, holding the oil lanterns. They took me inside and led me through the network of tunnels. We walked for an hour while I was looking around. I couldn't quite discern where the tunnels artificially made, but they were definitely tampered with. Every once in a while we saw the dents in the stone walls where the resin pieces were left, although they lost their glow. The hand members turned my attention toward the pictures on the wall, depicting tall humanoids with long ears. Our guess is that Tunnelborn made artistic representations of the Vargans. Are they so infatuated with our nemesis? Suddenly I felt a nauseating stench all around me, the smell of a rotting flesh. The officer from the carriage confirmed that we are near the thing they wanted to show me. We entered the large cave, where more operatives were standing, holding the oil lanterns which illuminated the cave enough for me to witness the terrible scene. On the floor of the cave there was a mass of a rotten flesh, but when I came closer I saw the remains of the so-called crawler. Until then, no crawler was ever captured or killed, and this was the first opportunity to examine it. I've only heard the reports of terrible creatures which look like a mix between a squid and a spider. Its long tentacles were used to move effortlessly through the tunnels, and there are stories of Vargans riding crawlers like demonic horses during the attack on Sarin or Jarillo. I examined the rotting corpse of a crawler body and head. It seems that crawler's head is completely a part of the rest of the body. No neck has been found on the body. The general appearance of a crawler would remind someone of a giant squid mixed with a nightmare. Organs, the eyes are missing, but the holes where the eyes should be still exist, but they are closed with the skin. I guess that they lost the ability to see during the past since they didn't need to use the eyes in the darkness. Ears, there are slits and openings for the ears, I suppose, so I guess they are able to hear. Mouth, the mouth is on the lower part of the body where its stomach would be, so they are stationed directly between its tentacles. The mouth opening is round with the circular set of sharp and vicious-looking teeth. The extremities, their tentacles are filled with suction cups similar to octopi, which indicates they are able to move across the difficult terrain with ease, maybe even climb the steep walls. The muscles in the tentacles are extremely well developed, probably because of the need to hold the heavy body, and I guess they can be a terrible weapon if they wrap around someone. During the studying of the corpse, it continued to rot rapidly, so I believe that's the main reason we never found a body. They decompose pretty quick. What a terrible beast. The following entry indicates Karpov developed a Vargan blood addiction. The collective wasn't aware of this until it was too late. After the return from the caves, I admit I was a little stressed out and I indulged in some of the honey. Its powerful rush can be additionally controlled by adding the ground resin dust. Although it turns the resin dust completely black, the inhalation of the resulting vapors have relaxant effects. The kick and body stimulus is curbed that way, and the relaxation and complete awareness of one's surroundings take place instead. Additionally, the side effects of the vapor are not as strong like when drinking honey. While I was under the influence, I could hear the rattling of the chains and bars in the basement. The specimen was stirred. I never saw it sleep. It led me to conclusion that Vargans don't sleep, or at least they don't rest in a way similar to humans. The rattling continued and I smiled since I found it funny. I don't quite know why. Come on, stop it you, I said, more mumbling to myself than to the specimen. But just like it somehow heard me, the specimen stopped rattling the chains. After the realization of what just happened hit me, I rapidly stood up and ran downstairs to see what was happening. As I entered the basement, the specimen was standing there silently watching me and judging me. Do you understand me? I asked. It said nothing, not even showing it understood. Don't play games with me, not if you understand, I ordered, nodding to demonstrate the motion. It was as still as the statue. But I somehow felt it understood me, and I felt something like the vibrations originating from the specimen. Could it be that heightened senses resulting in blood consummation make people sensitive to Vargan methods of communication? I took a couple of steps closer to Vargan and leaned toward the bars. Strangely, the specimen did the same, reflecting my behavior as well as it could, being constricted by chains. Do you understand me? I whispered. The Vargan didn't move, but I felt the vibrations intensify as if it was answering my question. I flinched and took a step back. My mind was racing and I turned away and walked out of the basement and directly to my journal. By Azimuth, what a discovery. At this point, the collective believes that Karpov was slowly losing the integrity of his mind under the influence of the Vargan blood and corruption. No other tests confirmed the possibility of people understanding Vargans, not even during intoxication with the blood. Some of the tests were inconclusive, but no result indicated otherwise. We attribute these events to the Karpov's possible insanity. I've decided not to visit the live specimen today. I don't know, weird I guess? It could be that it's because of a dream I had last night. After the journal entries, I decided to go to bed, but I was still buzzed from the narcotics. And I've dreamt the weirdest dreams. It was calling me. I don't know was it real or not, but I somehow felt the presence of the captured Vargan in my dreams. It watched me from where I could not tell. From the darkness in my dreamscapes, a mighty city appeared. The city where everything was upside down, inhabited by Vargans and other creatures akin to them. While I roamed the dark tunnels leading to the hanging city, I felt the presence of the specimen near me, somehow leading me just like it wanted to show this to me. I was afraid and lonely, but it sang me a lullaby of its people to calm me while I was marching through the tunnels. In the great cave, bigger even than the famed Colossi graveyard, I saw the city in all its might. Hanging from the ceiling of the cave, the nightmarish structures dominated the view. Just like great stalactites connected with the hanging bridges. Everything was immersed in the heavy glow of the resin, while various creatures, workers and warriors alike, roamed the streets, could they be called that, of the city. I walked the ground of the cave, but I was unnoticed, like I was the ghost in the real place. Only thing talking to me was the specimen, and it was only the voice in my head and around me while it was nowhere to be seen. In the center of the city, a terrible sight was to be seen. A great black mass of something unidentified hung from the ceiling, almost like a giant black heart infused with tubes. And it pulsated, I could feel it in my body. The crack appeared on the surface of the giant heart and green glow started to pour from the inside. I started screaming while the heart slowly pulsated stronger and stronger. My screams overcame the thumps of the heart and I finally woke up in my dark and quiet room. The only thing I heard was the rattling of the chains in the basement. I couldn't sleep as my mind raced. Was everything I saw real? Was it just a nightmare? Did the specimen somehow produce the unholy images I saw in my dream? Does the city actually exist? I don't know. Some of the collective members speculated about a possibility of a large Vargan habitat somewhere in the world, but nothing was ever found. Some even speculate about the possibility of their city in the Gerillo domain, maybe even under the city itself. We never investigated the underground around the Gerillo carefully, but historians recollect the great holes appearing in Gerillo during the last battle with Vargans. Could it be? In the search for anything indicating to the possibility of a Vargan city underneath Gerillo, I was digging through some archives of the collective and I found something I never heard before. Allegedly, there is a kind of Vargans which has the ability to fly. Okay, there isn't much information about them, but there are reports about 10-feet Vargans with skin flaps on their ribs and arms which can glide through the air. No specimen of this kind was ever caught, nor did the humans ever really confronted them. They were only seen so far, and it would often be somewhere where the Varans later appeared. I don't know why I never heard of this. I guess that the collective wants to keep some things, especially these avian Vargans, a secret. What I found next simply shocked me. I found the testimony of one Vassal who participated in a reconnaissance patrol in underground caves underneath one of the great cities. The city in question isn't named, probably because the testimony and discovery would alarm everyone and create a widespread panic. They've seen a great city hanging from the cave roofs described just like the one in my dream, and it confirmed the speculations about Vargans having large habitats underground. Additionally, they retrieved a couple of unknown artifacts, something that looks like from another world, something with functions we can't comprehend. Oh my! Could it be that everything I dreamt was true? Why would the collective keep something like this a secret? The documents describing the avian Vargans were never an official part of collective information archives. There are reports of sightings, but the collective never saw any specimen and didn't investigate further. As such, they never made to official archives. The discovery of a city underneath one of the Alliance cities would cause a massive panic, creating a chain reaction which could seriously endanger the Alliance itself. The city in question wasn't inhabited as we would think. There were some Varans around, but there wasn't a serious number of Vardan inside that would indicate them living there. We think that the city is deserted, but we're still watching it actively. I visited the specimen today, the first time after a terrible nightmare I experienced. It didn't show any indication that it knows about the nightmare, nor it wanted to communicate with me. It was only looking at me while it was feeding, carefully watching with its big eyes. But I somehow sensed it was amused. They are interesting creatures indeed. Terrifying, aggressive, and merciless, of course, but nevertheless interesting. Somehow, lately, I ask myself, are they inherently evil and aggressive, or did we somehow earn their wrath? Is it because of the resin? Are we somehow responsible for the attacks they inflicted upon us? Karpov was already showing signs of mental instability, likely due to prolonged use of the Vargon blood. His journal made his Varan infatuation clear, even to the point of contradicting the standard alliance positions. I continued to search through the collective archive. I admit I did it while unsupervised and without the official permission, but I understand now that I'd never discover more information if I went through the official channels. I firmly believe now that we are mostly responsible for the Vargon Scourge. The collection of reports from the archives informed me that the I members already understood what resin exactly is, long before I started my experiments. I guess they wanted an official story about the discoveries from the outside researchers like me. As the I found out, Vargans reproduce by an adult Vargon entering the big unfertilized egg spawned by Vargon Queen, where the egg consumes his body and creates 1 or 2 Vargans from his blood. So, the findings indicate that resin is a biological mass created by a queen, which is the base for Vargon development after it comes in contact with blood, and afterward, the resin leftovers are used for the nurture of the new Vargans. I can see now their discipline and complete lack of fear of death or pain. I guess that slow disintegration of your body to create new life must be a painful process while Vargans are still conscious. Their commitment is admirable and great. It was us humans which created a bloody mess out of everything. We've invaded their territories, began exploiting something they needed for the reproductive function. We've turned this exploitation into a profitable business. It all makes sense now, the attacks on the bigger cities which use more resin for illumination. It attracts them. The use of resin in industry, medicine, and other fields does not help either. That's why smaller villages outside of the city boundaries witnessed only small numbers of attacks. They simply don't use so much resin and are limited to the cheaper oil lanterns. The resin calls them, angers them. Their commitment to their kind is seen whenever we come into contact with them, their coordination, the fact that almost all of the Vargon bodies on the battlefields were taken away by them as soon as possible. Their rage whenever they encounter humans using resin. They blame us for every unborn Vargon and see as the threat to their very existence. They consider us greedy, violent, and power-hungry lunatics. What's even worse? They are right. This was the last Karpov's journal entry. During the next days, we've discovered that he disappeared together with the live specimen caged in the laboratory basement. No trace of both of them was found, although we tried everything to find out what happened. Our theory is that he released the Vargon which killed him. Vargon devoured the body completely and disappeared from the city.